Hello, friends. It all starts with the fact that the Qingming sword sect is a school of cultivators respected by all. One of the graduates even became a real immortal 3,000 years ago. People from all over the world come to this sect to join its ranks. Huge queues stand on the mountain in front of the entrance to the sect's territory. On the night the new students arrived, an incident happened. Two warriors stood near the entrance to the sect. One of them told a friend that he would get married very soon. The warrior told his colleague that there were a lot of beautiful girls around. They would love to hang out with him. The guy got worried. He sharply pointed upward and told his friend to look at the sky. The guys heard a very strong roar in the sky. They didn't understand what it was. A voice from heaven addressed old man Qin and said that he had returned to take revenge. Very bright lightning struck the ground from the sky. There was a very bright flash. The soldiers were afraid. One of them shouted that lightning was breaking through the protective layer. The guy said that he would call the elders. He asked a friend to ring the bell. After that, the two of them disappeared. In the dormitory, the students panicked. They could not understand where the elders were rushing. Students ran out into the street. They were very scared and excited. The guy quickly ran up to the large bell. He was hanging inside the booth. He jumped inside. The warrior began to knock on the bell with all his might. There was a loud ringing sound all around. Sound waves after the bell struck spread throughout the area. A huge demonic predator was flying across the sky. He heard the sound of a bell from below. The monster turned around and began to descend from the heights. He flew to the protective barrier. The demonic wolf flew into the protective barrier with great acceleration and completely destroyed it. People on Earth were very scared. Someone shouted that the 1,000-year-old protective barrier had been broken. The sect gate and the mountain peak were also destroyed. The warriors began to run away in fear to escape. One of the guys shouted for his friends to follow him. At this time, one warrior rose from the ground and jumped high into the air. He decided to repel the stranger's attack. The fighter rose high up and asked the monster, how did he dare to invade the sect? The demonic wolf did not answer the man, but began to growl loudly and menacingly. The demonic wolf in flight shouted loudly that he had come for Qingming. A monster called the Thunder King demanded that a man be given to him. After that, the wolf flew away. The warrior thought to himself that the demonic beast left unharmed. The sect was attacked by the Thunder Beast, which was Qingming. It was sealed 3,000 years ago by a sect leader named Zhuyangzi. The warrior said that Qingming became immortal 3,000 years ago. The Thunder Beast laughed. He couldn't believe that Qingming could become immortal. The predator looked angrily at the people and said that he would kill them all. After that, he will fly to the heavenly kingdom to take revenge. The student ran up to the sect leader. Zhuyangzi demanded that he ask the Grandmaster for help. The student shouted to his teacher that he understood. After that, he immediately flew away. The leader thought that the beast's original strength had grown greatly after he entered the demon path. Now the beast is equal in strength to the immortal. There are 9 stages in total for improving body training. The warrior in flight invited the monster to try to defeat him. The predator screamed for the man to go to hell. The warrior flew up to the large predator and swung his sword to hit it. After the attack on the demon, there was a strong explosion and the sky was lit up with a bright flame. The man, after a successful battle against the monster, flew towards the sky. At the peak of the 7 stars there lived a man. There was a small house there. The warrior landed very quickly. He shouted to the owner that the matter was urgent. He has no time to care about manners. The guest said that the Qingming sword sect is under attack. They need the Grandmaster's help now. The owner calmly looked at his guest and replied that he understood him. The owner of the house came out of the door. The warrior looked at him with great excitement. Bai Churan was a Qingming disciple and a Grandmaster. He asked his interlocutor, "Where is Zhuyangzi now?" The guest realized that something was wrong with the Grandmaster. He said that the sect leader was currently fighting the beast. The warrior looked at the owner of the house and noticed that he had no real spirit at all. The guest looked in front of him with a crazy look and said that next year this day will be the anniversary of their death. Bai stepped aside and the guest asked him what he was doing. The owner of the game stepped aside and bent down. A bright glow appeared around him. After that, Bai suddenly jumped up from his seat and flew very quickly into the sky. The warrior stood on the ground and silently looked into the night sky. Bright lightning appeared there. People on Earth watched the demons battle against the sect leader with great excitement. The students saw a bright light in the sky. They supported their teacher with excitement. The demon attacked the man with all his might. The leader did not have time to defend himself and missed the blow. After a strong blow, the man began to fall from heaven to earth. It collapsed and dust flew around. Excited students ran up to him. The warriors were very frightened when they saw their teacher. One of them shouted that he was not ready for cultivation. The beaten man rose from the earth. He thought that his opponent had a big difference in strength. The monster shouted angrily that Qingming's successor was a weakling. The predator flew through the sky and kept shouting that he would destroy the Qingming sect. Time. A bright flash appeared in the sky. It was the Grandmaster flying up to help. The Grandmaster in flight hit the monster in the sky with all his might. The demon was very much struck. He began to fall from a great height to the ground. People were amazed by the fall of the demon. They were happy. Someone shouted that there was someone stronger than the sect leader. The main character descended from heaven to earth. The sect leader excitedly called the Grandmaster. A very strong roar was heard in the sky. The monster took off and looked at the people angrily. The demon asked the man how he dared to attack him. The Grandmaster said that his name was Bai Chiuran. The predator looked at him angrily from the sky. The main character took out a sword. He told the demon that today he was replacing his master Taoist Qingming. The name Bai Chiuran only exists in the oldest catalog of the Qingming sword sect. Many thousands of years ago, the world was full of demons and people suffered. The great Qingming warrior appeared. He killed many demons with his sword. As a result, the world became peaceful and safe again. Qingming accepted several talented disciples and founded the Qingming sword sect. Bai was a disciple of Master Qingming. The boy was poor and walked around the battlefield. He provided himself with food and the remains of the dead. The master accepted the little lonely Bai as his student. The student was very talented. He started training at age 10. He made a chi breakthrough at the age of 12. Everyone hoped that he would become the second Taoist Qingming. As a result, Bai, at the age of 17, became the youngest cultivator to reach level 10. The master created a pill for the main character that accelerated his development. Bai, with the help of a pill from the master, began his internal improvement. He locked himself in the house. A few days later, the guy came out and other students ran up to him. The exhausted Bai went out into the street. Someone said that the disciple had reached the 11th level in the key refinement stage. Student approached the main character and told him not to worry and just focus on training. 3,000 years passed after that. The protagonist's master became immortal. The guy's older brother died in an accident. Bai has reached a very high level. Now he prepared to fight the monster. The predator looked at the man angrily. The wolf was amused by the warrior's words. The demon asked the man what stage of chi purification he was at. The predator looked angrily at the man and demanded that he disappear. Bai replied that he would not disappear. The main character lit up. He asked the demon, is he really discriminating against cultivators in the chi refinement stage? The monster was very surprised that he was accused of discrimination. The demon attacked the man with bright blue flames from his mouth. The students were scared. One of them shouted in fear for the sect leader to run away. The main character raised his sword up. He activated a magic skill called Red Flame. By activating a combat skill called Blade, he prepared to attack. There was a loud noise. The attacking wave reached the monster and touched it. The main character hit the monster with a very powerful attack. The demon did not have time to defend himself. A wave of fire hit his head at high speed. The blow was so powerful that the fire wave cut the demon in half. The huge predator fell to the ground dead. He no longer showed signs of life. People were surprised and frightened. They looked at the dead predator in admiration. After that, the storm clouds cleared and the moon shone in the sky. The warriors stood and looked at her. The main character dropped his red-hot sword to the ground. A green pentagram appeared on the front of his body. Bai sighed in a stern voice so that no one would look down on the chi cultivators. The main character held a sword in his hand. He looked down in front of him and said that he was strong enough. In the evening, a meeting was taking place in the house at the main peak of the Qingming sword sect. In the meeting room of the war, they thanked the Grandmaster for saving them. The warrior said that the demonic beast's cultivation had almost reached the level of great ascension. Bai saved the Qingming sword sect from destruction. The main character was sitting on the stage. There were other warriors on chairs in the hall. Bai said that it was his duty to protect the sect. The warrior explained that no one was hurt during this attack, but they need to restore the sect. The teacher told the third elder named Beiyunzi to restore the sect as soon as possible. The guy replied that he would do everything that way. The teacher told two disciples named Liu Yun and Qing Yun to observe the first-generation disciples. The girls promised their master that they understood him and would sort it out. After that, both students jumped out of their seats and disappeared into the sky. The main character was left alone with other warriors. They sat silently in the hall. Bai glanced sideways at the teacher with displeasure. He turned to him silently. The warrior looked at the Grandmaster and asked, what could he do for him? The main character said that time flies unnoticed. A lame boy from the street became the leader of a sect. The guy bowed to the teacher and said that he saved his life. He could have died surrounded by demons. The main character told his interlocutors that tomorrow he was going to go down the mountain. The warrior reported that other sects might find out about the Thunder Beast's attack. They could all be in great danger without Bai. The main character told the student that few people could fight him. No one from the lords of the four cults of the demonic world can defeat him either. Bai turned around and told the disciples that they themselves could defend the sect perfectly well. The student asked the teacher, Why does he need to go down the mountain? Bai has not left the Seven Stars Peak for many hundreds of years. The main character stood with his back to his interlocutors. He told them that he felt something. Bai smiled slyly and told the students that he could soon make a breakthrough. The main character told the students that this time he would definitely do it. He also needs some herbs for the super pill. Now he himself will go in search of them. At the last moment, the teacher stopped and demanded that the student give him some money and Tiangshan grass. The student replied that his money was fine. Tiangshan grass can be bought at the auction of the Taoist Union. The guy told the teacher that he might not make a breakthrough. As a result, the grass will be wasted. The main character was disappointed with this student's answer. He looked at him displeased. The Bai answered his interlocutor that there would be nothing wrong if he did not give him the potion. The teacher headed towards the exit. He said that he would ask the girl Liu Yun for money. The second elder, named Xuan Yunzi, shouted to the elder brother that the Grandmaster had been protecting them all for more than 3,000 years. He didn't like that the warrior refused to give the teacher grass. The older brother got angry. He looked at Xuan with displeasure. A warrior with a pipe approached from the side. He told the other person that they should respect their elders. An elder named Fu Yunzi explained that the Grandmaster was their elder. If the elder wants something, then the students must find it for him. The warrior became very angry. He didn't like those words in response from the guys. A young guy named Bai Yunzi came up. He said in a dissatisfied voice that the second and fourth elder brothers were telling the truth. Z explained to his interlocutor that the Liu and Qing girls might not meet them halfway. The warrior was very scared when he listened to the guy. The main character looked at him with interest. The second brother fell into a chair in fear. The other warriors looked at him displeasedly. The second brother excitedly told the Grandmaster that he would find everything he needed. He will send people to the Seven Stars Peak. Bai will not collect anything himself. The main character turned around and headed towards the exit. He told his interlocutor that he was a good boy. The main character flew high above his estate over the mountains. Bai went flying high with a whistle from his mountain. He raced over the peaks. The main character was pleased. He realized that he had succeeded, what he dreamed of. Bai thought to herself happily that he had everything he needed. He can go down to the mountains tomorrow. The main character in flight decided that this time he would definitely reach the stage of constructing the foundation. After a long flight, the Bai landed in a big way on the territory of the Seven Stars Peak estate. The guy looked carefully in front of him. He headed towards the doors of the estate. The main character with a decisive movement opened the door into the estate. Inside the building, a frightened guy was sitting on a bed. Bai looked at him with interest. The main character asked Shuilin what happened to him. The guy was silent. He looked at the guest with sad and weakened eyes. Lin said in a sad voice to his interlocutor that today was the day of his death. The main character was surprised. He did not expect to hear such words from his interlocutor. Bai stood in the room without moving. He silently looked at the owner of the house. The main character waved to his interlocutor and said that it was time for him to leave. Lin stood in the center of the room without moving. He did not react in any way to the guest's words. After a long pause, the guy told the teacher that 3,000 years had come. He may already give up. The main character looked at the warrior with displeasure. He didn't want to give up now. Lin looked angrily at the teacher and demanded that his interlocutor stop cultivating and follow him to the underworld. Shui Ling worked for the King of Hell in the underworld. He was one of those who take souls. No man can see the soul collector. Shui Lin shows himself to people. The main character saw the collector because he was now dying himself. Bai is super powerful and can kill the celestial hero with a sword. However, he is still a Qi refining stage 2 cultivator. A cultivator in Qi refinement stage 2 can only live for a few hundred years at most. If he does not reach the stage of building a foundation, then his body will disintegrate, and his soul will be carried away by the soul collector to the underworld. Reincarnation will take place there. In the protagonist's body, his QE ensures that his body will never decay. The guy also has a higher spiritual root. His body can fully absorb the effect of the pills. Each longevity pill can extend a person's life by 5 years. After several uses, it loses its effectiveness. Thanks to the pills, Bai Chu has been living peacefully for more than 3,000 years. The main character met Shuilin for the first time 2,000 years ago. Lin was still a very young ghost, and he became a collector of souls. He had to capture the soul of the Bai. This was the first time the main character reached the end of his life. He couldn't take the longevity pill on time back then. The main character was sitting in a meditative pose. He felt that he was about to make a breakthrough. The Tench very quietly approached the main character from behind. The man did not notice him. The collector of souls told the man that he would soon die and would follow him. The main character of the Risk woke up and got scared. Magic chains appeared around him. The line wrapped the chains around the man. Bai assumed that very soon he would make a big breakthrough, so he fought and resisted. The man fought very persistently against the soul collector. He wanted to break away from him. In the end, the chains could not hold the Bai. He beat the Soul Collector with all his might. The Soul Collector got angry. He chased the main character for several months. Bai took a new longevity pill. After this, Lin returned dissatisfied to the underworld. For 2,000 years, when the main character is about to die, Shuelin appears next to him and bothers him. A couple of 100 years ago, the main character again saw the Collector of Souls. Bai was sitting on the bed. Next to him stood a tench and several demons and ghosts. The underworld has assembled a large army of soul collectors and judges to help Lin. This was not successful. After this, the underworld gradually abandoned the idea of capturing the soul of the Bai. The tench became an almost fatal alarm for the main character. The soul collector always appears before the Bai when his days are numbered. The soul collector told the man that he must condense his life energy key. Lin told the man in a calm voice that he should follow him to the underworld. The immortal emperor promised that after death, the Bai would become the king of hell and control the ghosts of the 10 palaces. The main character of Grozny stormed out at the Collector of Souls and explained that he was refusing his offer. The protagonist told the soul collector that he wanted to build his foundation. Lin turned around and looked at the man very dissatisfied. He didn't tell him anything. The soul collector began to disappear into the wall. He told the man that if he did not have time to extend his life, then he would come for his soul. The main character looked ahead silently and dissatisfied, he thought. After that, Bai tiredly fell onto the bed. He thought about his fate. Every year, the Bai's life ends. He has to take pills to keep him alive. For 3,000 years, the guy has been trying with all his might to break through the bottleneck. All the people who had great expectations for the main character have already died. Everyone who wanted to harm Bai or his Qingming sect was killed by him. No one could escape. The main character's girlfriend got married a long time ago. He remained alone for more than 3,000 years. The main character refused to take a place as a leader or elder of the sect. He went to the peak of the 7 stars. In this remote place, he could live in solitude. The main character has neither a partner nor a reputation. Bai lay and looked in front of him. The main character cultivated alone for 3,000 years. This helped him build his foundation. Bai stretched out on the bed. A sword lay next to him. The guy said that all this was troublesome for him. The main character told himself that he would need to look for herbs to make a longevity pill. There are 10 countries in Gu province. The Qingming sect is located in one of the countries called Shangshuan. In Shangshuan, the protagonist can find all the materials he needs for the pill. The main character was standing on the street. A guy came up behind him and asked if he liked the horse. The main character jumped on his horse and threw money to the guy. He shouted that the seller could keep the change. Bai went to Shangshuan on horseback. Bai happily thought to himself that traveling would be the best decision for him. Suddenly, the guy realized that he accelerated very quickly and could no longer stop the horse. Bai began to drive slower. He decided to slow down the pace of his trip. The first point for the main character was the Man Mountains. It took him 6 to 7 days to get there. Bai drove and looked carefully at the map. Suddenly, a group appeared in front of him on the way. Strangers stood with weapons. They demanded that the traveler stop. The main character stopped the horse. Strangers surrounded him on all sides. The main character asked the fighters with weapons what happened. The man angrily told the rider that they needed money just in case and he could help them. The main character looked away. He noticed how several more people approached him there. The main character sternly reminded the robbers that they were on the Shangshuan government road. The man said angrily that the Shangshuan Empire was now on its deathbed. The stranger took out his sword. He told the traveler to give them money. The main character remembered that people in this empire always lived in peace and prosperity. Now everything has become different. Bai prepared to draw his sword. He remembered that cultivators should not interfere in the politics of the mundane world. He could not allow the robbers to interfere with him. One of the bandits was surprised that the man wanted to resist them. He shouted that they had a lot of people here. The main character realized that robbers could harm innocent people. He decided to undoubtedly destroy them all. At this time, a voice was heard from the side. The stranger demanded that the robbers stop. One of the bandits was unhappy. He turned around and asked who dared to stop them. An unfamiliar warrior appeared from the side. He ran at full speed. The warrior kicked one of the bandits with all his might. The stranger knocked one of the attackers aside with a powerful blow. After a powerful blow, the robber flew to the side and fell to the ground. The leader in a dissatisfied voice asked the guy who he was. The warrior angrily told the bandits that no one is above the law. The robbers looked at the stranger angrily. They didn't like his words. The leader in an angry voice asked the guy, "Can the law bring food to the table for them?"
One of the criminals shouted that the unfamiliar warrior could also be a rich man.
One of the bandits said that they need to be careful when they attack the guy with the blade. The robbers slyly said that the unfamiliar boy looked young to him. The leader angrily hit his subordinate. He said that they would receive money and be able to roam the city. The bandit looked angrily at the main character and said that they could take him too. The main character and his new acquaintance looked displeasedly at the bandits. The bandit accelerated and rushed towards the people at full speed. He screamed loudly. The young warrior very angrily called the bandits shameful robbers. The guy suddenly grabbed his sword with his hand and prepared to attack the attackers with it.
The fighter swung his sword and shouted to the bandits that they were going to die.
The leader was very surprised. He realized that he saw the sword of vital chi in front of him. The young warrior struck his opponent on the move with his sword. The main character was sitting on a horse. He realized that the stranger was also a chi cultivator. The leader fell to the ground dead. One of the bandits shouted in fear that the guy was in the stage of chi purification. The robbers got scared and ran to the side. They decided to flee. The guy stood and silently looked after the fleeing bandits. They disappeared into the distance. Main character approached his new friend. He also looked at the fleeing robbers. After that, the Bai swung his sword and launched energy lightning in front of him. Lightning flew in the direction of the bandits. They were still trying to escape. A sharp strike of lightning reached all the robbers. She cut them into pieces. The bandits, after a long run, fell to the ground. The lightning strike also demolished trees near the road. The main character and his new friend stood silently and looked in front of them. Bai looked at the boy and thanked him for his help. He inquired about his name. The stranger displeasedly asked the main character why he killed the bandits, since the bandits were already running away. The main character explained that if the bandits had escaped, they would have lost fear, and after a while they would have continued to offend people again. The boy stood silently. He looked at the cultivator incredulously. Bai asked his new friend what his name was. The boy was silent in response. The stranger told the main character that he was in the wrong business. Bai explained to his interlocutor that strength is not the most important thing. The main character told his friend that he was not indifferent when he saw injustice. He wanted to buy him a drink. The boy fell silent. He looked at the main character with a very dissatisfied look. The stranger, after a long pause, made up his mind and said that his name was Tang Wei. The main character asked his friend if he knew where the nearest bar was. Tan remembered that he had not yet agreed to go with his new acquaintance. Bai said that there must be a small town somewhere nearby. The main character and his new friend were sitting at a bar and raising toasts to each other. The main character completely and quickly dumped the contents of the glass into himself. Tan decided to keep up with his new acquaintance. He also drank. After the drink, the main character sighed. The young guy coughed violently. Tan felt that the drink burned him very badly. He didn't understand why people drink all this. The main character told his friend that drinking is all about the mood. Excessive alcohol slows down the reaction and is harmful to health. Tan answered his interlocutor that if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have drunk anything. Bai asked his friend, "Doesn't he think it's good to have a drink with a nice person?" The boy said in a dissatisfied voice that he still had important things to do. Bai replied that he also had something important. The main character took the food with chopsticks. He said in a calm voice that even if things are very important, he doesn't worry about it. Tan looked questioningly at his new acquaintance. The main character explained that he collects useful herbs. He goes to Mount Man. It is located in the center of Shanshuan. The boy answered with interest to his new friend that he was also going to this place. The Tan explained to his companion that demons were roaming the mountain. They take the lives of many people, including strong fighters. The main character thought. He was unhappy because demons were rampaging in the mountains. The protagonist told his new friend that there was a sword cultivation sect called Qingming in the Gu region. If demons wreak havoc, then you can turn to this sect for help. The boy said that the people of the Shangshuan country live in poverty and suffering. The royal family no longer cares about people. They think only about immortality. It all happened because of the royal spiritual advisor. Tang said in an exciting voice that the spiritual advisor came from the Qingming sword sect. The main character thought. He realized that he needed to figure things out for himself. He thought that a dark sheep might have appeared in their sect. Bai looked at his friend in surprise and said that they could now put all their problems aside. He invited the boy to go further together. They can look out for each other. The boy with a smile told his new acquaintance that they could eat and continue moving forward. The main character could not control his horse. He shouted to the boy to wait for him. Bai asked his new friend, dissatisfied, why doesn't he listen to what he tells him? Tan was very surprised that his friend could not ride a horse. The main character fearfully held onto the bridle. He said that in the past he had traveled on his own. The Tan asked the guy displeasedly, why did he buy a horse for himself? The main character could not control the horse. He said he was in a good mood, and that's why he bought the horse. The boy told his friend that he was sorry because he had agreed to go with him. The boy told his friend that they had been on the road for the 5th day. The main character replied that with age he had become slower. The Tan suggested to his friend that he sell his horse after they reached the first small town. He said that the main character wouldn't be able to ride a horse anyway. Bai thought and stopped. He decided that his friend's words made sense. The boy rushed forward. He shouted that he needed to hurry because it would soon get dark. The main character and his companion reached a small town at the foot of the Man Mountains. The boy suggested finding a place to stop. He needed to gather some information about demons. The main character agreed with him. He said that he would now order something to eat and drink for them. The seller looked at the guest. He decided to tell the boy about the demons in the Man Mountains. The man said that the demons simply went wild. People have been dying because of them lately. The seller said that some groups of fighters tried to destroy the demons, but none of them returned alive. The man said that he just hoped that at least one immortal from the mountains would come to help them. The boy calmly replied that they were mortals and could take care of themselves. The man asked the boy, "Can he really destroy demons himself?" The seller invited the guest to discuss demons with the fighters at the table. Everywhere at tables sat warriors with weapons. They drank and had fun. The boy looked around. He asked if the local government gives rewards to those who destroy demons. The seller said that the emperor was passionate about the art of immortality and did not want to worry about the lives of ordinary citizens. The seller said that the government allocated money for immortality pills. Therefore, no money will be allocated to exterminate demons. The boy walked up to his desk and prepared to sit down at it quickly. The main character asked his friend, "Are demons really very safe?" The boy hit the table with his hand with all his might and said that demons are very dangerous. The boy told his interlocutor that they could separate tomorrow. Bai will sell his horse. The main character told his interlocutor that he was also going to the mountains. Thane explained that he had something else important to do. The boy told his friend to gather his herbs and get out of here as soon as possible. Demons are very dangerous. It is better for fighters to stay away from them, the main character thought. He sat at the table and pondered the boy's words. Bai looked at his friend with a smile and said that he would not argue with him. He handed the stack to his interlocutor. The main character told his friend that the next toast will be for him. Bai bumped into piles with his friend. He wished him a safe and successful journey. The boy also wished his friend a good trip. The main character and his friend continued to sit in the restaurant and drink. Morning came and the sun rose. The Bai, accompanied by the boy, prepared to set off further on their journey. The main character decided to sell his horse. He took her to the buyer. The Bai waved his hand after his departing horse. The horse was led away by the buyer. The main character told young Master Tang that he could go with him now. The boy looked at his new acquaintance and said that he still had business here. The main character waved goodbye to the boy and said that they could meet again. Tan told his friend to take care of himself. Having said goodbye to his friend, the main character went to the Man Mountains. Demons and ferocious monsters lived there, but for the main character, they did not pose a threat. If an ordinary cultivator consumed the Foundation Ascension pill to make a breakthrough, he would die. This is all because of the strong effect. The pill that the main character needs no longer resembles its original form. After 3,000 years, the protagonist's chi purification and immortality can even translate into physical attacks. This makes him more terrifying than ordinary immortals. Thanks to the power of the immortal's consciousness, the main character was able to collect all the necessary herbs in a couple of days. He was even able to destroy several demonic beasts. The main character found the plant he needed. It could be used to create a pill. The main character was hanging on a steep cliff. He thought that if the herbs weren't so rare, he would buy them at the store. He wouldn't have to get here. Bai looked in front of him. He decided to search for ingredients for a longevity pill. The main character thought dissatisfied that after 3,000 years of life, all he had achieved was that a collector of souls came to him every year. The guy understood that he would have to make a longevity pill. This requires special herbs. The main character was walking through the forest. He remembered that there was something else he had to do before he left here. Bai thought that the demons were raging in the Man Mountains. They devour people's lives and shed blood. The guy activated the search for the consciousness of the immortal. A very bright energy explosion was heard in the forest thicket. Everything around began to shine. The protagonist's consciousness began to break through the trees in all directions. The main character saw a deserted land in front of him. There were burnt trees and huge stones. The guy saw a huge and predatory demon in front of him. The monster stretched out its hands to him. The main character remembered that when he saw the demons a few days ago, it seemed to him that they had just returned from a hunt to their shelter. These monsters do not come out to attack others at all. The main character looked back and noticed that his mother's corpse was lying on the earth. The Bai decided that after he destroyed the demons, he would go to the nearest villages. He will find out there whether they were attacked. The main character took a closer look and noticed that a man was fighting demons. This warrior had a strong aura and could resist monsters. The main character looked ahead with excitement. He decided strictly to himself that he must help the warrior. The main character took off very abruptly. He ran to help the stranger in battle. Bai very quickly pushed himself out of his seat and rushed forward at high speed. The main characters moved abruptly around the area. A shockwave went around him. The Bai was running at full speed across the area at lightning speed. The main character rushed very fast to help the unknown warrior. The guy was flying above the ground and noticed a devastated area that was already familiar to him. After a very fast flight, the main character fell from the sky to the ground and there was an explosion. The guy landed and got to his feet. There were huge clouds of smoke around him. The main character looked around with excitement. He noticed signs of battle. Bai saw the bodies of dead soldiers lying next to him. Next to them lay weapons and traces of blood. The main character realized that the corpses next to him were fresh. He examined them. The main character ran inside the cave. Human remains were lying next to him. Bai quickly jumped into the cave. Skulls lay near its entrance. The main character continued to move forward. He saw a battle ahead. A small warrior with a sword in his hand tried to fight off two large monsters. The warrior screamed in fear. The main character realized that he saw a young guy in front of him. The stranger looked at the body of the killed monster. He was lying on the ground in front of her. The stranger felt scared and tired. He stood and breathed deeply. The boy was holding a sword in his hands. He thought that things should have been different. The boy remembered that he left home to prove that people could stand up for themselves. Then my father would not be fixated on the art of immortality. The fighter remembered that he had spent all his money and sold a lot of jewelry. He was able to get enough money and gather an army of fighters. The boy thought that he had planned everything, but there were many demons with the Kai purification stage in the mountains. The stranger saw demons running towards him. He decided that he would use the last drop of true Ku.
The fighter swung his sword. He shouted to the demons that they were going to die.
The monster screamed very loudly. He prepared to grab the man. Suddenly, two huge magical hands appeared. They stopped the monsters. The hand hit one of the demons very hard. He screamed very loudly. Two magical hands squeezed and crushed the monsters. There was a very bright flash. There was a very strong explosion. There were flames all around. The stranger jumped back. The stranger covered himself with his hands. She didn't understand what happened. The main character ran up from the side. There were still large clouds of smoke around. The main character joyfully told his familiar Thane that they had met again. The boy asked the Bai in surprise, what was he doing here? The main character told his friend that he came here to help people get rid of evil. The boy told his interlocutor that it was very dangerous to come to this place alone. Thane saw a huge monster. He shouted to his friend to be careful. The main character was absolutely calm. He raised his finger up and a glow appeared above him. Bai used a magic skill called True Rainbow Chi. The demon was very scared. He was startled by the bright light in front of him. A bright glow came from the guy's hand. The demon was then torn into pieces. A bright light from a deep underground pierced the ground and burst deep out. Bright sunlight rose from the earth and headed far into space. Tan looked up in front of him with great surprise and saw a hole in the heights. The boy excitedly told his friend that his power was limitless. The demon's severed hand lay nearby on the ground. The main character told his friend that they might have a problem now. The boy asked his friend if problems would begin in his body after taking it. The main character replied that everything was fine with him. Bai said with excitement that after the reception there was a very strong impact. The main character explained to his friend that the earth beneath them would no longer hold out, and there was emptiness below. Large cracks appeared on the floor. The main character and his friend felt the earth collapsing beneath them. The boy screamed in fright. Bai and Tan began to fall down. There was a huge void underneath them. The main character said with a smile to his friend that he was completely right. Tang said that he had already used all his true ki. The main character jumped off his rock to the side to help his friend. Bai flew down to where his friend was falling on the rocks. There were monsters on the ground. One of the demons screamed loudly. He saw a man next to him. The main character used the finger of death of true ki against the demon. The demons were crushed by bright rays. They flew apart. The main character reached out and grabbed his little friend to help him. Bai fell and held the boy in his arms. He demanded that he snuggle closer to him. The main character thought that he and his friend were surrounded by the truth of ki. Now they can land safely. Bai and his companion fell from a great height to the ground and there was an explosion. The main character and his friend landed from a great height on the ground and hit each other. After a very strong blow, the boy hit his head and screamed in displeasure. Tan opened his eyes and began to gradually come to his senses. He looked around him. Bai went up to his friend and put his hand on his chest. He asked if everything was okay with him. The boy suddenly became very shy. He felt excited. Tan suddenly rose and sat down. He looked fearfully at his companion. The main character slyly waved his hands and said that he was not interested in guys. The boy sat alone on the ground and looked ahead in fear. He was glad that his friend had not noticed anything. The main character told a friend that he first mistook him for a girl posing as a guy. Tan behaved very femininely. Bai said with a laugh that a girl's disguised breasts cannot be as hard and tough. He added that the Thane was definitely a man. The boy got scared and worried. He didn't even know what to say to his companion. Tan sat scared and looked ahead. He didn't want the main character to find out his real identity. The main character looked down at his friend and said that he should go with him. Tan thought, He dissatisfiedly asked his interlocutor, where will they go? The boy explained to his companion that they would go to destroy the main essence of the demons. The boy asked the guy with excitement, aren't demons the main problem? A bright light appeared above the main character's hand. He said that the entity in front of them is the core. Bai told his surprised companion that they had arrived and there was a core in front of them. The main character threw up the fire from his hand. The cave was brightly lit. The boy was very scared and surprised. The light blinded his eyes. He began to take a closer look. The boy was very surprised. He asked with excitement, what did he see? In the center of the cave lay a huge monster. Next to him were bodies and remains of people. The main character explained that there was a special demon in front of them. He's called the Mother of Corpses. He can also be considered a high-level demon. Bai could not understand why such a demon appeared only after the massacres. The boy screamed in fear that the monster would attack them now. The monster turned around angrily and flashed its eyes. There was a human body inside it. The demon looked angrily at the people in front of him. There was another creature inside him. Suddenly the demon's mouth opened and a new mutant began to crawl out of it. The new mutant began to crawl out of the monster's mouth and fall to the ground.
The newborn monster fell to the ground. Human remains lay around him.
The mutant began to gradually pass into himself. He jumped to his feet and began to scream menacingly. The demon became more and more aggressive. His eyes glowed brightly and he screamed loudly. The main character said with disgust that he did not want to touch such monsters. The demon suddenly jumped to his feet and ran straight towards the people in front of him. The main character attacked his opponent with a palm of rapid growth. The monster received a very strong blow from bright lightning in its body. He screamed. The main character launched a bright beam. After that, the monster flew far to the side. The main character stood and looked carefully in front of him. He saw a huge hole. There were two mutants standing. There was a huge hole inside the mother demon. The monsters confidently jumped to their feet. They looked at the people and screamed predatorily. The boy said in fear that a lot of monsters appeared in a short period of time. The maternal demon continued to unleash more and more mutants. Tan was very dissatisfied. He didn't understand, doesn't this have anything? No limitation? Bai said that the mother demon can turn all the deceased people in this area into demons. The boy asked with excitement, what should they do now? In truth, the main character's key is not enough to cope with everyone. The main character said that they could destroy all the demons and the Mother of Corpses.
Monsters kept appearing. They jumped to their feet and ran towards the people.
The mutants with burning eyes were very angry. They jumped on top of the main character. The boy was scared. He realized that the new demons were much more brutal and fast than the previous ones. The main character was completely calm. He raised his hand up in front of him. Bright lightning appeared around the boy's body. He activated the thunder seal. There was a very strong clap of thunder. The main character sent bright lightning bolts at the demons.
The monsters almost ran up to the man. The guy attacked them with a bright flash.
Lightning burned through the demon's body, and after that he began to collapse. There was a very bright flash and a powerful explosion followed. The demons scattered. Lightning attacked the mother demon. He screamed very scared. The flash and explosion were very strong. The earth began to fly apart. After a very powerful explosion, the top layer of the earth was shattered into pieces. The main character and his friend stood inside a protective dome. They covered themselves from the explosion with their hands. The explosion began to subside. Bai and his little companion were unaffected. The boy looked in front of him with great surprise. The main character stood nearby. Tan looked at his friend with great interest and asked if they had finished. The main character looked at his little companion and said that they were finished. Bai explained that the mother of the corpses had been destroyed, and the demons would no longer appear. The main character said that there were 2 more demons left outside. He'll deal with them later. The boy thanked his friend. The main character replied that he had only fixed the problem. Tang said thoughtfully that the mother of corpses was a very strong opponent. The main character was able to kill her with one movement. The boy looked at his companion and asked who he really was. The main character explained that he was a swordsman from the Qingming sword sect. The boy looked at his companion and began to laugh loudly. Bai asked his friend, why doesn't he believe him? The main character explained to the interlocutor that he was a practitioner of the key purification stage. The main character was unhappy because his friend did not believe his words. After a short pause, the Bai told his companion that he would help him go outside. The boy, accompanied by the main character, went out into the street. The young warrior stood and breathed with relief. Tan stood in the sun and said in a joyful voice that it was as if he had been born again. The boy asked the main character, where are the demons that were near the exit? The Bai replied that the monsters were located deep in the forest of dried trees. The main character looked ahead in fear. He saw a man fight monsters. Bai told his interlocutor that the stranger was fighting demons and winning.
The main character shouted to his friend to hold on and follow him.
Tan was very surprised and silently looked ahead. He grabbed his friend's hand. After that, the main character sharply pulled his young companion. The boy ran at full speed after his older comrade. He could barely keep up with him. The main character was racing with his friend. They were getting closer and closer to the right place. In a small area near the trees, an unfamiliar warrior fought off huge monsters. The main character and his companion stopped and looked at the battle in surprise. The stranger hit the monster several times with very powerful blows. The warrior flew high into the air and had flags in his hands. He looked at the monsters on the ground in front of him. The stranger in flight shouted that energy was flowing through his body. He shouted that he would destroy his enemies. The stranger in flight shouted to the demons that their hour of death had come. He attacked them with the fire silkworm flag. The main character and his friend stood near a tree and watched everything carefully. The boy said with great excitement that he saw Sima Inbo in front of him. The main character asked his little friend if he knew the unfamiliar fighter. The boy said that the last disciple of Fu Qianchu is now in front of them. Tang said angrily that Sima is a cursed cultivator. He added that people who are engaged in cultivation cannot be good. At this time, the fighter in flight continued to hit monsters. He finished them off with fire. Sima stood and looked ahead. The huge monster in front of him collapsed to the ground. The fighter stood without any emotion and looked ahead. He noticed that someone had appeared. The warrior stopped and looked carefully at the strangers next to him. The main character stood opposite the stranger. The boy hid behind a tree at that time. Sima shouted to the princess to come out. He has already seen her. The Tan sat behind a tree and trembled in fear. The main character was surprised. He could not understand who was called the princess. Bai turned around and looked at his companion with great interest. The main character repeated to himself the words about the princess. He couldn't figure out where she could be. Suddenly the guy was surprised. He realized that the princess was always next to him. The main character was suddenly amazed. He realized that his friend turned out to be a princess. The princess turned around and angrily asked Sima what he was doing here. The warrior said that demons were raging in the mountains of Man. He came and destroyed the monsters to ensure the safety of the citizens. Sima told the princess that she had escaped from the palace and was posing as a guy. The girl told her interlocutor that he had no right to interfere in her life. The warrior reminded that the great ceremony of heavenly worship would take place in half a month. His Majesty gave them the order. Sima must return the princess to the palace if he can find her. The girl displeasedly told the warrior that she would return, but not with him. The warrior said that the princess wanted to say something to her noble companion. He promised that he would not bother them. Sima demanded, so that the princess does not forget about who she really is. The girl answered her interlocutor that she would do without his reminders. The warrior bowed and asked the protagonist for forgiveness. He said that the princess had a very stubborn character. The main character looked carefully at the warrior and answered him with a smile that everything was fine. Sima abruptly jumped up and told his interlocutors that he was leaving them. The main character was left alone. He studied his companion with an attentive gaze. The girl answered the main character that he can ask her any questions. Bai thought. He studied the girl's body in front of him with great attention. The main character looked very carefully at the body of his companion. Bai asked his interlocutor in an incredulous voice, "Is he really a princess?" Tan froze at the unexpected question. He felt very embarrassed. Tan was very dissatisfied. He couldn't believe that there were still people who doubted the truth. The girl replied that it was all true. She began to push her body forward. The main character looked angrily at his companion. He didn't tell her anything. Bai coughed. He still felt very embarrassed. The main character said that there was no righteous energy visible in Sima's movements. His movements were eerie and unusual. The princess replied that cultivators come from the mountains and recruit disciples. They no longer interact with people. They learn everything about the Qingming sword sect from ancient books. The main character asked his interlocutor what her real name was. The princess of the Shanchuan country answered the guy that her name was Tang Ruowei. The main character said with a smile that his new girlfriend has a beautiful name. Bai told his girlfriend that if she was in trouble, he would do everything possible to help her. Tan asked her friend, will he come back after he has collected all the necessary herbs? The main character explained that he wanted to go to the capital of the country, Shangshuan, to look for herbs there. The guy said that he was very interested in the royal teacher from the Qingming sword sect. The girl answered her friend that they were on their way again. The princess extended her hand to her interlocutor and said that they could go together. The main character and the princess continued their journey together to the country of Shangshuan. When they arrived at the right place, then everyone went their own way. Bai headed to the cultivator market. He was in the capital. The guy went inside the city. There were a lot of people in the market. The main character looked around carefully. Bai looked in all directions. The market turned out to be very interesting for him. The main character left the store. It turned out that the herbs he needed were in short supply. Bai looked dissatisfied to the side. He realized that only practitioners of demonism could buy medicinal plants in bulk. The main character thought to himself that many cultivators of demonism could appear in the capital of Shangshuan. Bai remembered that he was scanning the hideout of the Mother of the Corpses. He noticed that there were many dead in the surrounding area. Most of the victims had their blood drawn. The main character remembered the words of his colleague. He told him that very soon he would leave this dimension. The responsibility for maintaining the righteous path will be entrusted to him. Bai thought to himself with excitement that he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. The main character arrived at the city hotel. He said that he wanted to rent a room on the top floor. The worker showed the guest where his room was. Bai demanded that they bring him Qingmei wine. The main character went to the window and prepared to open it wide. Bai stood on the balcony and looked at the city. He saw many houses in front of him. The main character stood on the balcony. He activated the search for the consciousness of the immortal. A magical wave passed throughout the city. With her help, the guy wanted to find the people he needed. Bai decided to check the palace first. He was most interested in Sima Inbo. The servant brought reports to his ruler. The king sat at the table and wrote. Sima was sitting on the floor in deep meditation. He was completely absorbed in this process. Bai sat with his eyes closed. He hasn't found anything suspicious yet. The main character saw how the princess got dressed in her room. She put something under her clothes. The girl stood and looked carefully at herself in the mirror. Bai could not understand what Tan had planted for herself. The main character thought that the practices of demonism had deceived the royal family, and now even the girl had to hide food. The cultivator reminded himself that he must now find traces of demonic practitioners. The main character carefully analyzed the lives of people in the city. He heard their conversations. Bai thought dissatisfied to himself that he had received a lot of useless information. At this time, the cry of a child was heard over the city. He called his mother in a frightened voice. The woman asked the soldiers to let her daughter go. Lan, one of the warriors, grabbed the girl. One of the passers-by said that the woman became a widow at a young age. Now her daughter has been taken from her to the judge's office for unpaid taxes. The old man said that all the money and her husband were taken from the woman. She doesn't even have a home and lives in a dilapidated building. The main character was unhappy. He realized that in this country, children are taken away from people when they cannot return the money. The old man said that many children were disappearing. The Qingming sword sect kidnaps children to sacrifice to the swords. Now the woman and the girl may never see each other. A passerby said in fear that the Qingming sect is no different from demons and monsters who eat people. The main character listened to the conversations of passers-by and was very dissatisfied. The woman screamed for the soldiers to let her daughter go. The girl struggled and called her mother. The daughter continued to struggle and scream. She wanted to be returned to her mother. The daughter continued to scream and struggle. The soldiers carried her away in their arms. The soldiers stepped aside and held the girl. She was still struggling. The soldiers heard a suspicious noise from behind. They turned around displeased. The woman fell onto the pavement and hit her head in a bough. The mother begged, very frightened. She screamed for the officers to let her daughter go. The soldier looked displeasedly at his mother. Her grief did not affect him at all. The soldier explained that they must definitely move the girl. Otherwise, they will be fired. At this time, an unfamiliar boy ran up from the side, past the soldier, and hit him from behind. The warrior turned around and noticed that the ragamuffin had taken food out of his bag and began to devour it. The soldier annoyedly shouted to his friend that the child had stolen his lunch. The warrior grabbed the boy by the clothes and asked how he dared to steal his food. The boy wasted no time. He swallowed the bread very quickly so that they wouldn't have time to take it away from him. The stranger shouted to the soldiers that they could beat him if they wanted. The soldier did not understand where such an arrogant boy came from. The stranger shouted to the soldier that he had accidentally grabbed his wallet. The warrior could not understand how even the boy managed to pull out the wallet. The stranger suddenly bent his head and bit the soldier's hand with all his might. The stranger abruptly broke away from the soldier's hands and ran to the side. They did not have time to detain him. The boy turned around and looked cheerfully at his pursuers. He was holding the wallet in his hands. The soldiers ran at full speed to quickly catch up with the thief. The daughter sat in her mother's arms and continued to cry. She told the woman that she had a large wound in her head. The daughter showed her mother a small green box. It suddenly appeared in her hand. The mother stretched out her hands to take a closer look. The woman saw that he was holding a box of pills to treat injuries. A servant came in with a jug in his hand. He shouted to the guest that he had brought green plum wine for him. The servant turned around and carefully looked around the room. He didn't understand where the client was. The main character was in the city at that time. The soldiers were able to catch up with him. The boy was detained and thrown into a prison cell. They left him some food. The guard slammed the door and put a large lock and chain on it. The soldier said that the boy ran fast. The other warrior replied that they would use the homeless man to shut down the plan. The guy sat on the floor of the cell and listened as the guards walked away from him. The boy found himself completely alone in the cell. He sat on the floor and thought. The guy realized that the practitioners of demonism decided to ruin the reputation of the Qingming sword sect. Bai stretched out on the straw on the floor. He remembered that the soldiers had said that he would be sacrificed to the swords tomorrow. The main character remembered a moment about his daughter and mother. He wasn't sure if they could read the writing on the medical box. The main character realized that the leader of their sect was to blame for everything. Jew, he did not say anything about what was happening in the country of Shanchuan. The guy was unhappy. He noticed small insects flying around in the cell next to him. The main character was unhappy because there were a lot of mosquitoes in this place. He saw the moon through the prison bars. He decided to sleep and see what would happen tomorrow. The main character in the cell woke up the next morning. The soldiers grabbed him and pulled him along. The main character was still very sleepy. He could not come to his senses after the night. The soldiers carried the young prisoner into the carriage. The boy still could not fully wake up. The soldiers threw the still sleeping prisoner inside the carriage and drove him away. The boy woke up with great difficulty. He still couldn't fully open his eyes. The main character came to his senses and opened his eyes in surprise. He looked around. The guy was surprised to see that he was on the Great Square. Nearby was the royal palace of Shanchuan. The main character was scared. He realized that he would be sacrificed to the sword in the royal palace. Sima appeared. He told his subordinates to come back to him when they had collected a dozen. The subordinate bowed to everyone and said that they would not let him down next time. The boy looked at the man with interest. He could not understand how connected he was with the demonic practices of the Shangsuan country. Sima looked at the guy from above with suspicion. He studied it silently. The man realized that the boy looked very much like the white-haired guy he had seen before. The main character realized that he should behave naturally. He started laughing strangely. Sima looked at the boy and decided that his master would like such a gifted child. The man told the little prisoner to follow him. The boy ran after him. The main character thought that he should check up on Sima after he gets the chance. The man ordered that the young guest be taken to the bathroom first. The maids bathed the main character in a large bathtub to completely cleanse him. After that, 2 maids put a white robe on the boy's body. The maid told the boy that he could go home when everything was over. The girl led the young guest to the door of the large room. Bai looked there with attention. There were a lot of children inside the large room. They made noise and played. One of the girls turned to the side in fear. She noticed that someone had been brought to them. The children cheerfully rushed to the boy. One of the girls asked him to treat her with sweets. The guys ran up to the newcomer together and began asking him about everything. The children surrounded the guy and studied him with great interest. The kids very insistently wanted the main character to play with them. Late in the evening, guards with a flashlight walked around the estate. The main character was lying on the floor and could not fall asleep. He thought that pretending to be a child had become very tiring for him. In a dream, the girl asked her grandfather for cookies for her and her friend. The main character thought that in this place, children are not sacrificed to the sword. Instead, boys and girls take part in the great ceremony of heavenly worship. Bai thought that it was very good if the children were told the truth, but they could also be deceived. The main character remembered that small children are the favorite victims of demonic practitioners. Their souls are used to strengthen cultivation. The guy thought that they wanted to blame the Qingming sect for everything. The main character lay and looked up in front of him. He was busy searching for immortal consciousness. To begin with, the guy decided to look at a warrior named Sama Inbo. At this time, the man approached the closet in the room. He was looking for some book on the shelf. Sima, very joyful, found a book called Breast Shapes of All Countries. He decided to study it. The man opened the book and began to study it. He laughed joyfully to himself. The main character concentrated even more. He decided to watch something else. The guy's consciousness was transported to the royal palace. He began to look inside the building. The main character saw Princess Tang Ruowei. She was heading somewhere around the palace. The girl asked the king why he took 200 boys and girls for the great ceremony. The girl angrily told the ruler that they never had such a rule. She accused the king of listening to his spiritual advisor. The emperor slowly placed a saucer with a cup on the table. He told the girl that they suffered from natural disasters. Now the well-being of the nation is at risk. They can change their fate only with the help of sacrifices. The girl was very unhappy. The ruler answered her that he wanted to say something else. Tan was dissatisfied and asked the emperor what else he wanted to say. The man said that in their country they love curvy girls. He added that the princess was a disgrace to herself and the entire royal family. Tan was very angry. She looked displeasedly at her ruler. The main character realized that the girl's breasts were very hard and flat due to genes. The man told the girl that he had found a good husband for her. Her fiancé's mother was curvy. The emperor said in a serious voice that the princess's husband could be Sima Yingbo. The princess was very surprised when she heard about Sima. The emperor answered her that she understood everything correctly. The man told the girl that Sima Inbo liked her. The ruler told the surprised girl that he himself felt it all that way. The main character was lying on the floor. The girl next to him hooked her hand on it. The guy was surprised to himself that Sima wanted to marry the princess. Tang displeasedly shouted to the emperor that she did not want to marry Sima. The ruler looked sternly at his daughter and said that he could understand her. The emperor ordered the servants to quickly lock the girl in the room. The ruler explained to the girl that she must make a sacrifice for the sake of her family. The guards asked the princess for forgiveness. The girl shouted to the king to wait. Tan looked at the man and told him with tears that she was very disappointed. The main character tossed and turned on the bed and could not fall asleep. He did not understand why the princess should be like this. Bai thought in surprise that in reality breasts turned out to be so important. The guy continued to lie in his place on the floor. He looked ahead with great surprise. The guy remembered that he had to save one more person. Sima has already hidden the book. I had to see what he was doing. The main character took a closer look at Sima's house and noticed that the man had already gone out into the street at a late hour. Bai saw the man as he walked down the street. He closely followed his movements. The main character was surprised to notice that the man was heading to the Shanshuan cemetery. A dark aura appeared above the building. The main character realized that there was negative energy in this place. Bai was surprised to hear a suspicious noise from the side. He realized that someone was approaching. The main character froze abruptly and calmly in his sleeping place. The doors to the room opened. Someone outside carefully examined the children and counted them. The stranger said they were all here. The main character realized that the maid checked if all the children were in place. She stood near the door. The main character moved his consciousness with great attention along the streets of the night city. The guy looked carefully for the sim. The streets were deserted, and he could not find the man. The girl in the dream reached out to her friend and hugged him. The guy thought that he spent a lot of energy playing with the children today. The main character continued to play with the guys the next day. Outwardly, he was happy, but inside he was torn by anxiety. Evening came. The main character carefully looked through the door into the room. Bai left a small doll in his place. She could even breathe and had a pulse. The guy jumped out into the street and ran through the city at night. The area was deserted. The boy quietly ran barefoot past the building. It was dark all around. Suddenly, bright lights turned on in all the windows of the building. The guy was scared. The lights in the entire palace turned on. The main character stopped, frightened. The boy began to look around in fear. He decided to himself that he had already been noticed. The main character hid behind a column. He watched closely what was happening. A group of soldiers appeared. They were looking for the runaway princess. They were promised a reward for their capture. The main character realized with excitement that the soldiers were not looking for him. They needed a tan. Bai was frightened and realized that the princess had fled from the palace before the wedding. The soldiers were running all over the palace. They kept trying to find the runaway bride. The main character decided to quickly get out of the palace territory. He needed to disappear sooner than the princess. Bai saw a girl running next to him. He realized that this was the princess in front of him. The main character looked with interest and excitement at the girl running away. Loud screams of soldiers were heard all around. They found the princess and surrounded her. The whole group of warriors fled to capture the princess. One of them noticed the boy, too. The main character was scared. He decided that he needed to hide now. The sound of a horse was heard next to the main character. A soldier approached him. Bai stood in a fighting pose. A bright magical glow appeared around his body. A bright lightning bolt appeared in the guy's hand. He prepared to attack the soldier on horseback. The princess extended her hand to the guy and shouted to him to be careful. The girl ran up to the boy from behind and wrapped her arms around him to protect him. The princess grabbed the boy and threw him to the ground. The horsemen rushed past. The guards ran up with torches. They looked at the princess in fear. Warriors with torches stood around the girl. She was still holding the guy in her arms. The girl shouted to the soldiers that a small child was there with them. They could have hit him. The soldier asked the princess what she was saying. He demanded that the girl return with them. The girl looked in all directions with excitement. She shouted that she wouldn't just give up. The girl looked in fear in front of her and noticed that her young friend had disappeared. The main character was sitting on the roof of the building. He looked with interest at the people running from below. The main character was surprised to realize that Tan turned out to be a very good girl. She protected him from the guards. The guy flew high into the sky. He decided to go to the royal cemetery first. Bai ended up in the royal cemetery. There was complete silence all around. The boy walked slowly along the dark corridor. He noticed doors in the distance in front of him. The main character saw a glow in front of him in the corridor. He found the right room for him. The guy stood in front of huge, massive doors. He didn't understand how Sima was able to get inside. The boy came up and put his hand on the door. He decided to go inside there. The main character stuck his hand through the bottom of the door. He said it was time to earn some extra money. Bai began to lift the door with great effort. Blue smoke immediately began to rise from below. The boy continued to lift the door up. At the same time, a strong crash was heard. The door was creaking very loudly. The main character continued to lift it up. The boy looked around in fear. He smelled a strong smell of blood inside. The main character lit a light in his hand. The door behind him crashed to the floor. The young hero was frightened and amazed. He looked around with interest. Large mummies hung from the ceiling. There was an altar in the center of the room. There were traces of blood on the floor. The boy said that in front of him was a blood array from the blood god sect. The boy stood and looked at the mummy under the ceiling. He said that to form the eye of the array, blood from the mother of corpses is needed. The guy could not understand what the demonic practitioners of the Shangshuan country were planning. The main character said thoughtfully that the practitioner of demonism had already escaped from this place. He had some connection with the royal family. The main character ran very quickly to the altar. He wanted to check it carefully. The boy grabbed the slab on top of the altar with his hand and began to pull it towards him. The main character looked in surprise and saw with him an empty recess in the floor. The guy jumped into the center of the platform with a pentagram. He activated the search for immortal consciousness. The main character looked around. The pentagram beneath him began to glow brightly. Bai looked in front of him and said with excitement that there were more arrays below him. The main character realized with fear that the practitioner of demonism wants to strengthen the cultivation and sacrifice 200 children. The floor under the protagonist's feet suddenly began to crack. The building began to crack. The boy shouted that he would punish anyone who dared to do this. He threatened that he must destroy evil and help the weak. A strong earthquake affected the entire royal complex. Noise was heard everywhere. The soldier was surprised. He did not understand what kind of noise he heard in front of him. Another warrior said it was an earthquake. The main character fearfully and slowly pulled his hand to the side. He decided to leave. The boy looked ahead with excitement. He extended his hand to the side of the altar. The main character began to slowly rise to the side. He gradually restored everything. Guy went to the wall. He decided that he must find out who the practitioner of demonism is. Very soon the day of the ceremony arrived. Servants and warriors carried expensive things on trays. The ruler said during the ceremony that their country was founded 1,200 years ago. The children stood and listened attentively. The emperor said that thanks to their ancestors, they live in prosperity. The ruler told the people that demons had caused them a lot of problems lately. Ordinary people suffer, who are his own daughters and sons. The emperor said that today he wanted to make a sacrifice to heaven. He hopes that their ancestors will bless them. The emperor approached and took the smoking sticks from the priest's hands. The priest bowed to him. The ruler carried the sticks in his hands to the altar. The princess watched him carefully. The girl was unhappy. She silently and contemptuously glanced at the emperor. The emperor looked down at the people and told them that the ceremony was beginning. The ruler told the soldiers to take the blood of 200 children and greet the ancestors. The soldiers replied that they would do so. The girl was very scared when she heard the words. She screamed angrily. The priest said in a confident voice that their ancestors would be able to come out of the tombs. The princess fearfully asked the king and his advisor, "What are they talking about now?" The girl was surprised. She didn't understand what was happening. A man came up from the side and told her to calm down. Sima slyly told the princess that the great ceremony would begin now. She must prepare to meet her ancestors. The girl screamed in fear for General Zhang or Zhao to stop Sima. The general was silent. He looked ahead and did not answer the princess. Black clouds appeared in the sky. The soldiers stood still. Sima approached the altar. The man bowed and said that everyone should greet the master. The people around bowed and began to greet the master in unison. A very bright flash was suddenly heard in the sky. Lightning flashed. The princess was very frightened and screamed. She didn't know what to do now. The main character stood and looked ahead in fear. One of the children screamed in fear that he couldn't move. A very bright lightning bolt from the sky struck the top of the building and blew it apart. People bowed. They stood silently with their eyes closed. There was a magical light. The emperor and his henchmen joyfully looked ahead. The girl covered herself in fear with her hands. At this time, an evil laugh was heard. There was a bright red light on the roof of the building. An evil demonic ruler has appeared. He walked out of the building and said the name of the country, Shangshuan. Emperor Tang Jushi joyfully shouted to the people that he had returned. He looked at them angrily. The children got scared and cried. They could not escape or save themselves. The main character was scared. He recognized the Jushi emperor in front of him. Jiaoshi came out and looked at the people. The warriors bowed before him and greeted him. The princess fearfully told the emperor that she had seen him in pictures before. The girl said in fear that she saw in front of her the supreme ancestor of the martial arts emperor Tang Jushi. The ruler looked at the people with an angry look and asked if they were glad to see him. The children stood and cried in fear. The main character joyfully told the emperor that he was glad to see him. The guy shouted angrily that he could finally catch the evil demon. The emperor asked where the food he asked to find was. Sima answered the ruler that everything was ready. The priest pointed his hand to the side at the children and said that they were all here. Jushi looked ahead with satisfaction. The ruler looked at the crying children and told the soldiers that they had done a good job. The emperor extended his hand forward and said that he needed blood.
Sima shouted in an angry voice to his subordinates to quickly bring blood.
The warriors took out their daggers and shouted to the commander that they would do anything for him. The children were scared. The soldiers stood and held swords near their heads. The guys screamed in fear. They realized that the soldiers could kill them now. The main character could not understand why the practitioner of demonism uses such a method. At this time, one of the girls from the side called the main character by name. The girl screamed in fear to her friend not to be afraid. She promised to protect him. At this time, the princess ran up from the side. She shouted to the soldiers to wait. The girl ran up to the former emperor and asked how he could offend the residents of Shanshuan. The princess asked Jushi, did the current ruler really allow him to do this? Jushi replied to the princess that citizens themselves should willingly sacrifice their lives for him. The emperor angrily said that it was a great honor for people to become food for him. This will improve cultivation. The princess angrily asked Joshi, was he really the emperor of Shanshuan and how could he say such things? The demon looked angrily at the girl and said that nothing would happen, even if he was not the emperor. The demon swung and hit the princess with his hand. He demanded that she adore him as a supreme being. After a very strong blow, the girl flew to the side and crashed into the general. Sima turned to the side. He looked at the princess with a hateful gaze. The girl was sitting on the ground and could not rise to her feet. The warrior stood calmly next to her. Jushi said that he always wanted to subjugate every living being in the universe. Therefore, his battles and conquests never ceased. The man stopped and looked at the people. The soldiers bowed to him. The emperor said thoughtfully that he realized that mortal people have their limits. The emperor said that he could unite the entire Gu region. He can also unite all mortals from 9 continents and 10 dimensions. There will still be people who will look down on him. The demon said that he could not withstand even one blow from these people. Jushi said in an angry voice that he should take a higher position than other people. The girl asked the ruler in fear, what does he want to say by this? The emperor said angrily that from that day on he would be immortal and rule the whole world. Joshi shouted angrily that he was no longer going to remain a common man. The ruler waved his arms to the side and shouted to his subordinates to begin. The soldiers swung their blades. The children were scared. They started screaming angrily. The princess ran up to one of the warriors and abruptly snatched the blade from him. The girl flew high up and rushed straight to the square in flight. The princess swung her sword and shouted for no one in the arena to move. The princess attacked the soldiers. They dropped their weapons from their hands in fright. The girl sped up and prepared to fight alone against the warriors. The princess swung her sword and tried to pierce one of the men with it. The girl was surprised. She noticed that the generals were fighting her off with their swords. One of the generals looked ahead blankly. He fought off the girl with his sword. The warriors fought off the girl. There was no way they could defeat her. The emperor stood and looked at it all in silence. Sima bowed to the master and said that the princess was very hot-tempered. Jushi looked at the warrior and said that he was only interested in cute girls. Sima obediently bowed to the ruler and thanked him for his instruction. At this time, the warriors were able to crush the girl with a powerful blow. She dropped the weapon. The 2 generals grabbed the girl by the hands and threw her to the ground. Sima told the girl that they need to maintain a high position and adapt to the situation. This is how they should behave. His Majesty's increased power will have a positive effect on Shanshuan. The princess angrily shouted to Sima that she was not like him. The girl screamed that the evil the emperor was doing would come back to him. Jushi looked at the girl with displeasure and interest. After that, he decided to turn to the Sima. The emperor told Sima that he could very soon reach the ascension stage. After that, the man would be able to use his immortal blood method for cultivation. The ruler angrily said that a man could eat a girl alive. Her blood would be ideal for building his foundation. The man was scared. He shouted to the emperor that all his words were nonsense. Suddenly, a very loud noise was heard above the palace. A very loud crash was heard above the building. Sima was surprised and looked around. He did not understand where this sound was coming from. The emperor angrily asked who decided to stop them now. There was a very strong explosion. The fire engulfed the area where there were people. The bright fire touched all the children. After that, they exhaled in fear. The warriors were also very frightened. They saw that the fire was heading straight towards them. The powerful shockwave threw the soldiers far to the side. The children remained unharmed. The guys stood there exhausted. They quietly said to themselves that they were unconscious. Children lay unconscious in the square. The main character stood on his feet and looked ahead. The princess sat down on the ground. She noticed that the generals next to her were unconscious. The emperor looked in front of him and was very surprised. He saw someone walking towards him. The main character slowly walked forward in the direction of the ruler. He had already begun to transform into his adult form. The guy's body was cracking a little. He wore his usual clothes. There was a bright glow around the main character's body. He slowly walked towards the emperor. The ruler, along with other people, stood silently and looked at the warrior in front of them. The princess, scared and excited, asked the Bai, what was he doing here? The main character said in an angry voice that the cultivator of demonism is not particularly shy about talking about serious things. After that, the Bai sharply extended his hand to the side. He decided to tell the emperor something. The main character shouted angrily to the demon that he should not underestimate the foundation construction stage. The emperor said that he could teach others how to ascend to the foundation building stage. The main character asked the ruler if he himself had reached the stage. The Bai pointed his hand at the ruler and said that there were a lot of shortcomings in his array. He explained that the emperor did not even know how to adapt his array to the current circumstances. The main character angrily told his interlocutor that he had reached the stage of building the foundation only thanks to a successful coincidence of circumstances. The demon thought. He realized that the guy's words actually had some meaning. Sima whispered to the master that the person in front of him was only at the stage of chi purification. The emperor looked closely. He studied his interlocutor with great attention. The ruler realized with excitement that the main character really did not have a true spirit. The emperor laughed evilly. He realized that the warrior in front of him was only in the chi refining stage.
The ruler angrily shouted to his interlocutor that he himself was one step away from reaching his next stage.
The emperor explained that he did not need to do anything with his own hands. He will give the order and the Bai's head will be cut off immediately. The main character thought. He remembered the words that he was only at the chi refinement stage.
The emperor commanded his subordinates to quickly deal with the chi purification stage cultivator.
Warriors from all sides ran up with weapons and surrounded the main character. The main character found himself completely surrounded. The princess stood next to him. The girl knelt down. She grabbed the sword and lifted it from the ground. The princess shouted to the main character that he was just a fool. He had to soberly assess his abilities before killing demons and seeking justice. The princess explained that there were several thousand soldiers around them. Among them, there are many experienced craftsmen. There are also monarchs nearby with a high level of skill. The main character calmly grabbed the blade with his hand and took the sword out of its sheath. The main character said in an angry voice that the warriors around are just insects. The emperor shouted that he had many fighting monks and generals. They are all at the stage of chi purification. The ruler said that his rival would not be able to fight him. The ruler ordered the soldiers to take the main character. The soldiers shouted in unison. Warriors from all sides with weapons surrounded the main character along with the girl. Bai looked around in all directions. His girlfriend stood behind him. The main character calmed down. He turned around and looked angrily at the emperor. The cultivator said in a cunning and evil voice that he still had the sword.
The ruler looked at his rival with hatred and shouted to the soldiers to kill him.
The soldiers unanimously shouted to the emperor that they would do everything for him. They rushed forward. The main character stood absolutely calm. He watched as soldiers ran towards him from all sides. Bai suddenly grabbed the handle of the blade. He prepared to fight off the warriors. Bai swung the ball and prepared to hit the attacking soldiers. The main character swung his sword in all directions in front of him with very fast movements. The emperor was amazed. He couldn't believe the guy was killing warriors so efficiently and quickly. The ruler was surprised. He silently, and with surprise, looked at the actions of the protagonist. Bai swung his sword in all directions very quickly. The soldiers could not reach him. The main character hacked at the soldiers around him with his sword. They could do nothing against him. Bai began to spin faster and faster. He scattered the warriors far away from him. The main character chopped the soldiers with powerful blows, and they scattered far to the sides. Soldiers and children were scattered in all directions by the powerful blows. There was a yellow glow around the guys. There was extensive destruction around the main character. The soldiers flew in all directions and upward. The emperor was very angry. He looked at the main character with great hatred. Sima covered his face with his hands. There was a very bright glow around the Bai. He scattered the soldiers far and wide. After a powerful blow, the soldiers scattered upward and rose into the sky. The clouds above the palace parted and the sun appeared. The soldiers were still flying upward. The princess was surprised. She looked at her friend with fear and excitement. After flying upward, the warriors began to fall very quickly and sharply to the ground. The area was littered with the bodies of soldiers. The princess realized that all the warriors had lost the battle. The main character told his girlfriend that he was a cultivator from the Qingming sword sect. The princess realized that her friend could indeed come from the sword sect. Sima asked with excitement, "Was this really the stage of chi purification?" The frightened emperor stood next to him. The man said in a frightened voice that there were several thousand soldiers against the main character. The ruler said in an angry voice that the cultivator knew a lot and was well known in narrow circles. That's why he has unusual abilities. The demon said angrily that the chi refining stage has limitations. The main character spent a lot of energy on the attack. His weapon was destroyed. The main character stood in the middle of the square. The ground beneath him cracked and his sword was broken. Sima took a closer look and noticed that the main character only had the handle of the weapon left. The man felt a very strong feeling of fear within himself. He was still looking at the Bai. The main character calmly threw aside the fragment of the sword from his hand. After that, the cultivator suddenly began to disappear somewhere very quickly. The man was scared. He couldn't keep track of where the main character had just disappeared. Bai ran up to the man and hit him in the chest with his fingers. The Emperor was angry and surprised. He realized that the main character had just finished off the sim. After a sharp and unexpected blow, the man screamed in fear. Sima could no longer stand on his feet. He fell to the ground in front of the main character. In a dying voice, the man asked the guy to spare him. At the last moment, Sima said that he had no choice. The cultivator replied that there was a choice. The main character explained that his interlocutor simply decided to give up and obey. The man was dying. Bloodstains appeared on his body and face. He could no longer breathe. Sima fell to the ground dead. The emperor next to him was very afraid. The protagonist said with a smile that he had just used the blood-thickening technique from the blood god sect. The ruler angrily asked the guy how much life chi he had left. The main character answered in a calm voice that he had not yet moved on to the stage of constructing the foundation. Bai stood opposite his opponent in the square. They were preparing for battle. The main character looked angrily at his opponent. The emperor prepared to attack him. Jushi opened his mouth and attacked the guy with 1,000 shots of sacred blood. The main character stood calmly and watched as his opponent attacked him. The cultivator extended his hand forward and calmly stopped the flow of blood in front of him with it. Bai calmly crushed the blood vessels with his hands. He asked his interlocutor, was this really his signature move? The emperor looked angrily at his rival. He prepared to attack further. The emperor took out a small red box from behind with his hand. He squeezed it. At this time, unexpectedly, the flags from Sima's clothes flew to the side and rose up. The flags went up and a bright fire appeared around them. They flew to the side. The main character stood and did not suspect that danger was flying towards his back. The emperor used the blood cocoon flag against his rival. The ruler looked angrily in front of him. He decided that he would now hit his opponent. The main character suddenly tensed up. He spat a huge wisp of flame from his mouth. A very bright fire came out of the guy. He burned everything in front of him. With the help of bright fire, the main character stopped the sharp flags flying at him. The guy extended his hand and managed to grab the flags. They did not harm him. Bai began to tear the fabric from the flags and throw it on the ground. The emperor looked at him angrily. The cultivator said angrily that he used a secret martial technique against him. The emperor realized that he now needed to get out of this place as quickly as possible. The demon got angry. Huge red swirls appeared around him. Suddenly there was a very bright red explosion. Everything around began to be splattered with blood. The main character unexpectedly extended his hand forward and managed to grab his opponent. Bai asked the monster in fear if he really decided that he could run away now. The emperor angrily told his rival that there was no point in them conflicting with each other now. The main character calmly closed his eyes. He prepared to launch an attack. Bai began to wave his arms very quickly in all directions. The demon was scared. The ruler was frightened to realize that the guy had used magic against him called dried blood and the broken souls of thousands of immortals. The emperor felt that he had received a very strong blow to his body. He screamed loudly. The ruler's body was burning very badly. He continued to scream loudly. The main character continued his powerful attack. The clothes on the emperor's body began to burn. Jushi shouted loudly. He felt as if he were burning and his strength was losing. The effect of the magic stopped and the emperor was thrown far to the side. The main character extended his hand forward. He managed to grab his falling opponent with it. After that, the Bai sharply swung his hand and threw the demon far to the side. The emperor lay on the ground and showed no signs of movement. The princess stood on the side and looked at all this. The main character joyfully turned to his girlfriend and said that evil must be defeated. Bai explained that the evil emperor was the first to order the soldiers to attack. The princess looked at her friend with admiration and thanked him. The girl turned around and noticed how the king gradually began to come to his senses and get up. The ruler stood up and said in an exhausted voice that he had a headache. The girl called him. The princess ran up to her father and asked if he was okay. The main character explained that now everything will be fine with the emperor. The main character explained that the ruler could turn into a walking dead man, as happened with the soldiers. Bai turned sharply and began to climb up the stairs. The girl looked at him with interest. The princess told her friend that she wanted to express her gratitude to him. The main character stopped. He listened to his girlfriend's words with displeasure. Bai felt dissatisfied and irritated. He decided to go about his business. In parting, the cultivator told the princess that he wanted to purify the souls of those people who died a tragic death. The main character stepped aside. He used magic to move through the earth. The guy began to move down very sharply. After that, he fell into a deep dungeon. The cultivator found himself in a deep dungeon. He looked around carefully. The guy saw a lot of tormented souls down in the dungeon. There was no way they could be reborn. The main character looked around. He realized that he would need to destroy this array. He decided that it would be easy for him. With the help of special methods, it would also be possible to purify the souls of the dead. The boy's hand began to glow. He shouted to the souls to get out of the abyss of suffering and get on their way to the next life. After that, the man snapped his fingers. A bright glow appeared around his hand. The monsters felt a surge of strength. They began to walk towards the man. The main character stood and was silent. He looked with interest at the tormented souls around. Bai looked to the side. He realized that a large array had been destroyed. At this time, souls from all sides began to run towards the person. The main character stopped and carefully looked back. He realized that someone was standing behind him. Bai looked closely and noticed his old acquaintance, the collector of souls. Lin looked dissatisfied at the man and asked why he called him. He asked if the main character really wanted to go to the underworld with him. The main character pointed to his interlocutor with his hand at the souls around him. He said that there would be work for the Tench here. The collector said that there are a lot of souls around. They died before the date indicated in the Book of Life and Death. The main character explained that the demonic cultivator killed people, drained the cow and locked their souls. Bai tore the demon's soul into small pieces. Lin thought about it. He looked carefully in front of him at the huge number of souls. The soul collector threw aside the long chain. She began to little by little bind the monsters. Very soon, all the monsters in the dungeon were bound by the soul collector's chain. The main character told his interlocutor that he helped him this time, and therefore he deserves praise. Lin reminded his friend that he ran away from him very often and could no longer pay for it. Bai answered his friend that he understood everything. He thought to himself that he had many sins that were dragging him down. The soul collector lit his green flashlight. He told the monsters to follow him. The main character stood and watched with interest as the collector took the captives with him. Suddenly the line stopped. He wanted to say something to the main character in parting. The collector turned to his interlocutor and wanted to tell him something. The main character was very surprised. He listened to his interlocutor with great interest. Lin waved his hand goodbye to the guy and said that he could forget. The bound souls silently followed the collector. Bai stood aside and watched this. The main character could not understand why the collector first spoke and then fell silent again. The collector shouted from afar to the main character that he remained his target. Bai was very dissatisfied. He said in an angry voice that Lin was crazy. The main character prepared to go outside. He noticed that the palace was completely destroyed. Bai walked slowly towards his friends, who were still waiting for him. The main character looked ahead with interest. He noticed that familiar people were still standing near the entrance. The emperor bowed to the cultivator and thanked him for his help. The main character with a smile told his friends that although they were cheerful, he himself had to go. The ruler became very worried. He told the main character that he wanted to thank him. The guy explained to the ruler that he still wouldn't be able to give what he needed. He had words to speak to his spiritual advisor. The priest was very surprised. He could not understand what the cultivator wanted from him. The advisor was amazed. He asked the guy, "Does he really want to call him?" The main character and his companion went inside the mansion of the royal spiritual advisor. The Bai was holding a small magical green token in his hands. He showed it to the priest. The main character asked the advisor if this token belonged to the Qingming sect disciple who taught him everything. The priest replied that this was all true. The advisor said that at first he was an ordinary farmer, but the teacher gave him special prayers. Then his teacher was seriously wounded. The protagonist explained that the jade belonged to a member of the Qingming sword sect. The guy said that he would keep the pendant for himself. He advised that the advisor pay attention to his cultivation. It may reach the nucleation stage. The priest obediently bowed to the main character and said that he understood everything. The main character asked the man if he really advised citizens to raise taxes. The income from this was planned to be used to prepare pills. The advisor fearfully bowed to his interlocutor and explained that all these words were true. The Bai very sternly asked the priest, what kind of pills did they make? The man was surprised. The advisor stopped in fear. He could not explain anything to the main character. The main character swung sharply and hit the advisor on the head with his hand. This was supposed to help with awakening. The Bai explained to the man that he was under the control of the enemy's demonic possession technique. The man's memories are mixed up. Demonic possession is a high-level physical technique. It was created by a very talented patriarch of the demonic dimension a couple of thousand years ago. Demonic possession is different from other techniques. The target is quietly taken under control and will follow all the owner's instructions. The demonic patriarch used a similar method and forced some cultivators to enter the demonic dimension. Bai nervously asked his interlocutor if he was awake. The counselor responded fearfully that he should not have used the resident's money. The main character sternly asked the priest, what kind of pills did they create for Jushi? The advisor said fearfully that they used pills that he himself made, but he himself never learned how to make them. The main character with a stern voice demanded from his interlocutor that he show him the pills. The man extended his hands forward. There was a pile of brown pills on the palms.
The main character realized that there were yang strengthening pills in front of him. The guy realized that Jushi had problems due to his long stay in the dark, cold palace. Bai said in a dissatisfied voice that all this was a waste of resources. The main character told the man that he could already be half considered a member of the sect. He demanded that the advisor help the emperor. Justice must be maintained. Bai wanted to teach his interlocutor methods of strengthening immortals. This was to protect him from being affected by the control technique. When the main character finished all his business, he bought a horse and decided to leave the country of Shanshuan. Bai rode on a horse. He felt as if he had forgotten something. After that, he decided to return to the mountain. Suddenly, the horse under him began to gallop in all directions. He could hardly hold her. The main character kept trying to curb his horse. A girl rode up not far next to him and got off her horse. The girl looked after her friend. She was happy because he couldn't ride a horse, but still bought a horse again. The princess looked after her friend and said that very soon they would meet again. Suddenly, the girl felt a shiver run down her spine. She was shaking all over. The main character was riding a horse. He noticed how a bright and green glow appeared around him. The guy turned back with interest. He realized that someone was following him. Bai looked in front of him and noticed a collector of souls standing on the road. The main character asked the tench why he decided to come to him again. The soul collector angrily told the man that he had forgotten something. Lin asked the guy for what purpose did he go on a trip. The main character replied that he was busy with the foundation construction stage. The collector of souls stood and was silent. The main character also stood opposite him silently and sat on a horse. Suddenly the guy was struck by a guess. He realized that he had forgotten about the longevity pill. The main character excitedly asked his friend, "Is his time really up again?" The soul collector replied to the man that his time was over right now. The main character told the interlocutor that they could agree and extend the time. Lin asked him what he was up to. Demonic monsters appeared around. They prepared to attack the man. Lin angrily shouted at the guy that he would force him to admit his guilt today. The monsters rushed at the man. The princess was riding a horse. She didn't understand why their journey today was so gloomy. She did not see the bodies of the ghostly officers around her. The teacher conferred with his students in the sect building. He didn't expect that they would find geniuses during the qualifying round. The sect leader named Jue Yunji said that in front of him, there are two people who have reached the level of the heavenly vein. The girl told the teacher that he couldn't just look at the student's level. Ju replied that many low-level disciples had done hard work during cultivation. The head said that he himself had a low level. He decided that their students were suffering due to slow progress. The teacher reminded his students in a stern voice that they had a master. In the sword sect, it happens that students are disappointed with the slow progress. Then the elders tell them about the amazing master. After the story about the master's punishment, even the weakest students begin to study hard. After this, the disciples achieve a breakthrough. Liu told the teacher that the master might be offended if he used him as an example. Ju said with a smile that the master has a pleasant character. Qing reported that one student owes a debt to a man in white robes named Bai. The girl happily said that we were talking about their master. She said that the student belongs to the royal family of the Shangshuan country. The teacher said that he would never have imagined that their master would have a romantic relationship at his age. He asked his interlocutor what kind of student she was talking about. Qing said with a smile that the girl is very beautiful and elegant. Qing said that the disciple was not familiar with the cultivation dimension. She has a very high score and is second in the selection. The teacher slyly said that after such words, the younger sister should be an ideal lady. Ju happily remembered that the master still has a desire at his age. The teacher stood and fell silent. The students and warriors looked at him with interest. Ju calmed down and cleared his throat. After that, he sat down in his place. The teacher angrily asked his students what they thought about all this. The guy asked the master what he just meant. The teacher said that their master had worked hard for their sect for 3,000 years. He didn't have a lover who practiced cultivation. Students must show respect to the master. One of the guy's eyes lit up. He asked, "Should they create opportunities for the master?" Ju pointed at the student with his hand and said that he understood everything exactly. The teacher asked the girl Liu if she wanted to see the master in love. The girl answered the teacher in a shy voice that she wanted this. Ju asked his charges. Where did the master go? The warrior said that the master had gone into seclusion to cultivate with the help of pills. He achieves a breakthrough. For now, you cannot disturb the master and wait for him to reach the stage of constructing the foundation. The teacher said that they have been following the master for hundreds of years. His solitude never lasted more than 3 days. One of the warriors thought displeasedly that if the master had heard the teacher's words, he would have forced him to apologize. The teacher told the students that they would take the girl and go to the top of the 7 stars. They will wait until the master comes out of seclusion. Suddenly the master stopped. One of the students shouted that they had to stop. The warrior explained that the master must choose his love himself. Students should not interfere. The student said very unhappy that they could all get their ass kicked. The teacher told the third brother that he was always problematic. He demanded that his interlocutor go with them. Ju shouted to his subordinates that it was time for them to go. After that, they jumped up and disappeared into the sky. At the top of the 7 stars, there was a dilapidated building. The princess was heading there. The girl walked and looked around very carefully. She was looking for the main character. The girl was surprised to notice that some people began to appear around her. The princess was very surprised. She noticed that the people around were dressed like elders. The warriors walked together, beating their steps together. They wanted to see the main character. Ju stood next to his students in the same row. Behind them was the surprised princess. The guests said that they had come to meet the master. They wait for him to come out of seclusion. The thanes stood behind the group of warriors. They were all waiting for the master to leave his house. The princess was very surprised. She noticed the 7th elder nearby. The princess asked the girl, "Where are they and what are they doing here?" Ching explained that they were near Master Bai's cultivation room. They stand and wait for him to come out. The princess was very surprised because the Bai was very respected in this sect. Ching explained that their master was a disciple of the founder of the Qingming sect. Bai himself is stronger than the entire sect. The princess asked her interlocutors why the master was still at the stage of qi purification. The soldiers became very worried. They demanded that the princess be quiet. Ching explained to the princess that the master should not be reminded of growth in stage. I was very pleasantly surprised that Bai is really very cool. The sun rose high in the sky and time continued to pass. The students stood near the house. At this time, the doors began to open. The guests near the house were very wary. The students stood and looked ahead with excitement. Someone shouted that the master was coming. The main character calmly went out into the street. He looked very bad. The students looked at the master with excitement. They realized that he was not feeling well now. Bai turned to the side and slowly walked down the street. The students watched him with great interest and excitement. Main character approached the ancient ruins. He examined them with excitement. The guy bent down and began looking for a small pebble in the grass. He took it in his hand. After that, the master began to make cuts on the big stone, using a small stone. Very soon, deep and obvious cuts appeared on the huge stone. The princess asked with great excitement what the Bai was doing now. Liu told her interlocutor that many of the protagonist's students came down from the mountains and killed demons. Some monsters were difficult to kill, so they were hidden under the pagoda. One of the Qingming elders was put in charge of the purification. When the master moved, he carved a line every time the pagoda increased. The princess asked with fear why then only the big stone remained. The girl said in a sad voice that the pagoda had collapsed over time. Tan asked with excitement, "Have all the demons fled?" The interlocutor replied that that's what happened. The girl said that the master was in a bad mood. He transferred his anger to the demons and killed them all. The princess was amazed. She listened with great interest to the girl's story. The main character sat on a hill and calmly looked ahead. He was thoughtful. Tan looked at her friend with interest. He looked very powerful to her. At this time, a group of warriors decided to go to their teacher. People pushed each other very dissatisfiedly. They didn't know which of them should go. At this time, someone came up to the teacher from behind and kicked him with all his might. Ju, after a very unexpected strong blow from behind, fell to the floor. The teacher lay frightened on the ground. He looked up at the main character. Bai was absolutely calm. He turned his head to the side and looked at the man. The teacher looked at the master and congratulated him with a smile on his exit. Bai asked his interlocutor what he was doing here. Ju looked joyfully at the teacher and said that he had come here to greet him. The main character asked the teacher what he wanted to wish him. Ju was very excited. He didn't know what he should tell the master now. The teacher bowed to the master and said that he wished him to break through and become more resilient. The students were very unhappy. They didn't like Ju's wish for the master at all. The teacher was very worried. He didn't understand what he just said. The main character looked at the teacher very dissatisfied. He didn't like his words. Bai stretched his hands. He asked the teacher why he was now going all out. The main character explained to the interlocutor that he should be calm. He will show him today what it means. The main character beat the teacher very thoroughly and hanged him on a tree. The disciples stood on the ground below and looked at Ju hanging on the tree. Liu turned to her friend and said that he should just support everyone. The guy answered her that the master was coming. The main character asked the elders why they gathered in this place. The disciples bowed. One of them said that someone came to them and called the Bai by name. The main character was very surprised. He asked again, who could have called him? The student pointed to the side at the new girl who came to them. The princess looked at the main character and greeted him. Bai calmly asked Tan what could have brought her to this place. The master smiled slyly at the girl and said that she had succeeded in enlarging her breasts. The princess was very dissatisfied with the words of the master. She didn't answer him. The main character looked at the girl and said that she had succeeded in breast enlargement. The elders were very surprised. They began to examine the princess's body very carefully. The princess was very upset. She gave herself the attitude that it was as if she had not heard anything. The main character asked the guest why she was here. Tang replied that she wanted to take part in the selection ceremony for the Qingling Ball sect, the main character thought. He stood and carefully studied the princess. The master warned the girl that if she joined the sect, then nothing would connect her with the mortal world anymore. He asked the princess, does she really want to become part of the sect? The girl explained in a dissatisfied voice that she might be the subject of a political wedding in the future. The main character asked the girl, did she really give up her luxurious life and go to the mountains to avoid a forced wedding? Tan looked at her friend with a very excited look and said that she had come for him. The elders and warriors were very surprised. They looked at the girl with interest. The main character happily called his girlfriend with him. He waved his hand at her. Tan looked at the master and explained that she wanted to see what his sect looked like. The elders approached the girl and began to explain everything to her. Someone thought that there was some hidden meaning behind the words Tan. The main character told the interlocutor that she is now a member of the Qingling Sword sect. He greeted her. The student asked the master not to call her mistress anymore. She explained that she would stick to the chain of command. The main character told the girl that even Xuan and the others could not talk to him correctly. The student smiled joyfully and answered the master that he said everything correctly. The main character was happy. He smiled very contentedly at his students. The main character suggested to his guests that they should not stand on the street, but come inside to him. The elders and disciples went inside the house together. They looked around. The main character told his guests that they could sit down. One of the elders noticed consciousness-raising pills on the table. The guest carefully took one golden pill and began to study it. He was struck by her smell. The guest said in surprise to the master that he had used many rites to stimulate the essential key and foundation building pills. The main character answered his interlocutor named Fu Yun that he was very smart. The main character said that there is a lot of purified qi inside him. It is very difficult to find an ingredient that would help change it effectively. Instead of wasting precious resources, he can simply stimulate his purified qi and allow it to increase on its own. Fu explained to his interlocutor that he could ultimately achieve not only a breakthrough to the first stage, it can also reach the foundation construction level. The main character said with excitement that he feels that he will make a breakthrough very soon. The disciples and elders were very surprised. They looked at the guy with great excitement. The disciple remembered that the master had just come out of intensive cultivation. He didn't understand why the Bai wanted to make a breakthrough again. Qing, I asked the master, what is he going to do next? The main character was sitting in a meditative pose. He said that he wanted to suppress his ascension to the next level. He wants to test if he can condense purified qi into liquid form. Tan, I asked the teacher how he could suppress his ascension to the next level. The main character looked at his interlocutor and explained what he would hold. Bai explained that he would hold everything, as if holding urine in the body. Qing was very surprised. She shouted and expressed her admiration for the words of the protagonist. The student asked the master, will he really not be allowed to exert himself? The main character calmly looked at the girl and explained that he wasn't tense anyway. The girl smiled joyfully and explained to the master that Tang Ruowai could become his student. The main character told the students that he himself was only at the stage of qi purification. One of them could take care of the princess. The girl happily told the master that they could all definitely trust him. One of the warriors said in a joyful voice that they had reached their level thanks to the efforts of the master. The students began to wave their hands. They also began to joyfully shout words of support to their master. The main character sat with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He looked at his students. Bai sternly asked the students what they were planning behind his back. The students fell silent. They turned sharply to the side and began to look at the street. The elders noticed Ju's unconscious body hanging from a tree outside. After that, all the students began to wave their hands and say that they were not up to anything. The main character explained that he first needed to find out his girlfriend's opinion. Bai asked Tang, does she really want to become a student? He explained that he was still only at the stage of qi purification. Tan was very surprised and worried. She did not know what she should answer to the teacher. The students around the girl began making gestures for her to agree. The girl was very clearly unhappy. She didn't understand why she should listen to people from the sect. Tan said that she agreed to be a student. However, she does not know much about the various dimensions of cultivation. Qing was very happy. She clapped her hands and said that these words would be enough. One of the students said that he would now bring a jade amulet and a uniform. Tan will stand out as the master's personal student. The main character was surprised. He realized that his students had prepared everything themselves in advance. Bai looked angrily at his students and said that they had become independent. The guests were very excited. They sat and looked at the master in fear.
The guy and the girls told the master that they wouldn't dare do anything bad. The main character explained that teaching Tan would only be a joy for him. He explained to the princess that the abilities of the entire Shangshuan royal family went to her. Tan said with surprise that she only learned about her abilities after touching the stone. The master explained to the girl that the spirit is not some kind of rarity. She can get it after a few heavenly enhancement pills. The main character asked where the second person with a heavenly level spirit was. The guy said that the second man had the spirit of gold. The sect leader took him as his disciple. The main character said that Jews should not be arrogant. The teacher must understand that heavenly level spirits mean nothing at all. Liu explained that they should not put pressure on the teacher. Otherwise, he can easily fall into despair. The main character told the guests that he was well aware of what they were telling the students about him. The guests were very scared. They sat and did not know what to answer the master. The main character said that he would keep the student for himself. His guests must return. They must deal with the daily affairs and problems of the Qingming sword sect. The elders headed towards the door. Someone said that you need to remember to take the teacher down from the tree. People stopped briefly near the door. After that, they prepared to leave. The elders headed together to the tree where their teacher was hanging unconscious. The guests grabbed and took with them the body of their teacher. They prepared to leave. After that, the elders flew up. One of them said that they needed to leave here quickly. The main character was left alone at home. He looked at the flying bowls in front of him. Bai explained that it was easier for him after the sect elders left. The main character told the girl that she can now call him teacher. The girlfriend smiled joyfully. She looked shyly at her teacher. Tan, in a frightened and shy voice, turned to the main character and called him a teacher. Bai was very pleased. He called the girl his obedient disciple. The student looked at the teacher. She felt irritated by his smile. Tan shouted angrily to the teacher that he should be a little stricter with her. Bai asked the girl with interest, "Why does she take this so seriously?" The main character looked at his interlocutor and called her by name Ruowei. Tan felt very uncomfortable. She had a strong feeling of tightness in her body. The girl sat and felt very constrained. The main character was opposite her. After this, the student jumped to her feet and said that she needed to go to the toilet. Near the entrance, a girl asked where exactly should she go. The owner explained that she should go straight and to the left. The girl left the room and slammed her door behind her. The main character joyfully said that if he behaves seriously, then no girl will stand it for long. Bai sat and thought to himself that he felt as if he had said something wrong. He felt severe pain in his chest. The next day, the third elder brought a new uniform and a jade amulet for the Tan. The protagonist's yard has been expanded. A house for the new disciple and a cultivation area were built there. After the ceremony, the girl joined the sect as a student of the main character. This was the first such case in my life. Tang immediately began cultivation. She was at the top of the 7 stars. The girl was sitting in a meditative pose. Teacher asked her if she knew what was most important before starting cultivation. Tan asked the master if her abilities were also important. Master explained that cultivation can be compared to constructing a tall building. The student's abilities determine the speed and method of obtaining raw materials. The teacher told the girl that the foundation is her body. To improve her foundation, she must improve her physical condition. The girl said that she had been training in the skills of the royal family since she was 6 years old. Her physical condition is much better than that of an ordinary person. The main character explained to the girl that she was his student. He will do everything to ensure that she achieves results that are better than his. The teacher told the girl that the skill she was training could not help her build a good body. Tan was very surprised. She excitedly asked the master, what should she do now? Bai extended his hand to the girl and told her to give him her hand. The girl pulled herself together and very carefully extended her hand to the teacher. Bai looked at his student and said that she might be in pain. She shouldn't hate him for that. The teacher extended his hand to the girl. He told her not to blame him if she got a little hurt. Tan put his hand to the girl's hand. They began the process of exchanging energies. A bright glow appeared on the body of the teacher and his student. The exchange of energies continued. The girl closed her eyes. She felt a surge of warmth inside her body. Tan realized that her ki energy began to circulate along her own meridians. Out loud, she said that she felt the swelling. The girl screamed in fear. She felt very strong pain in her body. The girl felt a very strong energy passing through her chest. Turbulence began in the student's body. She felt that the pain was gradually going away. After this, the student felt a very strong surge of energy in his body. Tan opened her eyes in fear. She realized that the transformation in her body was over. The girl realized that she was no longer in pain. The master answered her that they had already finished. The main character told the girl that he destroyed the black dragon cultivation in her. He also discovered a suitable technique for it. Bai handed the student a package. The main character was holding a package in his hands. He told the girl that he created this teaching together with a friend. They relied on the miracles that the ancient immortals left them. The student took the package in her hand and began to carefully open it. Then she began to read it. The girl realized that in front of her was a technique for creating a body and a training technique. The protagonist explained to the student that this technique would be useful in creating a foundation for her. Tan was very surprised. She asked the main character what his words meant. After that, the teacher began to tear off his outer clothing. The girl became worried. Tan, with excitement, asked the master what he was doing. Bai continued to take off his robe. Suddenly, additional human hands appeared from the side of the teacher's body. The main character explained that he was using a god-level technique. It is difficult to master, but it will definitely increase strength. If the girl continues to train, she will be like him. She will have a body that can quickly heal and change at her request. Tan was very surprised. She couldn't believe that her body could change at her will. The main character pointed at the girl with several hands and said that she has hope. The student was very scared. A very strong trembling passed through her body. The girl felt with great excitement that she now had magical power. The main character told the girl that she could master the cultivation technique. After that, she will be able to enlarge her breasts. Tan was very happy. She bowed to thank her friend. The girl continued to bow to the teacher. She thanked him and called him her mentor. Bai explained to his student that he was his master. He demanded that she stand up. Tan grabbed the package and carefully pressed it to her. She prepared to leave. The student grabbed the bundle and said that she would work hard on it. The girl headed to the side. She told the teacher that she would practice her cultivation. Bai said to himself that the main skill of outstanding education is to determine the student's obsession. Such obsession can be used as a stimulus for learning. The main character said that such a technique becomes increasingly difficult at a later stage. He remembered that to change his body he needed to reach level 50th. Bai was looking forward to the opportunity to find out what level the girl could reach. At this time, the disciple went to her home to begin cultivating there alone. Tan sat in a meditative position. She placed the manuscript with the teaching in front of her. Main character approached a separate building where his student was inside. Bai felt to himself that the girl had already mastered the first level. He realized that this was good. The teacher thought that the student's body should be processed by external forces. Cultivation begins from the outside and moves inward. Main character watched the student's training. He was worried that she would not overwork herself. To help and protect the girl from deadly cultivation, the main character prepared medicinal baths to restore the body. The teacher prepared for the student a pill to support the technique and all the necessary things for cultivation. The main character was sitting at a table. He felt like he was raising a daughter. The main character was sitting at the table. He realized that he needed to write down some supportive techniques for the student. He himself created most of the technical manuscripts in the sex library. Bai was sitting on the manuscript. He said that there was nothing suitable in the library, and he had to write a new manuscript for the girl. The teacher sat with a brush over the parchment. He got endless ideas when he started writing. The main character worked all night. Morning came and birds flew into the sky. After finishing his work, he breathed a sigh of relief. The main character was holding parchment in his hands. He said that it was as if he had accidentally created a new technique. The teacher looked at the manuscript. He decided to make a copy of it and take it to the library. The main character lifted the parchment in his hand and the manuscript began to glow. The bluebird emerged from the manuscript. She grabbed it with her claws and flew to the side. The main character said that he needed to find herbs and a suitable place for cultivation. He decided to take a look at Fu Yun's place. The people in the library became agitated. Someone shouted that the master had created a new masterpiece and he needed to hide it. Deep at night, the girl was sitting in her mansion. She continued her training. Tan yawned. In a very tired voice, she told herself that she was able to master the first level. The student sat and looked ahead. She said again that she was able to master the first level. Suddenly, the girl remembered that she was hungry. She focused on cultivating and completely forgot about eating. After that, the girl turned to the side and noticed how there was food on the table. The student was very happy. She noticed that all the food on the table was hot. Tan realized that her teacher was using magical powers to seal the food in heat. The girl looked closely and noticed how there was a note under one of the plates. The master wrote to the girl so that she should not be too extreme during cultivation. It may explode due to overload. The student was unhappy with the note. She tore it and threw it on the floor. The girl grabbed a piece of bread from the table. She noticed in it the image of the main character. Tan angrily grabbed the bread and began to chew it very quickly. She didn't like that she saw the guy's face. The girl was sitting alone in her house and shouted that everything was annoying her. The student decided to go down the stairs. She decided to take a bath in the hot spring. The girl decided that she would take a bath in the hot spring. The master told her about this place the other day. The girl approached a small pool and noticed that there were many monkeys sitting there.
The primates near the pool were very unhappy when they saw that a person had approached them. The student looked around carefully. She was amazed because she saw many monkeys around. The girl took off her outerwear. The monkeys looked at her with interest. One of the monkeys put his hand on his clothes. The student held her breasts with her hands. The girl very carefully placed her fake breasts on top of her clothes. Tan turned to the side and heard the cry of a monkey. It was a female. The girl looked displeasedly at the monkey and noticed that she had large breasts. Tan was very dissatisfied. She realized that even a female monkey has breasts. The student went into the water. She told herself that in the future she will also have a beautiful body. The girl looked across the water at her chest. She decided that she had gotten bigger. The student happily thought to herself that her breasts had begun to grow and would become larger. The girl splashed in the water. At this time, the monkeys on the shore became very excited. The primates suddenly became afraid of something. They ran to the sides with a loud cry. The girl heard a suspicious noise. She didn't understand what it was. Tan looked up in front of her. She felt as if a huge hall had appeared in front of her. A huge and high mountain began to grow right out of the ground on the shore. The girl was very surprised. She realized that the mountain was moving on its own. The girl was surprised to notice how the mountain itself took off and rushed over the ground. Tan was very surprised. She noticed how a huge mountain flew straight towards her. The girl noticed with great fear how a huge hill flew very low above her. The mountain was flying above the ground, and above it was a bright yellow pentagram. The mountain has moved to a new location. She very slowly fell from the sky to earth. The pentagram carefully placed the hill right next to the mountain where the girl was. Tan was very surprised. She realized that she saw the most powerful world in front of her. She decided to get out of the water and return. The girl was sitting on the top of her mountain. She got out of the water and headed to her home. Unexpectedly, the student met her teacher. She was very scared. The main character asked the girl if she had reached the first stage. Tan smiled at her friend and confirmed in return that she had achieved. The main character told the girl that he had planned a schedule for her new training. After she reaches level 10, he will take her to the mountain. There, he will impart cultivation techniques to her. The girl became worried. She wanted to tell her teacher about the new mountain. The teacher explained to the student in a calm voice that he himself had moved a new mountain from the west. The teacher said that the mountain is an ideal training area. 3 months later, in the morning, the main character came to see his student. She told him that he interrupted her training. The girl was very angry. She shouted to her interlocutor that she would make another breakthrough today. The main character told the girl that she was very obsessed with cultivation. Tan shouted that she wasn't finished yet. The main character pulled the student along with him. He explained to her that a big city was not built in one day. Tan with excitement, I asked my friend where they were going now. Bai explained to the girl that she reached the 10th level yesterday. He will teach her several techniques in the courtyard to strengthen her spirit. The student excitedly said that she wanted to learn skills that could change her destiny. The main character explained to the girl that she could learn to change her figure, but there would be no point in doing so since she would die. The student told her teacher that his words had meaning. She followed him. The girl walked with the main character along a large suspension bridge over the gorge. Unexpectedly, the girl felt some unusual feeling appear in her body. The student stopped and looked carefully at her hand. She had an unusual feeling. The interlocutor told the main character that she felt a little strange. Bai explained to her that inside her there was a spiritual root from a tree of the heavenly level. She feels closer to the Tao of the earth. The main character asked the girl how much she knew about cultivation in the spiritual city. Tan said that she had heard about building a foundation and forming a core. She knows that within the spiritual root there are 5 elements. The teacher told the girl about the detailed structure of the human body. He explained to her that he uses cultivation to overcome life and death. In the end, one can live a free and immortal life, getting rid of this world. Bai explained that the spiritual root shows how much a person can conform to the Tao. If a person does not have a spiritual level, this does not mean that there is no access to the great Tao. The girl said that there was a spiritual level inside her from the tree of the heavenly level. She asked if this meant that she could match the Tao well. The teacher began to tell the girls in detail that there are millions of Taos in the world. All 5 elements are part of the categories that their ancestors created. The guy said that now more and more spiritual roots are being discovered in the cultivation of peace. Bai informed for the girl that he took the heavenly pills to complete all the spiritual roots that they already know about. Tan wanted to ask, could she take at least 1 pill? The master answered her that heavenly pills are not suitable for everyone. Most people are at great risk if they take even one of them. The protagonist explained that separating the stages of cultivation shows how well a person understands the inner and outer worlds. The teacher explained in detail to the girl that her heavenly smoking house would help her understand all the processes faster. The teacher told the girl that the higher her stage, the more she would understand what cultivation is. The student bowed and said that she would take everything into account. Tang asked the master how he created the technique at the stage of chi purification. She wanted to practice the same technique as Bai. The main character explained to the interlocutor that she should move on to the next stage. Understanding the Tao will help her understand the technique better. The teacher asked the girl what she could do if she mastered a technique related to the earth. Tan excitedly said that she could use this technique to move mountains and fill seas. The main character said that the true Tao of the earth style is gravity. He decided to talk about it in more detail. The teacher spread his arms to the sides. He said that their ancestors classified various things into earthen style. The main character told the girl that one day she would be able to control gravity and influence everything. Thane will control all objects in the world at will. Very bright swirls appeared around the site. In the center stood the teacher with the girl. Suddenly, the hills around the mountain began to come to life and move to the side. One of the hills began to turn into a reptile. He rose and stood on his feet. The yellowish mountain turned into a huge dragon. He became completely alive. Several dragons came to life. They flew into the air and began to circle around the mountain. The girl stood and looked with admiration at the monster, which until recently had been an ordinary hill. Tan was very amazed. She shouted that all this impressed her very much. Bai told the student that late at night he had created a special technique for her, focused on manipulating primordial gravity. The man handed Ruowai a manuscript consisting of techniques related to the earth, so that one day even Mother Earth would become her weapon. However, the elder also couldn't help but notice that the earth technique had one small drawback. Mrs. Tang looked at the manuscript with interest, wondering in her hands what this flaw was. Chiron admitted that in the early stages, the disciple's cultivation was greatly limited, so she would not be able to use gravity. Of course, this would be decided once Ruowai reached the foundation construction stage, but the man could not be sure that this would happen. Bai reported this to his student, causing her to become angry because the teacher believed that she would be stuck in the chi refining stage with him. The elder remained calm and told her that he could not help but think about it because he saw that their paths were similar. This did not reassure Mrs. Tang, and the still irritated girl said that they were different because Chiron was a guy. Then the teacher put aside his seriousness and reminded Ruowai that if the brunette was in a man's robe, then no one would see that she was a lady. Bai's words offended the student, so she responded by shouting that she would never get stuck in the chi refining stage. Thus both cultivators were hurt by their opponent's words, but chose to retreat. The master decided to try to move their conversation into a more peaceful direction and proposed an argument. Lady Tang listened to Chiron say that with her talent, she would reach the 10th level of chi refinement in 6 years. Bai believed that during this time the girl could build the foundation, and if nothing came of it, she would have to fulfill his wish. Ruowai doubted whether to accept the offer, but decided to clarify what awaited her if she won. Without thinking twice, the elder promised to give the student a top-level flying sword as a reward. In addition, they decided that the master would fulfill any request of the brunette, unless it was something bad. Madame Tang was eager to win the argument, so she hurried to begin cultivation. From then on, Ruowei devoted all her energy to cultivation, hoping to win the bet with Chiron. Every morning, the patron spiritual beast woke up Tang and she began to practice creating her body and training the technique. The top of the dark stone was turned into a cultivation site, where gravity from top to bottom increased every 20 meters. The girl cultivated only at the top of the mountain, in an attempt to obtain the first flicker of life ki. In the afternoon, Bai accompanied the disciple to the Qingling sword sect, and at night he took her to take a medicinal bath of various herbs. During Ruowai's practice, there were some quarrels, but they never crossed the line. At night, Lady Tang went to the hot spring, and Chiron, as promised, resisted the temptation to reach the next level of chi purification. Thus, all 6 years passed unnoticed by everyone, and the time had come to announce the winner. During this time, Bai never found a way to compress vital chi, but created many high-level techniques. The master's mood was on the verge of despondency, because he guessed that Ruowai would soon achieve success. The elder was pondering the fact that he should prepare all the necessary materials when Lady Tang burst into his room. The girl beamed with delight and admitted that she felt as if she would soon build a foundation. The man looked at his ward, experiencing a whirlwind of vague emotions. Soon he managed to control himself and stood up from his seat, realizing that the day had finally come. Bai took out the scroll of the meditation technique that his master had once given him, and handed over the manuscript to Ruowai. The brunette went to practice, leaving the elder to prepare the foundation construction pill. For 3,000 years, Chiron had seen millions of pill recipes and tried countless of them. However, when it came to Lady Tang, he wanted to refine the famous Dao Qingming prepared for him. In their sect, students could exchange their credits for materials, and the points were counted for contributions to the sect. The master constantly saved many disciples and even helped an entire sect for a while. Thanks to this, the blonde had accumulated a huge number of points over the 3,000 years of his life. The man arrived in the city on his own for the first time in a long time, because Zhuo Yunji had always asked Zhuo Yunji to do so before.
Bai headed to a small store where points could be exchanged for material. Tsuran used his seal to have a special device count his points. The rest of the visitors were shocked when they saw the blond man's huge number of glasses. The elder did not pay any attention to those around him and asked for a huge amount of herbs. This then caused rumors that this was the real leader of the Qingming sword sect. Bai collected all his purchases and, completely immersed in his own thoughts, headed towards the exit. Suddenly, Zhou Yunji and Fu Yunzi appeared in front of him, attracting the master's attention. The sect leader didn't expect to see the elder at the foot of the mountain, so he asked why he came down. Chiron explained that Ruowei had almost reached a new level, so he had to create a pill for her new foundation. Zhu was excited by this news and asked his friend in disbelief if Lady Tang had really broken through. Fu Yunzi pulled the sect leader towards him and cheerfully reminded him that since his disciple had not yet reached the next level, Yunji had lost the bet. The master wanted to know what kind of dispute his brothers were talking about, but the guys began to actively deny that they were talking about something like that. The fourth elder turned the topic to the recipe for the elixir that Bai was going to use to create the pill. Tsuran did not hide the fact that he was going to use the recipe that his master had used years ago. The blonde understood that cultivation was in an imperfect state back then, so his teacher used the usual recipe. The sect leader listened to Kiran and tried to ask why the man chose the standard elixir, but Bai did not allow Yunji to finish, patting the young guy on the shoulder in understanding. The elder looked at Zhu carefully, admitting that he considered him and Ruowei very similar. Yunji was speechless for a second, trying to comprehend the information he heard from the master. And then the young man lost control and began shouting that Bai was going to use the student as a guinea pig. The sect leader fell silent only after Kiran hit the young man in the nose. The fourth elder watched as Zhu begged for his face to be spared and thought that Yunzi would never learn to think before speaking. An enraged Bai reminded the young man that a righteous cultivator must follow his path step by step. The blonde claimed that he was simply thinking about Ruowei's future, and the sect leader did not argue with this. Zhu again said another nonsense, which the centenarian met with a new wave of irritation. After that, Yunji flew out of the room, and Fuyun closed his eyes in disappointment. Over the next 2 days, Chiron was able to select a pill identical to the one he had taken many years ago. Under the gaze of the other elders, the blonde handed the pill to Ruowei and sent her to cultivate. Mrs. Tang decided to cultivate in isolation and thanked the master before leaving. Bei could only watch as the girl disappeared into the building, loudly slamming the doors behind her. The centenarian was overwhelmed with emotions, so he could not stop himself from sitting in the courtyard. The sect leader displeasedly noted that the master looked as if he was waiting for his wife after giving birth. On this note, Tsuran got tired of pretending not to see the elders and ordered them to come out of hiding. Yunji was the first to step into the light, awkwardly admitting that he had already finished researching the elixir recipe. Liu Yun suggested that Bai stop pacing and tell him why he was so nervous. The blonde had no intention of talking to the other elders, assuring them that he was in a difficult mood. Chiron reasoned that he would be happy both if Ruowei moved to the next level and if he failed. Qin Yun chuckled, although she believed that Lady Tang might be upset if she heard about this. After this, the elders went to attend to the daily affairs of the sect and returned to the top only when Ruowei was about to leave isolation. The second and the sect leader noticed how the spiritual qi was being absorbed, which meant that the construction of the foundation would soon be completed. Soon the guys carefully stared at the doors of the small building, waiting for the brunette to appear. Mrs. Tang opened the doors with a creak and froze in the passage, realizing that all the main people of the sect were meeting her. The master was completely focused and wanted to know if his student had made the breakthrough. The girl smiled slightly and raised her palm to demonstrate her success. As soon as Ruowei's hand was covered in qi energy, the brunette crouched down, striking the tiles on the floor. When Lady Tang removed her palm, the elders could see a clear imprint. The student watched with pleasure the shocked faces of the elders and chuckled at their reaction. The master was horrified by the realization that Ruowei's imprint showed traces of the true spiritual element of the earth. When Suren realized that everything was successful, tears flowed down the blonde's cheeks from disappointment. The next moment, the centenarian left the mountain, causing the indignation of the other elders. Late at night that day, the light was still on the mountain in the Jue Yunji manor. Mr. Bai was visiting the sect leader, draining another vessel of alcohol. The man was so crushed by the news that his student had surpassed him that he didn't even take a break. Thanks to this, a decent amount of empty containers accumulated on the floor next to his feet. Chiron shouted in annoyance, realizing the fact that Ruowei managed to build the foundation in just 6 years. Yunji tried to persuade the master not to drink too much, but this only worsened Bai's condition. The long-lived man pulled another vessel towards himself, telling the sect leader that he was trying to explain to himself that he was not so talented. The blonde aggressively tore the lid off the jar, indignant that he had been overtaken by his own student. Before drinking another portion of alcohol, Tsuran looked at the night sky, preparing to intensify his pain with wine. Zhu could only bitterly watch the waste of an expensive drink, mentally saying goodbye to several thousand spirit stones. In the end,
The young man was going to leave the master alone, knowing that he would cripple him if he talked too much. Yunji breathed in the fresh air, leaving the centenarian to drown his grief with alcohol. Suddenly, the seventh elder appeared in the sky in front of him, dragging Mrs. Tang with her. The sect leader couldn't believe his eyes, but was glad to finally see that help had arrived. Qin-yun and Ruowei bowed respectfully to the guy, greeting their elder brother. The brunette looked worried and asked Jui where her teacher was. The young man began to cry and pointed to the yard, telling the girl that Bai was emptying their alcohol supplies. Lady Tang was shocked when she learned that Churan had already poured out 30,000 spirit stones. Ruowei went to the centenarian to talk some sense into him, causing excitement among his senior comrades. When the student entered the territory of the sect leader's mansion, she immediately felt streams of spiritual energy. The girl guessed that she was in the air from the wine and understood why alcohol was so expensive. However, Madame Tang remained confident and looked at Bai with a stern look. Bai noticed Ruowei and hurried to congratulate her on reaching the foundation construction stage. In response to this, the brunette threw a scandal, accusing the teacher of not being happy for her. Jueyi and Qin-yun stood in shock behind Mrs. Tang, worried about her future fate. Tsuren again plunged into himself, but in a trembling voice admitted that he was happy to the point of tears. Ruowei demanded that the teacher pull himself together if their agreement was still valid. The blonde was forced to pull himself together, as he was known for never mincing words. Lady Tang pulled the master along with her to bring them back to the top of the 7 stars. Bai even thought that the disciple was going to waste her wish on such a useless request. And Ruowei had to remind her teacher that she was not that stupid. The brunette continued to drag the master along and shouted that he promised to make her a top-class flying sword. Qin-yun watched with a soft smile while the sect leader was confused. The elders decided that the next time Churan did not want to cooperate, they should call Ruowei. Meanwhile, the couple arrived at the 7 stars peak and Lady Tang confiscated the teacher's heavenly wine. The girl heard the master's indignation, so she irritably reminded him that she was still waiting for her sword. The centenarian could not argue with this, so he had to accept his fate. A second later, this fact surprised himself, because he realized that he was wrong and could not argue with Tan. He suddenly felt even worse when he suggested that the student was using the oppressive effect available after the transition. However, be that as it may, Bai admitted that he really lost the bet and must create the promised sword. To create the weapon, Churan used the obsidian of the western soils, the crystals of the celestial seas, and the magical meteorite of the wild lands. The master had been thinking about this sword all his life, and now he was forging it for his student. The next day the work was finished, and the centenarian went out into the yard to call Ruowei. The girl quickly appeared next to her and looked at the teacher's work with an admiring sparkle in her eyes. The weapon was indeed of the best quality, and Suran gave it the name Summoner of the Gods. The blonde asked Mrs. Tang to look after the sword as if it were her new husband or child. The student did not quite understand the seriousness of her mentor, but she did not argue with him out loud. The girl reached out and grabbed the hilt of the sword, about to finally receive her reward. But instead of giving up the weapon, Bai's hand clenched tightly, trying to hold it. The brunette struggled with the master, asking why he wouldn't give her the sword. When the man spoke, Ruowei heard the trembling in Churan's voice, which made her look at the blonde man. The elder could hardly hold back his tears when he admitted that he had always dreamed of having such a weapon himself. The student actively tried to take her reward from the master, not understanding why the man did not give up the weapon. The girl stopped only when Bai spoke, saying that he had always had a dream. Churan often imagined how he would reach the foundation stage and be able to go on walks with colorful flying swords. Ruowei was not particularly affected by the teacher's confession, and she reminded the centenarian that he made this weapon for her. Mrs. Tang continued to pull the handle towards herself until the blonde finally allowed her to take the gift. Immediately after this, the student cut her palm, staining the shiny blade with blood. It turned out that the brunette decided not to waste time and used the bloody pact spell on the sword. Thus, she had the opportunity to hide the gift away from the master in her internal storage. Ruowei was still filled with enthusiasm because now Churan could finally teach her a few strikes and moves. The long-lived man was not on the same page with her, but felt that he had an obligation to continue teaching Mrs. Tang. The blonde asked the girl to follow him, and they headed to the cultivation yard. Since then, the monkeys sometimes caused problems for the brunette, especially the female spirit animals. Some of them not only reached the peak stage of chi cultivation, but also had sword skills. Thanks to this, one of the females was able to beat her so hard that Ruowei's buttocks became red from the marks of the whip. However, when the girl complained to the master, Bai only laughed fervently at her all day. And now the time has finally come to teach the young lady how to knock the life energy out of others. Churan was going to tell the students some new cultivation methods, but Tang refused. The brunette said that she wanted to know how to protect herself, and the centenarian did not argue with her. The elder said that according to the rules, he had to give her the Qingming sword technique that his master created.
And then he added that he decided to create a technique for Ruowai that was ideal for the earth element. The girl prepared to watch the master's movements, preparing for the fact that she would soon be able to fight back the monkey. The blonde concentrated his chi and prepared to demonstrate a special blow. The man had not yet given it any name, but he believed that this moment was not the most important. With one sharp forward movement, the master cut the stone slab. However, his sword did not even touch the material in front of it, causing damage with the help of spiritual energy. Ruowai expected to see several more blows, but Bai remained standing motionless. This slightly surprised Mrs. Tan, and she decided to ask if he had demonstrated all the techniques. Surin looked at the student with interest, not understanding what else she wanted from a defensive combination. The girl admitted that after the ascension of the foundation, she expected to learn more than one movement. The man scolded Ruowai, explaining that a lot of magnetic energy and true spirit are put into the blow of a flying sword. Bai informed Tang that without a strong foundation, this blow cannot be mastered, and in fact it is stronger than it seems at first glance. The brunette looked at her weapon uncertainly, not fully believing that she could defeat everyone with one movement. The long-liver smiled encouragingly at the student, and asked why she needed so many other unnecessary techniques. Finally, the master promised that later he would teach the girl the skill of escaping and the palm technique. Thus, Ruowai spent some time perfecting her new strike. After Miss Tang had memorized the technique of the underground advancement skill, it was her turn to acquire new knowledge. The teacher was ready to transfer the sword seal cultivation technique to the girl. The brunette was surprised when she heard the unfamiliar name and waited with interest for the details. Bai boasted that he was currently the best in the realm of spells, and sword seal was his best technique. The student listened carefully to Tsuran because she was interested in learning more details. It turned out that today's youth are learning new magic, without even suspecting that spells are the most important thing. However, Ruowai guessed that the whole point was that even those who are at the stage of chi purification can practice spells. She assumed that Bai became the best because the magic was easier and the others focused on it, which greatly angered Tsuran. Expressing his indignation, the master reminded the student of her own shortcoming. However, the long-lived man soon pulled himself together and told Tan that spells must be better than magic, since they are difficult to study. The teacher also admitted that he has good intentions, because no matter what, he loves his precious student. The girl did not argue with the master, so the man decided to accept her silence as a sign of consent. Thus, Churan sat down opposite the brunette and prepared to explain the basics to Tang. First of all, the centenarian was going to give Ruowai her own seedling. Before doing so, Bai explained that practicing the spell requires a compatible energy force, which determines the strength of the spell. The master told the student about how once upon a time he independently obtained a seedling, risking his life. But the brunette didn't have to face such difficulties as the teacher simply asked her to extend her right arm. The girl considered everything that was happening a little strange, but she obeyed Tsuran without arguing. The blonde concentrated the necessary energy into his fingertips and brought them to Tan's open palm. When their hands touched, a quiet hiss was heard and energy flowed through Ruowai's body. At this point, the stage of transferring the concentrated sword flash seedling to Bai Churan was completed. The student looked at her palm, watching as the remnants of the seedling's energy disappeared into her body. Miss Tan was then ready to start training again, despite having recently left isolation. And now, 6 months later, the spiritual monkey from the mountain stopped Ruowai on his way to the top of the 7 stars. The animal actively bullied the girl, not suspecting that this time the student would be able to fight back. However, this time the brunette was also glad to meet her, and was not going to let the female go so easily. With a satisfied smile on her face, she asked if she really looked like a person who could be bullied. The next moment, a whistle sounded, and the small grain in the monkey's hand was hit. The female watched in horror as the halves flew down, trying to understand how this happened. The spirit animal heard a crash behind her, and found that Ruowai's blow had also cut through the tree. The female turned her amazed gaze to her rival, realizing that she did not want to get involved with the person. Lady Tang pointed the tip of her sword at the monkey, and was ready to defend her honor. The animal began to run, but the brunette also hurried to move forward. The female monkey rushed forward with all her might, trying to widen the gap between them. But Ruowai had long dreamed of taking revenge on the impudent animal, so she did not lag behind her enemy. The couple crossed most of the forest and jumped over a small stream. It is unknown how long the chase would have continued if the monkey had not stumbled upon a small rock ledge. The female planned to try to escape again, but was caught off guard by Miss Tang's blow. Ruowai crushed the rock next to the animal's head with one blow, content with the fact that she had caught up with her opponent. The girl gloated and told the monkey that the wheel of fortune had turned and now she would get what she deserved. After the fight, the satisfied student returned to the top of the mountain of 7 stars. The master noticed Mrs. Tang's high spirits and decided to ask if she was really having these days. The brunette was outraged and ordered the teacher not to say such things to her cute student.
The long liver focused on the girl's appearance and realized what the real reason for her joy was. Bai noted that he could feel Ruowai's true spirit flowing, and there was limestone present in her palm. Churan summed it up and admitted that it was the first time he had seen someone in delight after defeating the monkey. Mrs. Tang was offended and wanted to leave the room, but the blonde stopped her, admitting that he had prepared something important. The girl doubted whether she should listen to the master, but seriously considered his words. Finally, she sat down opposite the man and waited impatiently for what he had to say. Churan reminded Ruowei that since she had successfully built the foundation, now she would face trials. 3 days after this conversation, it was time to descend from the top of the 7 stars and begin the tests. However, it turned out that the centenarian also needed to leave the mountain, so they were together for a while. Despite this, Bai warned the student that he would not help if she faced a difficult opponent. Ruowei was curious about where they would go next, but Churan simply asked him to hold on tightly. The girl came close to the teacher, and the blonde also pressed the student to his side. The next moment, they pushed off the ground and soared into the air at great speed. From the outside, it was impossible to even see who was moving above the forest at the foot of the mountain. The long liver often moved in this way, since he never received a flying sword. But for Mrs. Tan, the journey turned out to be very exciting, and she screamed all the way until they landed on the ground. However, this was not the end of the journey, because the next moment Surin took off into the air again. The place from which the centenarian pushed off received a strong shockwave. However, with the help of jumping, the blonde quickly covered vast distances. About an hour later, the pair approached a bright yellow clearing that would be their last stop. The man sank to the ground with a crash and began to reduce the flow of his chi. The brunette was in no hurry to let go of the teacher and continued to cling tightly to his body. Ruowei opened her eyes when she felt the master let her go and announce his arrival. Madame Tang began to look around and asked where Bai had taken them. Churan informed the student that they had landed in the state of Tsang, Kingdom of Ding, which greatly surprised the brunette. Ruowei found it hard to believe that in less than an hour, they were able to cover approximately 200 miles. This fact brought the girl back to the realization that she was still far from reaching the master's abilities, even if she had already built the foundation. The centenarian asked Miss Tang not to be upset, promising that one day she would be able to travel at the same speed. After that, the couple left the clearing to enter the city before the start of the tests. They quickly reached the capital of the Kingdom of Ding, Chudan. It was a beautiful city dotted with cherry trees. The couple slowly walked along one of the streets of the capital, which allowed Ruowei to look around. Beautiful girls flirted with Shuren, inviting him to relax a little. Mrs. Tang did not understand what was happening and watched those around her with doubt. Suddenly, the master began to enter one of the buildings, and the brunette watched in shock at the name of the establishment. The teacher walked deeper into the realm of pleasure, while Ruowei tried to understand why they came to such a place. One of the girls warmly greeted the centenarian and asked him to follow her, shocking Tang even more. She gathered her courage and hesitantly asked why they came to such a place during her ordeal. Bai scolded the student for her stupid thoughts and explained that they had come to see a friend who would help them. However, the brunette still felt awkward being in the realm of pleasures. Then Churan decided to tell Ruowei that the establishment was the territory of the Hehuan sect. Lady Tang had heard of this organization before, and knew that Hehuan practitioners thrived on sucking the yang energy out of men. There were rumors that its members drained the energy of male shamans and locked women in dungeons until they became nymphs. However, Bai did not understand why Ruowei was afraid to enter, since no one would dare to harm his disciple. The blonde took the doubting girl by the wrist and pulled her with him into the establishment. Inside, dim lighting and many beautiful girls awaited them. One of them greeted the stately gentleman and asked what kind of girl he wanted. Instead of answering, the centenarian took out a red seal and showed it to the worker. The woman immediately recognized her as an icon of the Hehuan sect, an authority of the highest order. The employee was ready to provide Bai with whatever he asked for, so asking him to take him to the boss was not a problem. She left her workplace and asked the gentleman to follow her. Before setting off, Tsuran turned to the student and asked her to wait inside the building. After that, the blonde walked out into the courtyard of the Kingdom of Pleasure, leaving a confused Tang behind. One of the workers noticed the despondent state of the young girl and hurried to approach her. The stranger suggested that Bai had brought the righteous cultivator to them by force. She admitted to Ruowei that she used to be a cultivator too, until she met a demonic practitioner. At this time, Shuren was heading deeper into the territory of the establishment, preparing to meet an old acquaintance. The worker led him to the red doors and informed him that their leader was inside. They had to wait a little before a woman's voice allowed the guests to go inside. The pink-haired beauty did not look at the guests, pouring tea into cups, preparing for a warm welcome. The centenarian greeted softly, attracting the attention of the Hehuan sect leader. Su Xiangshui looked up to see the source of the noise because she did not immediately recognize the voice. But the sight of the man very quickly made the girl open her eyes in shock and recognized Suran.
Bai sat down opposite the leader of Hewan and admitted that he thought he would find her in the realm of pleasure. The pink-haired girl lowered her head gloomily and remembered that they had not seen each other since the centenarian killed her master. Chiron took a sip of tea and suggested to Xiang Shui not to pretend that she was not the one who gave up her teacher's location. Su snorted offendedly and stated that it was not her fault that the woman planned to use her as a tool to harvest yang energy. The long liver turned the topic to his student who was about to face her trials. Sect leader Heihuan froze in place, pondering the information she had heard, trying to comprehend that Bai had become a teacher. Xiang Shui did not hide her surprise when it finally dawned on her that Chiron's ward was a girl. The blonde didn't quite understand why this news struck his old friend so much. Su tried to remain calm, although in reality she was filled with curiosity. The pink-haired girl decided to focus on Bai's request, telling him that she had a suitable mission. The long liver was not surprised when he learned that the matter would be connected with the royal family. Xian Shui told him about the idols, explaining that they were a bunch of beautiful singing and dancing girls. The elder compared them to geishas, the only difference being that idols sell their talent. Su also said that the prince was killed 3 days ago, so the king offered to give a reward to the one who catches the killer. Chiron wondered if the culprit was an ordinary martial artist or someone from the cultivation dimension. The pink-haired one reminded that martial arts are valued in the kingdom of Ding, and an ordinary master would not be able to kill the prince of such a country. This information was enough for Bai, so the centenarian stood up from his seat and thanked Su. The leader of the Heiwan sect was a little disappointed that the centenarian was leaving her so quickly. However, the realm of pleasure reminded the elder of Master Xian Shui and brought back unpleasant memories. On this note, the couple said goodbye and the gate closed behind Suran, leaving the girl alone. The pink-haired girl felt resentful again that the elder had left so quickly. However, she quickly pulled herself together and decided not to waste time on negative emotions. Instead, she clapped her hands, calling one of her subordinates into the courtyard. Black smoke swirled in front of the table, and a girl appeared in front of the Heiwan leader. Xian Shui ordered her subordinate to follow the cultivators and find out more about Bai's disciple. The girl immediately began to carry out the assignment and disappeared in a cloud of black smoke. Su was eager to find out what it was about the brunette that she was able to hook Chiron like that. At this time, the centenarian was heading out of the establishment when he noticed Ruowai in the gazebo. A stranger was sitting next to Mrs. Tang, but the blonde didn't pay much attention to her. The man told the brunette about the new task, but the student turned to him all in tears. The long liver decided that the stranger had offended Ruowai, but the cultivator hastened to defend her new friend. Through sobs, Mrs. Tang explained to the master that her sister was talking about her tragic past. The blonde guessed that participant Heiwan had not told the naive girl the whole story. Therefore, he himself told the student that the poor girl studied the sect's technique and then returned to take revenge on her offender. Ruowai was shocked, so the centenarian reminded her that not all people are good. In addition, Mr. Bai said that the real clients of this place are the students of the sect. After the new information, Mrs. Tan was angry and cursed at the stranger for lying. However, the girl did not think that she was wrong, and even suggested that Chiron send Ru away to them when the man got tired of her. The long-lived man admitted that he does not practice demonism, and in fact they are both from the Qingming sword sect. The sister thought the blonde was funny, and began to say that only one person has a sign of authority of the highest level. However, she suddenly broke out into a cold sweat when she began to mentally connect the facts. Tsurin decided to dispel the doubts of his new acquaintance, so he told her his name. The stranger hurried to run back, greeting the real Mr. Bai with fear. The long-lived man only laughed and suggested that the student go on a decent mission. The master led Ruowai along while the cultivator looked with interest at the reaction of her new acquaintance. The brunette decided to directly ask why the student of the Heihuag sect was so afraid of Tsuran. The elder replied lightly that he had killed the previous leader of the sect, and since the man saw no point in staying in the establishment any longer, he declared that it was time for them to go to the city. Thus, in a short time, the couple found themselves at the Baiyuan city gate. The guards met the cultivators, but before allowing them into the place where the rewards were collected, they demanded a letter of recommendation. Ruowai was surprised, because she didn't expect that in order to register to search for the killer, you need to provide a letter. One of the guards reminded the brunette that we were talking about the murder of the prince, and the reward was ordered by the king himself. Mrs. Tang turned to the master, hoping to get help from him, but, as promised, the man remained aloof. The brunette remembered that she was on her own test and had to solve problems on her own. But before Ruowai despaired, she remembered that she had something that she could use as a pass. With one easy movement, the cultivator pulled out a high-level sword, showing it off to the guards. Lady Tang shouted out that he was called the Summoner of the Gods and prepared to demonstrate her skill. The guards watched the imperial sword in amazement and even began to suspect that the girl was immortal. Ruowai then clumsily climbed onto the blade, which made the guards understand that she was new. However, the imperial sword played into the brunette's hands and she was allowed inside. Mrs. Tang slowly walked deeper into the courtyard, looking at the other participants. The student appreciated the diversity of those around her, at the same time as others assessed her herself. The girl noted that the people around the martial artist were at the stage of chi purification. An irritated Mr. Bai reminded her that her master was also in the purification stage. Their quarrel, which had not yet begun, was interrupted by the appearance of a stranger who recognized the robes of the Qingming sword sect. The brunette was surprised by the insight of the unknown girl, so she told her name. The best soldier of the Heavenly Army introduced herself in response, and admitted that she had long wanted to meet the Qingming sect. The Heavenly Army was one of the 5 cultivation sects founded by one of the human generals. Most of the Heavenly Army are mortal generals. Spears, swords, and hand-to-hand fighting style are their forte, which is why they are called divine. Lady Tang had heard a lot about the sect and enthusiastically shook Zuo Yanfei's hand. Ruowei hesitated because she didn't know why the knight came up first and was now worried that she would be deceived again. The interlocutor drew attention to Mr. Bai, who was standing nearby, and asked who he was. The brunette began to panic and tried to come up with a good answer while Tsuran visually made his hair shorter. The centenarian intervened in the conversation, introducing himself as an inexperienced student who had come to pass the test. But the master's good performance did not help Miss Tan get into character, because she was too surprised by what was happening. And while the elder pretended to be Little Bai, Ruowei stood nearby and could not get a word in. The best knight noticed the girl's puzzled look, trying to understand what was happening. In the end, she came to the wrong conclusions and only smiled slightly, thinking that Tang perceived her as a threat. Zuo patted her new friend on the shoulder encouragingly and promised that she would not compete with her. Ruowei realized that there was a misunderstanding and wanted to correct everything, but she was prevented. A minister from the kingdom's Ministry of Justice appeared in the courtyard, accompanied by 2 guards. The man attracted the attention of the immortals and heroes, assuming that they all knew the reason why they had gathered. Thus, he announced that whoever found the prince's killer would be rewarded with a set of 3rd-degree divine grass. While the minister was talking about the details of the award, Yanfei turned to Ruowei and suggested working together. Mrs. Tang did not expect to receive such an offer, and did not quite understand why Zuo wanted to unite. The best knight understood her sister's confusion, so she reminded them that they had come for a test, not a reward. Yanfei was sure that the most important thing for them was catching the killer, which made working as a team quite logical. The brunette was in no hurry to answer, carefully considering whether she should trust the knight of the Heavenly Army. In the end, the girl decided that there was no reason to refuse, so she accepted the offer. Yanfei smiled happily and asked her sister to call her by her name from now on. Zuo didn't waste time and called her new friend along to start the investigation first. Ruowei followed, wondering if they were going to assemble a team of more than 2 partners. It turned out that Yanfei did not trust anyone in this place except Lady Tang. The knight admitted that she believed that the killer might be hiding among the people demanding a reward. The only person Zuo excluded from the suspects was Little Bai. Churan trailed behind the girls, eavesdropping on their conversation, and remembered that the villains of Shangshun liked to disguise themselves as people from their sect. Yanfei shared that she suspected a supernatural being, but first suggested checking the victim's body. Madame Tang reminded her sister that they were dealing with a prince from the royal family, which would complicate the autopsy. Sister Zuo reassured her friend and said that her brother, the advisor in the kingdom of Ding, had already agreed on everything. The brunette was impressed by the connections of the best knight of the Heavenly Army, and the girls went to the palace. They were the only people who were able to enter Shuan territory. An estate worker led the cultivators to the place where the young prince's body was kept. The man pulled the sheet back and allowed the young heroes to look at the victim's injuries. Xuran stood behind the surprised sisters and tried not to attract too much attention to himself. The prince's corpse was well preserved, allowing the girls to notice that he was a strong man. In addition, there were no visible causes of death on the body, and even moreover, there was not a single scratch on the skin. Ruowei was very upset and couldn't even imagine how they would be able to carry out the investigation. At this time, Mr. Bai decided to help the stupid cultivators a little and dispel the illusion. With the help of one seal, the centenarian broke the spell that hid the bite on the prince's shoulder. With every second, the mark on the shoulder became more and more pronounced, attracting all attention. However, even in this case, the blonde had to point out the wound so that the ladies would look at the corpse again. Sister Yunfei was shocked when she suddenly discovered the imprint of teeth on the prince's skin. The top knight of the Heavenly Army thought it was strange that they didn't notice the bite when they checked the body earlier. Then, in order to ward off suspicion, the elder assumed that the duration of the illusion had ended. Zuo accepted this scenario and decided that they were just very lucky. However, Mrs. Tan realized that, despite her promise not to interfere, the man was secretly helping her. Meanwhile, Sister Yanfei came to the conclusion that the prince's killer was definitely not human. The girl assumed that a fox spirit might be involved in this matter, although she was not sure. Zuo's family were hunters, and when she was a child she went hunting with her father. so she knew a little about fox spirits. Ruowai returned to examining the wound, noticing that it did not look fatal, which made the girls want to continue the autopsy. However, the prince's guard reminded him that they were dealing with the royal family. Thus, the cultivators could not afford to study the victim in more detail. Mrs. Tang looked intently at the dead prince, trying to figure out how to solve the riddle. But most of all, she was haunted by the master's disapproving smile, which confirmed that he already knew something. The brunette didn't like the fact that the man was just watching, enjoying how stupid she looked. In the end, Ruowai decided to directly ask Little Bai what he thought about the cause of the prince's death. But Surin did not help, pretending to be a stupid and short-sighted young man. This angered Mrs. Tang, but did not force the blonde to reveal what he was hiding. Mr. Bai thought that the student should pay more attention to see that there was no blood in the body, although the elder was alarmed by the fact that the bite belonged to a fox spirit, so he intended to visit Xiangshui later. After examining the body, Tang and Yanfei went separate ways to gather information. About an hour later, the best knight of the Heavenly Army returned to her friend with good news. Zuo caught up with the cultivator and said that she was able to talk to Emperor Chupeng directly. Thus, Yanfei learned that the prince did not die near the river, watching the concert from the tavern, but on the ship. Ruowai asked why the kingdom hid this information, and the girl explained that the victim did something there that is not customary to talk about. The best knight of the Heavenly Army realized that she did not see Little Bai nearby, and decided to ask where he was. Mrs. Tang awkwardly admitted that the blonde had some urgent business to attend to and offered to go without him. Yanfei did not mind, especially since she brought with her a man who was supposed to lead them to the ship. At the same time, a pleasant melody sounded in the courtyard of the Kingdom of Pleasure. She was played by Xianshui, who had to stop when an unexpected guest appeared in front of her. Mrs. Su guessed that the conversation might drag on, so she put the musical instrument aside. Sect leader Heiwan responded to Kuei's greeting and wearily reminded that she did not want to be called princess. Luo understood this, but reminded her that the Demon King's life was coming to an end. Miss Xianshui poured herself a cup of tea, knowing that her guest wanted her to return to the demon world. However, this was not part of the Heiwan sect leader's plans, so she asked what the king's imminent death had to do with her. Madame Su's question angered the guest, and her face became distorted with anger, after which she began to blame Bai Churan. Luo shouted that the centenarian killed the king's only heir, so now 10 lords are fighting for the throne. Miss Xianshu nodded mentally, understanding that the turbulent state of the demon world explained their strange behavior among people. Tsui came almost close to the girl and demanded that the princess return home. However, the pink-haired girl did not even think of agreeing, because she believed that the heir to the demons deserved his fate. Miss Luo did not agree with this and promised Su that she would make Bai pay for this one day. However, first of all, the girl was brought to the human world by her search for the daughter of the king of white foxes, so Tsui asked to help her. At this time, Chiron arrived in the inner courtyard of the Kingdom of Pleasure, but chose to remain in the shadows. The blonde could hear the girl's conversation but was not eager to meet Luo in person. Therefore, the centenarian remained in his hiding place until Miss Su's guest disappeared. The princess immediately noticed the master's appearance, so she called him as soon as the danger of the meeting had passed. Miss Xianshui was surprised that the day came when Chiron hid and waited for someone to leave. The cultivator explained that he did this in order to maintain peace between humans and demons. Bai remembered very well that in addition to the demonic heir, he had also killed his mother, and Qiluo could not think calmly and would definitely start a fight. The leader of the Heiwan sect understood that he was right, but most of all, she was interested in the fact that the blonde had abandoned his student. During their absence, the girl managed to find out that Mrs. Tan did not have curvaceous figures. But when Suran appeared before her again, it occurred to the princess that a man might like flat ones. The long liver did not attach any importance to his friend's strange behavior and admitted that he had come to find out about fox spirits. Miss Xianshui was sure that if Luo found out that Bai's disciple was pursuing the daughter of the white foxes, then disaster would happen. Master always knew that Lady Su had a lot of information, so he wanted to talk to her about the prince of the Ding Kingdom. Chiron already knew that the killer was a person who was most likely in the stage of building a foundation. The leader of the Heiwan sect really had his own opinion about the incident, so the girl started talking about moon worshippers. At the same time, the envoy, as promised, led the cultivators to the ship on which the prince was killed. The girls stood on the pier, looking at the giant boat, admiring the luxurious design. In the end, they decided not to waste time and wanted to go inside the mobile hotel. The best knight of the Heavenly Army was the first to arrive on deck, but Madame Tang immediately followed her. They decided to go to the 3rd floor and visit the prince's private room. Zuo noticed that the window was too new, and said that it was very suspicious. Yanfei knew that the people from the kingdom had not noticed this when checking, and believed that either they were too careful or someone else had replaced him. Ruowai was not impressed by the officials of the Ding Kingdom, because the difference in the quality of the window frames was obvious.
However, the student mentally noted that her partner had little deduction skills. The cultivators eventually realized that the main suspect had entered or exited through the window. Mrs. Tang walked deeper into the room, examining other objects for clues. Suddenly, the brunette stopped, and all her attention was focused on a strange feature on the floor. An unknown white object was stuck between the wooden boards, and the girl leaned over to take a closer look. It turned out that there was a white hair in the prince's personal room, although the man had long dark hair. Ruowei was about to pick up a new clue from the floor when she suddenly heard Zuo shouting, warning her of danger. The best knight of the Heavenly Army managed to grab her friend by the collar and drag her to her. Yanfei covered Princess Shangshuan with herself, and her armor took the blow. At the same moment, an unknown masked man burst onto the ship, breaking a large window in the process. Chi energy swirled around the attacker, and a sword blade sparkled in his hands. Red Mask continued to attack, but Zhu was already ready to parry the blow. Their blades met, creating a burst of sparks, and the confrontation between their inner strength began. Ruowei remained behind her friend, watching what was happening, and did not even suspect that they had another guest. Another man in a mask with horns was looking out the window on the other side, sadly noting that their ambush had failed. By this point, Lady Tang had drawn her own sword and was ready to help her sister in the duel. The stranger behind him waited for the perfect moment and sent a wave of his chi to kill the brunette. However, Ruowei sensed the approaching danger at the back of her head and managed to react. She used the same strike that Master Bai had taught her, although it still did not have a name. Miss Tang's move worked just fine, destroying the enemy's attack. And immediately after this, the chi beam hit the stranger, causing him severe damage. The man in the red mask looked around worriedly, noticing that his little brother was in trouble. At this time, Juran's disciple was admiring the fact that she was able to stand up to a person slightly above her level. Zuo continued to fight the stranger, but the attacker began to retreat to the other end of the cabin. In a few quick movements, the attacker got out of the prince's room. The red mask disappeared into the window behind which Ruowei's opponent had previously been hiding. The girls hurried after, trying to understand what was happening and why their opponent retreated so abruptly. Then the cultivators discovered that the older brother had taken the younger brother, and, with the help of a flying sword, went on the run. At the same time, in the courtyard of the kingdom, the conversation of old friends continued in pleasure. The long liver was surprised when he heard from Xian Shui the name of the sect, which was not familiar to him. The princess resumed playing the musical instrument while simultaneously talking about this new sect. Su also said that a month ago, the second and third princes of the Ding Kingdom visited the moon worshippers to discuss something with their master. And given the prince's imminent death, Bai guessed that the sect was hoping to help their puppet ascend to the throne. The leader of the Hehuan sect thought it was foolish for the moon worshippers to believe that with the help of a few core formation stage practitioners, they could control the country. On that note, the blonde stood up from his seat and lazily stretched, attracting Xian Shui's attention. The girl stopped playing again, upset that Shuren was leaving her so quickly. The master was really going to leave, because he did not think that his student would be able to cope with great dangers on her own. However, having reached half the way to the gate, the man suddenly stopped. The centenarian noticed that the princess's phantom trace of grace was progressing rather slowly and wanted to know how she was doing. The sect leader didn't like the fact that the blonde was focusing his attention on her failure. Therefore, the girl released her ki and annoyedly stated that she was working on her cultivation. Churan didn't understand why Su reacted so harshly, and laughed and admitted that he was just worried. The pink-haired girl jumped up and began to demand that the master already go about his business. Bai was surprised that Xian Shui was kicking him out, to which the girl shouted that she was going to find a man and start cultivating. When the centenarian did not budge, the princess herself began to push the master out the door. The girl wished Xuran good luck in his studies with his student, and said a cold goodbye. After that, the sect leader slammed the gate shut with a loud knock, leaving the surprised blonde alone. The elder had no idea why Xian Shui reacted so poorly to his attempts to show concern. The girls were left alone on the ship, and Ruowei was worried about Yanfei's sister because she took the blow. The best knight of the Heavenly Army assured that everything was fine with her thanks to the armor, after which she became interested in the Tang technique. The brunette said that the master had created this technique for her, and Mrs. Zuo's eyes lit up with delight. However, the girl quickly pulled herself together and remembered that before they were attacked, her friend found something. Princess Shanshuan showed her partner a small piece of white wool that she managed to pick up from the floor. They carefully studied the clue, guessing that the masked men were coming to destroy it. Ruowei suggested continuing the search using her, guessing that she would lead them to the demonic foxes. The knight did not know what to do with the wool, but Mrs. Tan said that the master taught her useful magic. Meanwhile, the man in the red mask reached the city of Sudan, which was located hundreds of miles from the ship. There were members of the Moon Conquering sect inside, but they did not expect their brothers to return soon. The man in the red mask sank to the ground in front of his comrades, holding the cold body of his younger brother in his hands. The Moon Conquerors greeted Pei Yuan, not fully understanding what had happened. Suddenly, Pei Qing noticed blood on Shang and wanted to know what happened on their mission. The man in the red mask spoke about how they met two strong female cultivators. Yuan was forced to report that their brother had been careless and had paid with his life. After this, Senior Pei could not hold back his tears, and the rest of the Moon Conquerors remained in a heavy silence. In the end, Qing promised that they would find the villains and take revenge on them. But first, they would have to check on the demons. The brunette was confident that soon the Moon Conquerors would become stronger and would be able to join the Taoist League of Zhengqi. Yuan agreed with this, but believed that they should hurry so as not to let the cultivators find the demons first. His comrade in arms was sure that there was no need to worry, because the conquerors of the moon already knew where the foxes were hiding. The broken elder brother wanted to know where they should go, so Qing reported that they were going to Dingjiang Mountain. At this time, the girls had already left the ship and were quickly moving through the forest. A small piece of fox fur was shrouded in Ruowei's ki energy and led her friends in the tracks of the demons. Yanfei was the last to run, carefully scanning the surroundings to make sure they were going in the right direction. When Mrs. Zuo found several fox tracks, she suggested that her sister stop and rest for a while. Miss Tang saw no reason to refuse, so she called the tuft of white fur back. The evidence instantly changed its direction and found itself clamped in the brunette's hand. The girls sat down on the stones next to the path to regain some strength. The top knight of the heavenly army drank the water, knowing that they needed to be prepared for an unforeseen circumstance later. However, she couldn't help but notice that Ruowei's ability to find demons using a piece of fur was impressive. Madame Tang admitted that the master taught her this, although he himself only used scanning of the immortal consciousness. Yanfei once again lit up with delight and began to admire the amazing members of the Qingming sect. Princess Shanshuan noticed her sister's interest, and Zuo admitted that she wanted to join her sect, but it was too far from her city. The knight spoke of a mountain demon that terrorized the people in her village when the girl was a child. It turned out that the villain was dealt with by a cultivator from the Qingming sword sect, who easily cut the god into two parts. When Ruai heard that the hero had white hair, she immediately thought of Bai. But her friend didn't think that someone at the key refinement stage could handle a giant demon. Mrs. Tan did not try to convince her partner and rose from the rock, offering to continue their journey. Thus, after 10 minutes, they found themselves at a huge statue and the white hair stopped moving. Yanfei recognized Mount Dingjiang from the statue of the previous emperor, who ordered it to be built in honor of his victory after the war. The cultivators understood that they should look for the demon hole at the foot of the mountain. That is why the partners split up to quickly inspect the area around the statue. At this time, Tsuran was hiding behind one of the stones and watching the actions of the young ladies. Mr. Bai could finally be calm because he had found 2 wards and could now keep an eye on them. The friends did not notice the observation, but Ruowei discovered a place where the foxes could be hiding. The girl called Yanfei over and showed her find to make sure that she had found the hole. The knight knew that foxes lived in holes in trees or the ground, so they had every reason to believe that demons were inside. The centenarian agreed with Zuo's judgment, shocking him with the sudden appearance of both cultivators. The Heavenly Army disciple didn't understand how Brother Bai managed to find them in such a place. The master lied that Ruowei summoned him using a secret technique, and his elder brother threw him to the mountain. To be convincing, the man even said a name, and Mrs. Tan pretended to understand who the teacher was talking about. Yanfei believed Quran, but asked the younger one to stay close to them so as not to be targeted by other cultivators. The knight tried to figure out how they would get inside, but the brunette asked to leave it to her. The girl took her sister by the shoulder to carry them into the hole, but stopped when she felt the gaze. It belonged to the master, and Mrs. Tang remembered that she had to pretend that she was stronger and more experienced than the teacher. Thus, Ruowei touched her partners and used the tunnel technique on them. All 3 of them began to sink underground, which shocked Lady Zuo quite a bit. After some time, the guys felt that they had fallen into the void, and their feet were on solid ground. The brunette noticed that the surroundings had become more spacious and assumed that they had reached the right place. Yanfei decided that in this part of the hole the demons were taking on human form and reminded everyone to remain on guard. As soon as they were in the tunnel, the knight asked her younger brother to hide behind them, and Ruowei took the opportunity and asked in a whisper why the master came to them. Chiran used his voice-changing skill to inform the student that they might be facing serious dangers. However, at this time, Bai asked her to move forward with the plan, letting him take care of the rest. The cultivators took out their swords and slowly moved deeper into the hole in search of demonic foxes. Mrs. Tang was listening to her feelings when she suddenly realized that they were no longer alone. The girl closed her eyes and her senses became more acute, allowing Ruowei to be convinced that she was right. Princess Shanshuan stepped forward and demanded that the person in front show himself. Their team froze, unable to see what was happening in the darkness, since Yanfei's sword only illuminated a few meters. A dark silhouette began to appear in the darkness, and soon bright orange eyes sparkled in the darkness. Then the sound of an impact was heard, and white smoke appeared from the dark depths. An unknown creature was heading towards the cultivators, filling the entire space. Madame Tang hurried to step forward, covering her partners, and prepared to engage in battle. The girl repelled the attack of white smoke, but she was unable to control all its actions. The demon slid past and loomed over Tsuran, who deliberately allowed himself to be attacked by the fox. White smoke pressed against his shoulder, and the centenarian screamed loudly, attracting attention. Yanfei rushed to help and saw the demon retreating, and blood was visible on Bai's shoulder. The knight of the heavenly army knelt in front of the young man, crouched in pain, trying to figure out how he could help. Mrs. Tang was not moved by the master's performance and asked her friend not to worry too much. The demon lurked in the darkness again, but this time, watching the cultivators with interest. The fox was shocked by the blonde's behavior because she didn't expect him to be so weak. Ruowei returned her attention to the demoness, stating that they did not know the people who were chasing the fox. The brunette shouted that they just wanted to know the details of the death of the prince of the kingdom of Ding, and would like to discuss it. In response, the girl heard only silence, and the demon was in no hurry to re-emerge into the light. At this time, Churan was playing the weak student with all his might, coughing up blood and writhing in pain. The man even asked Lady Tang to convey her last words to the master if he died. Ruowei didn't understand why the teacher was organizing a circus, but she couldn't argue with him. Eventually, they heard the sound of footsteps and several girls came out into the light. The fox spirit idols began to worry about Bai, although their mistress was sure that she had not attacked with full force. The white fox offered to heal Churan's wounds, but the disciple of the Qingming sect promised that they would do it themselves later. The demon did not argue, instead asking what exactly the girls wanted to know. Ruowei said that they knew that one of the idols was on the ship with the prince, so she could tell what happened there. The demons were alarmed and did not understand why they would talk about such things. Lady Tang told them about the cultivators who were hunting foxes and promised to protect them if they were innocent of the prince's death. The most incredulous fox believed that people lie and reminded the white fox princess that people often deceive. And while the demon was thinking about what to do, Bai screamed, reminding her of the pain and her broken magic blade. Ruowei looked at the master in confusion, but did not comment on his behavior. But the white fox began to seriously worry that she had caused too much trauma to the young guy. Tsuran took advantage of this and asked the demon to tell him the truth in order to alleviate his condition. The white fox princess had doubts, but still decided to make amends to the cultivator. She said that they got into the human world and started working as idol actors to earn some money. This was the first time Zuo had heard of such a profession, so she asked her to explain what it meant. The demon explained that they were popular and were invited to perform in the capital, after which she was taken to the prince to talk. The white fox frowned and said with irritation that the prince grabbed her as soon as she came on board. The man held the idol tightly in his hands and constantly said how sweet she was. The demon admitted that she thought the prince was crazy, so she bit him on the shoulder and jumped out the window. Yanfei realized that the fox was simply trying to escape, and did not kill the victim, but simply bit. The princess confirmed that her bite was not toxic, but admitted that there was something unusual that night. It turned out that when the fox jumped out the window, he saw someone flying next to the cruise ship. Ruowei thought that the demon's version was similar to the information they already knew. However, before the student could say anything, the ground around them began to shake. Everyone present looked up in shock and noticed that the soil began to crumble. Madame Tang was familiar with the sounds, but she couldn't believe that the cultivators were approaching them. Suddenly, a cry was heard, demanding that the spirits leave their hiding place. The white fox frowned, clearly aware that a group of people had come to kill them. Zuo realized that other cultivators had found the place where the fox demons were hiding. Yanfei used one of her techniques to check the situation from above. The girl's consciousness began to transfer back to the statue, and she saw 4 blurry silhouettes. The knight was able to see that the cultivators were from the Foundation establishment and were clearly preparing for battle. Zuo informed the others that 2 of them are in the middle stage, one is in the final stage, and the main one is in the highest stage. The fox princess didn't know what to do, so the heavenly army disciple reminded them that they would protect them. Yanfei suggested that her friend leave the wounded Bai in the tunnel and go deal with the unwanted guests themselves. Before leaving, the knight asked the demons to take care of their younger brother. The long-lived man wished the student good luck and was pleased that he would be able to talk with the foxes in private. Ruowei walked to the wall of the hole and took hold of her friend to pave the way for them using underground movement techniques. The next moment, the cultivators disappeared into the layers of soil, leaving the idols in a safe hiding place. As soon as the students disappeared from sight, Bai rose from the ground, which did not go unnoticed by the demons. One of the foxes screamed, getting her mistress's attention so she could see that the man was okay. The princess was angry at Tsuran for deceiving them, confirming the theory that people cannot be trusted. The elder raised his hands in a calming gesture and promised not to harm the demons. To begin with, The master demanded that the idols go upstairs and hide away from human eyes. The white fox didn't understand why the chi refinement stage cultivator was acting too domineering and domineering. The long liver was delighted that the girl had more courage than her father, because she directly asked if he was crazy. After this, Mr. Bai asked if Dad really didn't tell the princess that she should be wary of the Qingming Qi refining cultivator. At this time, in front of the statue, the moon conquerors tried to understand whether they had arrived in the right place. The group captain once again made sure that the magic instrument believed that the demonic aura had disappeared in this place. Immediately after this, the guys felt vibrations and realized that something was moving under their feet. The moon explorers froze in confusion, trying to figure out how to behave in such a situation. Suddenly a noise was heard behind them and the earth scattered around, causing the guys to look there. Pei Qing and Yuan watched the cloud of dust, carefully peering at the silhouettes of people. The cultivators appeared before the enemies full of desire to protect the fox demons. Yuan recognized the faces of his opponents as soon as he saw them and hurried to tell the others about it. At this time, the knight introduced herself and told the strangers that they had been appointed to investigate the murder of the prince. The lance corporal demanded that the unknown persons introduce themselves, but at that time the group of people were actively talking among themselves. Red Mask didn't know what to do, because even though Ruowei killed her younger brother, the opponents were from well-known sects. Miss Tang did not wait for her opponents to decide what to do and used the technique to examine their aura. This helped the brunette discover traces of the original gravity on Banya, although only she and the master could use this force. She immediately told Yanfei about this, fully confident that one of the moon conquerors was the one who attacked them earlier. Qing realized that they could only get into a fight, and the moon conquerors drew their blades. Zuo was ready to fight, so this turn of events only made her happy. The girl moved forward, calling on Mrs. Tan to hurry up and teach the insolent people a lesson. 2 minutes after the fight started, the area around Dingjiang Mountain was quite calm. In the small area in front of the statue, pieces of stones were scattered everywhere. In the midst of this chaos, Tsuran began to appear, expecting to find his student. However, the centenarian discovered only chaos and several dead bodies belonging to the conquerors of the moon. The teacher appreciated Ruowei's work as the insides of her enemies were cut very evenly. Looking around, the elder came across 2 spirits who were taking the souls of the dead. Otherworldly creatures also saw Tsuran and screamed in panic, hastening to hide. The blonde watched in amazement as the spirits disappeared into their portals. Mr. Bai found this strange because he had no intention of driving away the ghosts who were doing their job. The centenarian also noticed the fact that out of 4 moon worshippers, only 3 remained in the square. The man used his spiritual scanning skill to find Ruowei. Thus, he discovered that the girls were chasing the last cultivator. Tsuran knew that he shouldn't worry about it, when he suddenly noticed a new group of people approaching. Judging by their clothes, they also belonged to the moon-worshipping sect, and among them was the owner of the core formation stage. The elder jumped onto the statue and decided that he would deal with the new threat when they reached the mountain. The master of the moon worshippers and his disciples saw the place from which elder brother Qing sent a distress signal. The young man screamed in panic when he saw that all his friends were lying immobilized on the ground. Ning-san asked the guy not to make hasty conclusions and hurried downstairs to check everything. The cultivators rushed to the ground under Mr. Bai's gaze. Moon worshippers descended on the ground, surrounding the blond man who was relaxing on the statue's leg. The master assessed the situation around him and looked at Tsuran with an indifferent look. The disciples of the sect were unhappy and upset because they discovered the dead bodies of their brothers. However, they checked the pulse of the dead, hoping that they could still be helped. But they were met with disappointment, which made it difficult for the students to keep their cool. Ning-san called on everyone to calm down and ordered them to collect the bodies of the victims. After that, he politely turned to Tsuran and asked if the guy knew who killed his people. The elder shrugged his shoulders indifferently and replied that maybe he was the one who did it. The master thought that the young man had made a bad joke, at the same time guessing what really happened. From Pei Qing's story, they knew that Shang was killed by a female cultivator, who was most likely the blonde's older sister. The man nodded to himself and came to the conclusion that it was she who killed Pei Yuan and the others. Ning-san looked at Tsuran with a satisfied smile and wondered how Ruowei would react if they captured the young man. The long liver admitted that it was difficult for him to say how Mrs. Tan would react to his disappearance. But he assumed that the older sisters would not stop until they knew the truth. The master admitted that his older brother destroyed the prince's heart with magic and framed the demons. Thanks to this, the moon worshippers could catch the culprits and bring their prince to the throne. Ning-san told the blonde about this, as he did not consider him a threat due to the huge gap between their levels. The long-lived man was outraged by this attitude and recalled that he and his sister were from the Qingming sect, and the other lady was from the Heavenly Army. Of course, Tsuran understood that he was at the stage of chi purification, but he asked not to underestimate his capabilities. The master of the moon worshippers only grinned at this and asked the young master to stop bluffing.
The man had already noticed that Yuan's bones were severely broken by the palm technique, and a strong true spirit remained in his body. Ning San taunted Bai, reminding him that a cultivator at the Qi refinement stage could not have a true spirit. The long liver froze in place because the master, without knowing it, had hit a sore spot. What made Chiran most uncomfortable was that his stage was associated with many unpleasant memories. Even though the blonde's cultivation base was almost endless, he did not have a true spirit. Because of this, he couldn't fly with a sword or use many spells, so he admired his brother who could fly with girls. That was why when the elder heard the old Taoist bring up this topic, Chiran felt depressed. Ning San openly called the long liver a braggart and suggested that Bai make the sword fly. The man called on the blonde to come down to them and prove to the moon worshippers how wrong they were about him. When the elder did nothing, the master laughed, reminding everyone that the young man was simply lying about his strength. Ning San suggested that his students show the young man the stages of Qi purification, and show him how to fly with a sword. The moon worshippers took out their weapons and infused them with their inner energy, mocking the cultivator. After that, the man ordered everyone to send their swords flying to tease Tsuran even more. The blades flew into the air and began to flash before Bai's eyes at high speed. Ning San's weapon stopped a centimeter from the centenarian's face as he struggled to contain his anger. The students continued to laugh at the young man, calling on the guy to show them if he even had a flying sword. The elder was filled with rage, and he felt it was unfair that the Foundation cultivators were mocking him. This forced the master to tell his opponents that he would show them his flying sword, but they would regret it. From the seal on the ring on his left hand, Tsuran extracted a magical ribbon filled with his internal energy. She soared in front of him, and Mr. Bai prepared to show the pitiful cultivators his strength. The long liver was not going to tolerate bullying, and was confident that he could show something more than an ordinary flying sword. The elder used the ribbon to throw it up, reaching up to the statue's hand. The blonde wrapped the stone handle together with the hand of the past emperor. Tsuran pulled the tape tightly, fixing it so that the huge sword was at his disposal. After that, Mr. Bai jumped off the foot of the base and flew over the heads of the moon worshippers. The hilt of the stone weapon began to tremble, and cracks began to appear on the statue's wrist. The next moment, the hand and sword broke away from the rest of the body and soared into the air following the elder. The disciples of the moon worshippers stared in shock as the stone statue rushed past them. The long liver hovered over the square, pulling the new weapon closer to him. Chiran allowed himself to release his anger at the arrogant cultivators who dared to bully him. The moon worshippers watched in horror as the young man twirled his sword with ease. Ning Sang couldn't believe that someone at the Qi refinement stage was capable of swinging something so heavy. The master shouted, turning to the young master, hoping to cool his ardor. However, the elder was not going to calm down after they dared to say that he was weak, especially after Ning San brought up the topic of the flying sword, which had always been exciting for Bai. The long liver swung the stone sword with the help of a ribbon and allowed his opponents to know his wrath. The blonde pulled the tape down and the weapon flew down at high speed. Thus, Tsuran really had a flying sword, albeit not quite familiar to a cultivator. Moon worshippers watched the approaching danger, but did not have time to escape the blow. The weapon met the square, destroying everything in its path with a terrifying roar. Ning San's disciples scattered at the foot of the mountain as if they were useless puppets. Because of this, chaos was happening under the statue of the past emperor, and it was difficult to understand whether the moon worshippers had survived. After the dust from the collision had cleared, Mr. Bai descended onto the square, pulling the ribbon towards him. Now the centenarian looked down on his rivals, asking how they could get such a flying sword. At this time, the pursuit of Pei Qing continued deep into the forest near Dingzheng Mountain. The girls were not going to let the moon worshipper go unpunished, as they promised to protect the foxes. Suddenly, the young man stopped in the middle of a small clearing, forcing the cultivators to do the same. The guys stopped in the middle of the forest and took advantage of the respite to regain their breath. Ruowai couldn't understand why their opponent stopped running so abruptly, so she asked why he stopped. Qing turned to her and declared that he was obliged to avenge the death of his brothers and younger sister. Mrs. Tang did not argue with the young man and sent her special blow at him. An energy shield appeared around the moon conqueror, although the guy was still thrown back. Pei felt that the brunette's blow was so strong that the protective tool given by the master was almost destroyed. The Sky Army Knight took advantage of the moment to get closer and strike. The young man again had to retreat back, barely managing to avoid being seriously injured. Qing felt a wave of Qi energy and turned around to see Ruowei's true spirit approaching him. However, this time the protective instrument could not save the young man, as the shield crumbled into small fragments. The lance corporal praised her friend for a job well done and moved forward. Yan Fei was preparing to strike the decisive blow, before advising the young man to be a good person in his next life. Pei didn't even try to resist, because he understood that without the master's tool he was doomed. The disciple of the moon worshippers would indeed have met the end if the vine had not thrown the cultivators away from each other.
Zuo returned to Lady Tang, watching as an unknown plant emerged from the ground. The girls looked around in confusion, not understanding what was happening to the surrounding area. When a thick green wall of vines appeared in front of them, the voice of a demon was heard. The plant had a face and promised to make people who cheated the demon pay. At this time, the elder was still staying near Dingjiang Mountain, dealing with the mess. The blonde saw that the master was coming to his senses, so he leaned over him to talk. As soon as Ning-san opened his eyes and saw the young man in front of him, he was very scared. The man began to scream, begging for mercy on him, although Churin already took pity on him, since he survived. The master began to hysterically thank the centenarian until he stopped him, ordering him to tell him where the rest of the sect members were. Ning-san admitted that they should have come to the rescue, but now the Taoist promised that he would not allow them to offend the demons. The elder was not interested, so he asked where the others were supposed to come from. The master immediately said that his brothers were supposed to join each other and come from the north. Mr. Bai thought about Ning-san's words and realized that it was quite strange. Chiron explained to the Taoist that a long time had passed since the signals were given, but reinforcements had not arrived. The man also thought it was strange, but had no idea why there was still no one near him. This fact prompted the elder to use the skill of spiritual scanning of the area. The master searched every part of the forest in an attempt to find something that might provide an answer. In addition, he remembered that somewhere in the north there should have been female cultivators. Eventually, Mr. Bai came across a huge mountain of thick vines. The centenarian sighed in disappointment, realizing that Kuilo had caught the moon worshippers' disciples along with Ruowei. Churan could no longer stay near Dingjiang Mountain, so he called the master. The elders ordered the Taoist to remain in place and not harm the demonic foxes while he was gone. When Ning-san promised to sit next to his students, Mr. Bai announced that he would be back soon. The next moment, the cultivator pushed off the ground to quickly reach Ruowei. The master watched as the person in the chi purification stage disappeared from view at great speed. The centenarian moved so fast that the man could not even see his silhouette in the clear sky. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Kuilo continued to destroy the captured cultivators. Madame Tang and Zuo were fine, and they guessed that the demon around them had something to do with foxes. A disciple of the Qingming sword sect asked Qing if they were planning to plot against the demons. However, the young man did not answer her question, staring in shock at the point in front of him. Ruowei followed his gaze and saw a bloody hand among the vines from which a flag was slipping. Then Pei finally shouted that in front of them was the sign of the elder of the moon worshippers. Yanfei reminded that the elders do not matter, since they themselves need to get out if they do not want to die. Miss Tang said that she could not use the underground movement technique, and at that moment, they were attacked. The lance corporal cut the plant's vines with her sword, trying to protect them. Ruowei was doing the same at this time, but her friends had to constantly step back. Kui was able to sneak up on Zuo from the ground and began to wrap herself around her ankles. In addition, there were too many vines, so the brunettes screamed that they were helping the fox spirits. The demon completely immobilized the cultivators and continued to attack despite Ruowei's words. Soon Luo's face appeared in front of the sisters, and she said that she was well aware of people's tendency to lie for their own benefit. The plant completely entangled the princess of Shanshuan, so she could only mentally call the master for help. At that moment, when the demon began to cut off her access to oxygen, the student noticed a glimmer of hope. Daylight began to break through above Kui's head, which meant that the integrity of the dome was broken. Luo screamed and her vines caught fire, illuminating everything around with tongues of flame. The silhouette of a blonde man flashed above the heads of the students, and the demon angrily recognized Patriarch Qing Ming. The centenarian arrived to help Ruowei just in time and was now preparing to take over Kui. However, the man refused to be called the Patriarch of the Qingming sword sect, and as he sat down on the ground, he insisted that he was an ordinary chi refinement stage cultivator. Yanfei looked at her younger brother in shock as Lady Tang freed herself from the vine. Ruowei admitted that this man was her master and helped her friend get out of the trap. The young ladies decided to let the long-lived man deal with the demon, just at the moment when the blonde greeted an old friend. Kui was not happy to see the person she hated more than anyone else, even though it had been a long time since their last meeting. Luo said that for 2,000 years, day and night, she thought about how she would tear the face of the most hypocritical creature. The master distracted the demon with conversation, allowing the students to move away from the battlefield. During this time, Chiron told the enemy that he had recently suppressed his stage, so he could only use 1/10 of his strength. However, Demon Kui was in no hurry to believe the man, because of him, countless demons died. Mr. Bai did not agree with this, and reminded that those demons refused to trust him, so they fell into a trap. In addition, the Longliver stated that he always tells the truth, and this time he is indeed much weaker than usual. The elder looked with interest at his old friend, asking if she really wanted to check. Kuai's eyes lit up, and all her vines began to move to fight her old enemy. The demon called the remaining vines to her, and huge trunks rushed into the sky.
Luo towered above the forest and mountains, so it was easy to see from a great distance. This time the plant did not create a dome, but its vines, on the contrary, connected with each other. Due to the sudden movements of the demon, the ground around her began to split, causing her sisters to almost get hurt. The master was just supporting his students when a strange monster grew behind them. Chiron stood at the foot of the giant silhouette made of vines while Kui gained strength. The man stood on a piece of earth that was completely separated from the rest of the surface. But this did not frighten him. Luo raised her intertwined fist into the sky and screamed at Bai Chiron with all her might. The next moment, the vines headed towards the ground, and the demon hoped that the blonde would pay for his sins. Lady Kui loomed over Patriarch Qingming, her fist rapidly approaching the ground. At this time, Ruowei and Yanfei tried to run away, so as not to create an extra reason for concern for the master. However, the shockwave was so strong that the girls lost their balance even being far away. In addition, the ground under their feet shattered into pieces, and trees flew next to the students. Everything around was covered with a dense layer of raised dust, so it was impossible to see Tsuran. However, the haze soon cleared, and the long-lived man appeared before the demon in perfect order. Mr. Bai's body was wrapped in chi energy, and the man absorbed the force of the blow using a seal. A smile flashed across the elder's face as he called Luo a novice in battle. Immediately after this, the seal above Tsuran's head began to increase in size, and the demon's body evaporated. Miss Kui tried to resist, not understanding why her hand was disintegrating before her eyes. But no matter how hard the demon tried, the plants were fixed, and the Patriarch's seal destroyed it. Soon Luo completely lost her entwined arm, after which her body began to dissolve. In a matter of seconds, the huge vine monster disappeared into thin air as if it had never existed. Mr. Bai concentrated Kui's life force in his hand, reminding him that he had a heaven-level spiritual root within him. After the entire demon was placed in a small green ball, the man shot it in front of him. A clot of energy landed among the pieces of earth, gaining strength to take on its appearance. The ball increased in size and slowly took shape so that it could once again speak. However, this time in the place of the monster, a pretty girl appeared with branches sticking out of her head. She had an evil smile on her face, and Kui called Chiron a hypocrite and a liar. The elder reminded Luo that he did not have to be honest with the demon since they were enemies. But he also stated that even 1/10 of his power is enough to destroy the demon dimension. The long liver was sure that even if the girl managed to grab him, it would take only 2 or 3/10 of her strength to fight back. In the worst case, Mr. Bai would have to make another breakthrough, which made Kui incredibly angry. However, the blonde suggested that Luo put aside their differences, because the demon had not come to take revenge. The loser demanded to know where the princess was, to which she heard that she was under his protection. The man promised that he would not offend the daughter of the White Fox King when the demon emperor was dying, and a battle for the throne was coming. The long liver admitted that he was not going to interfere in the internal affairs of demons. Luo was surprised that the princess told Chiron everything, and this amused the Qingming patriarch. The elder asked where Kui was when Xianshui was stolen and used as a tool to harvest yang energy. Mr. Bai recalled that he was the one who saved Su and helped her become the leader of the sect and improve relations with the Taoist alliance. The master understood that the demon emperor wanted to take advantage of his daughter's power, but he was not going to let him. The blonde moved on to the fact that Luo was raging in the human world, but admitted that he was ready to let the demon go. Chiron did this because of the guilt of the moon conquerors, but promised that if Kui did something like that again, he would personally kill the emperor. The girl suddenly jumped up from the ground, intending to attack the cultivator, but was unable to. She was stopped by the appearance of Xianshui, although the girl asked not only Luo, but also Mr. Bai to calm down. The demon did not expect Miss Su to appear near Dingjiang Mountain, so she was shocked by her appearance. But Suren, on the contrary, closed his eyes contentedly, rejoicing that the princess had finally appeared. The leader of the Hehuan sect ordered Kui to go to the cave under the mountain and retrieve the foxes. At the same time, she warned that next time she would not be able to allow them to look for the girl, which angered the demon. Xianshui openly stated that in the event of a war between demons and humans, she would fight on the side of Master Bai. On that note, the Pinkette allowed Luo to go, but advised her to put aside unnecessary hatred. However, the demon could not afford this, because all her life she existed wanting revenge. Miss Kui turned around to go after the foxes, asking Miss Su to take care of herself. The centenarian watched Luo leave and reminded him one last time that there would be no next warning. The demon had to restrain her rage even when Pei Qing caught her eye. The young man lay on the ground in a terrible state, but to his own surprise he was still alive. Lady Kui let the Moonbuster sect disciple lie down and quickly took off. Suren gently took his old friend by the waist and was going to move them closer to the waiting students. The princess was surprised by this turn of events, but she was even more overcome by embarrassment. Mrs. Su held tightly to her musical instrument while Bai gently pressed her waist. The girls happily greeted the elder, and the knight asked who the pink-haired one was. The centenarian introduced the leader of the Hehuan sect, one of the 3 titans of the demonic alliance, and advised him to stay away from her. Both female cultivators politely greeted the princess and bowed to show their respect. Churan said that Xianshui was a reformer, and under her rule the sect did not kill anyone. In addition, Bai improved the ghostly trace of grace for Madame Su. But the pink-haired woman did not allow the man to talk too much. Instead, she smiled brightly at the young ladies and told them that they could always come to the realm of pleasure for help. The sisters were fascinated by Xianshui's beauty and were speechless as they watched the princess. The first to come to her senses was Roi, who wanted to know what the sect leader had to do with demons. Churan said that Miss Su was actually half-dragon, since the demon emperor is a 9-headed dragon. The long-liver also said that a demon is an object that is self-aware and, through cultivation, takes on a human form. Lady Tang learned that they had encountered a demon messenger and wanted to know why Luo hated the master. Bai did not hide the real reason for their enmity and admitted that he killed Kui's mother. The elder told how 2,000 years ago, an army of demons invaded the human world under the leadership of the spirit of the vine and the prince. Ruwei was surprised that the grape spirit was bloodthirsty and asked if her daughter was a murderer. The blonde reminded the girl that Luo killed all the students of the moon worshippers, leaving only the elder's hand from them. The brunette completely forgot about it, but after the master's words she didn't understand why he let the demon go. The long-liver remembered that he himself had previously said that it was necessary to completely eradicate enemies and asked to give him a second. The next moment, Patriarch Qingming took off, leaving the girls standing in bewilderment. Meanwhile, the vine demon had already reached the destroyed statue. She used the plants to immobilize the surviving members of the moon worshippers, and Churan managed to reach Mount Dingjiang right next to Luo with one jump. The man grabbed the angry Miss Kui and asked her to be calm and do him a favor. The next moment, the elder pushed off the ground, taking the demon with him. The master and his students remained entangled in the vine and did not understand what was happening. Mr. Bai landed next to the girls, who watched his actions in amazement. The vine spirit tried to break free from its grip, but the teacher was determined to clearly show why he let Luo go. Tsuran took the girl by the hair and moved her head away from him, not paying attention to her displeasure. The centenarian then slapped Miss Kui in the face, surprising everyone around him with his unexpected action. The blow was quite strong, and the demon remained on her feet only because the patriarch held her tightly. The girl's face was swollen as she tearfully scolded Mr. Bai for his impudence. However, not even a few minutes had passed before not a single trace remained of the injuries received. Then the blonde threw the demon away from him, saying that that was why he allowed Luo to leave. Ruowai assessed their opponent's recovery speed and understood their master. But besides the main lesson, she also guessed the reason for Tsuran's loneliness for 3,000 years. Lady Kui rose from the ground and wanted to attack the patriarch, but the princess again did not allow her to do so. Xian Shui reminded the vine that she must escort the white fox back to the demon world. Bai looked down on Luo and reminded her that he was allowing her to go, because he had already given his word earlier. Madame Su had to put in a lot of effort to keep the angry demon from attacking rashly. The long-liver even admitted that he was starting trouble because he knew that the pink-haired girl would protect him. And immediately after that, he added that he would like to observe when Xian Shui wants to collect yang energy. Thus, the elder angered 2 girls at once, who now wanted to teach him a lesson. Sect leader Hewan let go of Miss Kui to punch Qiren in the face. Later, Luo returned to the demon world, and Bai left the girls to go to the headquarters of the moon worshippers. The half-dragon took it upon herself to bring the sisters back to the city. Yanfei was worried about the patriarch, but Lady Su assured her that a centenarian never loses a battle. The pink-haired girl admitted that she should worry about the moon worshippers, and this made Ruowai think. In the end, Lady Tang decided to find out whether Xianshui was in love with her master. The sect leader tried to hide her surprise, pretending that she did not understand where such a question came from. Princess Shanshuan said that she could not otherwise explain why the girl helped the teacher. The half-dragon recalled that she was indebted to Bai, and without his help she would have been a prostitute and a vessel for Yang Qi. However, Ruowai's questions made Madame Su think that the student herself was in love with Bai. Madame Tang laughed awkwardly, stating that she was close to Quran, so she was worried about him. Xianshui accepted this answer, although she did not actually believe that it was true. After a short silence, the brunette spoke again, asking if she could ask a question. And when the half-dragon allowed it, Ruowei wanted to know whether Su had collected Yang Qi from the men. Princess Shanshuan wondered if the sect leader was collecting Yang Qi from the men. Then the girl explained that the phantom trace of grace is based on the skills of the Heiwan sect and special charms, so she only needs a word or a glance. The sword disciple did not hesitate to ask, wanting to confirm her guesses whether Xian Shui was a virgin. Madame Su just nodded in response, pleased that she and the little girl were on equal terms. However, the next question surprised the half-dragon as the brunette was asking if the master knew about it. When the sect leader admitted that they had not discussed this,
Ruowei said furiously that she now understood why Chiron was treating her like a friend. The pink-haired girl panicked when she realized that Bai could actually treat her like a man. Princess Shanshuan began to reason that the centenarian believed that the girl was working part-time in the sect's chain of stores. Moreover, it seemed that Ruowei was not happy with the fact that Mrs. Su would be stuck in the status of best friend forever. Nevertheless, a conversation with Tian made the half-dragon think seriously about this, and understand that it was time to try to change something. At this time, near Dingjiang Mountain, an elder was distributing restoration instructions to the remaining members of the moon-worshipping sect. After the man was sure that their master was on the right path and the students were in order, Bai was about to leave. However, Chiron decided to linger when he saw the dissatisfied expression on Pei Qing's face. The patriarch wanted to find out what exactly did not suit the young man, although the master assured that everything was in order. The centenarian sat down on one of the stones and prepared to talk about the fate of his own sect. The blonde said that his master was immortal, so he did not sympathize with small sects. This sounded rude, especially considering the fact that only a few people remained from the entire organization. That is why such disrespect for their problem caused anger among other students. However, Tsuran specifically sought such a reaction in order to begin the story of how his master came to immortality. The long-liver recalled how the teacher left nothing but brilliant skills in his worthless students. At that time, the strongest Qingming was a person at the nascent soul stage, which made them vulnerable. The fellow Taoists, demonic cultivators, and demons that the master had suppressed returned to take revenge on them. Then the Qingming sect was defeated, and they only had 20 disciples left, who were forced to wander the earth. Now the elder could use this story to ask why the moon worshippers could not revive their sect. Pei Qing could not stand it and angrily spat out that his sect had almost joined the righteous Taoist alliance. The master immediately ordered the young man to shut up, and with a kick forced the guy to his knees. Fearing Tsuran's wrath, the man held his younger brother's head, urging him to apologize. Qing became hysterical, not understanding why he should apologize to the one who killed his younger brothers and sisters. Mr. Bai reminded that they were the first to attack his student, so they should sit quietly, because the moon worshippers did something that they should not be proud of. The elder did not forget to mention that most of their sects were consumed by a demon, punishing them for trying to frame the foxes. Finally, Tsuran turned the young man's anger towards the leader of his sect, reminding him that it was his plan that led them to collapse. The patriarch advised the remaining sect members to focus on cultivation, in order to one day become strong enough to gain power. Ning San bowed to the respected man and thanked him for his practical advice. On that note, Mr. Bai decided that he had said everything he wanted, so he left the group of cultivators. Meanwhile, the girls had already reached the city and stopped in the kingdom of pleasure. The half-dragon noticed that the sisters' clothes were torn and suggested that they change clothes in the back wing. The young ladies headed to the room where Yunfei was finally able to take off her armor. When this happened, the brunette was shocked because she saw that her friend actually had large breasts. Ruowei admired Sister Zuo's beautiful forms and learned that the girl was dissatisfied with her body. It turns out that the knight believed that having large breasts was inconvenient because it was more difficult to dodge in armor. Xianshui brought Yanfei a change of clothes, just as Tang had changed and was ready to leave. The long-liver returned to the realm of pleasure and found the student standing at the window. The man said that if he took a photo of Ruowei, they could win some kind of photo competition. The elder even came up with a name for the non-existent photo, captioning it with Dream. Frustrated, Mrs. Tang went down to the master, daring to ask why the world was so unfair. Princess Shanshuan didn't really understand why everyone couldn't be born equal. Chiron admitted that the reason for the beautiful forms of their acquaintances may be that they have a water spiritual root. Ruowei learned that their heart must be big, but she believed that the Earth's was the same. Mr. Bai had to upset her, because the Earth's root had to be flat to maintain balance in the world. The couple began a playful argument, which was interrupted by the appearance of Miss Su. The pink-haired girl smiled softly at the man and asked if he was done with his business. The long-liver said that tomorrow he and his student were going home, although they failed to break through on this trip. This led Xianshui to believe that the former leader of the heavenly demon sect was returning from the wildlands. The girl told about this, surprising the elder, who thought that the man was killed by lightning. The half-dragon recalled that their friend was not like other demonic practitioners, but at the same time she promised to watch him. Before finally saying goodbye to the blonde, the pink-haired girl admitted that she had prepared a surprise. The girl clapped, and her assistant brought a plate of various foods into the courtyard. Madame Su gave the patriarch the materials to create a longevity pill so that he could make it for himself. After that, Xianshui smiled at the elder with a charming smile and asked him to take care of himself. Such an attitude made Tsuran's face twist, because he did not understand what was causing the change in the sect leader. Mr. Bai couldn't help but notice that the half-dragon had become pushy and looked like she was pestering him. This angered the pink-haired girl, and she screamed, demanding that the blonde guy get out of her house.
The heavenly demon sect that Sue mentioned had the longest history of all the demonic sects. Its headquarters was impressive and not at all like a demonic sect, and it was also completely different from the Hehuan mixed with humans, or the ghost sect that lived in isolation. At the Heavenly Demon School, it was taught that all cultivators needed a goal in order to advance to the next stage. The sect leader independently taught lessons in the best class and wanted to hear the students' dreams. The first to speak was the demonic guy, who spoke about the Lunar River sect that exterminated his entire family. The young man furiously wanted to kill all its members and wanted to cut off the head of the sect with his blade. A classmate thought about the blonde's bloodthirstiness and decided that he was in the right place in their sect. Ji Lingyun praised the student for his good goal but was forced to call it impossible since the Moon River no longer existed. This information shocked the demonic guy, but the teacher moved on to the next student. Tane rose from her seat and excitedly declared that she would become the next leader of their sect and rule the entire world. Lee thought that second elder sister was making big plans and was impressed. The sect leader praised the girl, but advised her to practice more, since even newcomers could soon bypass Tane. However, Lingyun was confident that with due diligence she would achieve her goal. Yin Changjae was supposed to speak next, but he admitted that he didn't have any special dreams. Ji didn't want to hear this and invited the guy to tell him what he would like most. Changjae thought for a while, and then, burning with embarrassment, admitted that he had dirty thoughts. The young man pointed to the blonde and publicly declared that he wanted to marry him. Lee was surprised to hear third brother say this, but it explained the fact why he was never in the bathroom. At the same time, the girl still thought the idea was quite cool and perverted, so she considered Changjae cool. The sect leader did not agree with her, so she ordered Yin to take off her uniform and get out of the classroom. The guy was shocked by this turn of events, but Chi didn't even want to listen to him. At this time, a longtime sign of Lingyun stopped near the school building and listened to the woman yelling at the students. This time it was the turn of the highest genius of the heavenly sect to talk about his dream. Ling Yao was blessed with a gorgeous body that previously could only be read about in books. In just 100 years in the sect, Li was able to reach the highest level of the nascent soul stage and quickly mastered many skills without side effects. Even the current sect leader was not sure that she would be able to catch up with the disciple in 100 years. And so the hopeful Li stood up from her seat, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Then the girl unexpectedly announced that she wanted to find a good man to raise children and be a good wife. The highest genius of the sect openly said that she wanted to find a good man and stay at home with the children. Absolutely every student in the honors class was speechless when they heard Ling Yao's dream like this. The teacher was irritated and could not believe that Li could have such ordinary dreams. However, the supreme genius reminded the master that she herself had said that all practitioners of the sect do not take into account worldly ethics and are free from it. Ji was forced to admit that she had said this before, but she questioned the freedom of a girl with such dreams. Ling Yao shrugged her shoulders and blamed the novella her younger sister gave her for this turn of fate. The sect leader did not pay attention to this, but emphasized that one day, Li would regret her dream. The girl did not take the teacher's instructions seriously, but only grinned smugly. After which she reminded Lady Ji that, even so, she could not compare with her even after hundreds of years. Ling Yun jumped up from her seat, wanting to teach the impudent girl a lesson for her pompous speeches. But the angry tirade of the sect leader was interrupted by loud laughter and approval of the sense of humor of the students of the new generation. The teacher turned sharply towards the noise, not immediately understanding why she did not notice someone else's presence. However, everything fell into place when the girl saw Elder Taishan from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Huang Fufeng greeted little Ling Yun and mischievously told her that he had gone through hardships and returned. The sect leader forgot about her irritation and happily rushed towards the master. Meanwhile, in the Qingming Sword Sect, the elders gathered at the main peak in the council hall. Zhu Yunji received a letter saying that Elder Taishang of the Heavenly Demon Sect had survived. This shocked his associates, as Huang Fu was the first in the Great Ascension stage among the demonic cultivators. Heavenly tribulations depend on good deeds, and since demonic practitioners are more likely to do evil things, their trials are extremely cruel. Yunji had encountered Feng before, so he knew that the man would soon challenge all the righteous sects. The only thing that remained unknown was which one he would start with. But Bai Yunzi had a bad feeling about this. The fifth elder didn't even have time to finish talking about this when strange sounds were heard around them. A rough voice loudly announced that Huang Fu had arrived at the Qingxing Sword Sect and wanted to see Zhu Feng. The sect leader was excited by the demonic cultivator's quick appearance. The defense array was destroyed, so Zhu ordered Elder Taishang to be brought to the main hall. None of the members of the Qingming Sword Sect had time to leave the room when a red aura flashed in front of them. Demonic energy filled the entire space, and the elders looked back in shock. Feng was already sitting on one of the chairs, showing with all his appearance that he was ready for battle. Huang Fu laughed and asked to be forgiven for his impudence, because he invited himself to the main hall. Yunji stepped forward and bowed to his elder brother, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time.
However, the sect leader expressed his bewilderment, asking why lightning did not kill Feng in the wild lands. Elder Taishana was convinced that sword sect leader Qingming was still as annoying as ever. Huang Fu put on a menacing look on his face and reminded him to be careful so that Ju would not be beaten to death one day. The young man did not take the threat seriously, because he believed that it was he, along with the other elders, who had the advantage. However, Feng did not want to engage in battle with the students because the main purpose of his visit was Zhu Feng. Yunji said that the man lived in solitude to prepare for adversity and invited the guest to return in 10 years. This did not stop Elder Taishan, and he was eager to win so he could go celebrate. Zhu annoyedly noted that there was no drink for Huang Fu in their sect, so he once again asked Feng to leave. However, the demonic cultivator was also satisfied with the Qingming Master Sword as an opponent. Yunji did not argue, because he completely trusted Mr. Bai's strength. Moreover, Elder Taishan's eagerness showed him that the man had come looking for a good fight. The leader of the Qingming sword sect suggested that Huang Fu go to the 7 Stars Peak to see Quran. After this, the cartographic data he requested was brought to the sect leader's office. Yunji praised Ruowei for their work because this is how they knew that the small sects were plotting something against them. Ju noted that Lady Tang was not obliged to do such things, but the girl was happy to help her master. The brunette respected Bai and wanted to do her best since the teacher did not have enough time to complete all the duties. The sect leader let Ruowei go to rest, and at that moment an explosion sounded outside the window. Princess Shanchuan turned her head and saw demonic energy raging above the top of the 7 stars. The student began to worry, realizing that the teacher was fighting with someone all alone. But Yunzi calmed her down by telling her about a crazy demonic practitioner who wanted to be beaten. At this time, the tops of the 7 stars turned into ruins as the battle on it had devastating consequences. Not far from the mountain, the area has lost all its beauty, because in place of the hills, a huge crater has formed. The dust from the battle was still flying in the air, but most of the effects were reflected in the changes in the landscape. In the center of the crater lay the body of Huang Fu, and not far from him lay a red katana. Feng was still alive, but clearly suffered a crushing defeat in the duel with the master. Tsuran moved closer to his opponent to praise him for his great progress since their last meeting. Elder Taishang of the Heavenly Demon Sect refused to believe that Bai was at the simple stage of qi refinement. The demonic practitioner wanted to know what new cultivation method the blonde had found. In response to this, the centenarian asked why Huang Fu was the only one to survive the heavenly disasters in his path. Mr. Feng laughed cheerfully and called himself lucky, suggesting that heaven did not want him dead. However, Churan did not agree, because if Elder Taishan was truly evil, the swordmaster would have killed him. Huang Fu did not argue with this, so the centenarian asked where he was going to go after the Great Ascent. There was no record of such a thing, so Feng wasn't sure what to do next. However, this question reminded Elder Taishan of the secrets he found in the Wild Land. The man showed off the scroll he had brought to return Su's favor for his help. Huang Fu believed that the unknown information he copied from the stone slab could help Churan make a breakthrough. The blonde looked at the piece of paper handed to him, trying to understand what it was. And just at this moment, Ruowei finally reached the top of the 7 stars and called the master. Miss Tang descended into the crater and reported that she had completed her geospatial research. After this, the young lady noticed the beaten man and asked if he was the one who fought with Suran. The long liver introduced Princess Shanchuan to Huang Fu, who was not against meeting the new girl. She bowed to the elder. Feng found it difficult to believe the fact that after so many years, Swordmaster Qingming took on a student. But Miss Tan noted that for a righteous figure, her teacher was too close to demonic practices. Suran promised that he knew what he was doing, and then the young lady noticed in his hands a scroll with the language of the previous century. The blonde couldn't believe that the princess knew the language and wanted to know when she learned it. At the same time, a brilliant idea came to him, and Bai gave Ruowei a test, which involved translating the scroll. The brunette quickly scanned the inscriptions and admitted that she understood only a little. The girl could tell that it spoke of the land of the immortals. But to find out more, she needed to study the inscriptions in more detail. Suran agreed that the letter had complex grammar, but together they realized that the lands had been destroyed. Mr. Huang Fu listened about the Suyin Mountains and the immortal lands, beginning to also become interested in his discovery. The centenarian could understand him, because until that moment there was no information about the immortal land for demonic practitioners. Feng could not understand why there was no information about this in the books of other sects. Therefore, Mr. Bai gently explained that the scroll said that she was destroyed, which means that powerful forces were hunting down the earthly immortals. Suran was not sure, but made a logical assumption that people faced genocide. Ruowei offered to take the scroll to make a more accurate translation and find out more details. Dogo Zitel admitted that the letter was not his, but Huang Fu agreed to leave the text to them if he later received a copy of the translation. Thus, Princess Shanchuan received a new task and went to the 5th elder. While Lady Tang and Bai Yunji were translating, the centenarian treated the guest to wine.
Huang Fu changed his clothes and happily looked at the vessels with alcohol placed in front of him. The man brought the container closer to himself and noticed that the liquid did not smell like aged wine. Churan ordered not to be picky unless he wanted the blonde to cut off Feng's head to use as a glass. Elder Taishana noted that such speeches must have come from a demonic practitioner. Despite this, Huang Fu decided it didn't matter and moved on to drinking. Even though the alcohol was not aged, it was enough for Feng that the wine was strong. Patriarch Qingming advised the man to drink more slowly as they did not have much alcohol left. Mr. Feng listened and began to remember how Miss Su treated him to drinks after returning. The brunette started talking about the fact that, unlike the long-lived man, he was married and had children. Huang Fu took advantage of this to ask if Mr. Bai had ever thought about love. Elder Taishang suggested that the centenarian settle down with someone like Xian Shui. Chioran coldly replied that the Hewan sect made a bad impression on him, and he also didn't want to be a cuckold. Mr. Feng insisted that the blonde man was a man with strong opinions, but he believed that it was worth giving Su a chance. The long-liver was angry for the stupid talk, but quickly realized that Huang Fu could have something to gain from their relationship. Elder Taishan laughed cheerfully at being caught and admitted that he would have received several jugs of wine as a reward. Churan was upset that an alcoholic could go through adversity before he himself even reached the stage of laying the foundation. However, Feng wanted to know why the blonde so vehemently refused to look at the best woman in the entire Heiwan sect. Mr. Bai silently looked at the demonic practitioner and decided that he had had enough. The man was going to kick Huang Fu out, but the guest wanted to be allowed to finish the jug. After Feng left the Seven Stars Peak, he immediately set out to challenge all the sects of the Righteous Taoist Alliance non-stop. Elder Taishang defeated everyone, but thanks to Jue being okay, Qingming made a name for herself again. The fifth elder completed the translation in a little more than a week, although he sacrificed several nights of sleep. Ruowai took the scroll and carried it to the top of the 7 stars to show the master the results of their labors. Xuran looked through the translated text, noting that it said very little about the destruction of the immortal earth. Mrs. Tang recognized the inscriptions as a merit board on which the Green Emperor was written. It was he who destroyed Zhongli's immortal land, and some more words were added to confirm this. The message on the back of the scroll said that people would suffer if no one killed the Green Emperor. Princess Shanshan zealously stated that the person in question had a bad reputation. However, this did not matter to Mr. Bai, because the information in front of them was an ordinary list of merits. Ruowai didn't want the master to be upset, so she assumed that the rest of the information was left near the ruin. This gave the centenarian hope, so he asked the brunette to tell the leader that he was going on a trip. Chiron hurried to leave the 7 Stars Peak to find Mr. Huang Fu. Ruowai looked after the master with respect, asking him to be careful when traveling to the wildlands. Miss Tang realized that she was too weak to walk with the teacher, which made her think about self-improvement. Further actions developed in the castle of the Heavenly Forge, which belonged to a large sect, famous for forging weapons. It was there that Chiron headed, who was about to be taken to Elder Yue. At this time, Huang Fu sat with the elder and they drank while discussing his adventures during the tribulations. The castle leader was pretty drunk and shouted that Feng was just a failure at the foundation construction stage. The blonde heard this and began to be filled with anger towards his elder brother Yue Qinglian. Mr. Feng felt a heavy aura behind him and turned around to see what was wrong. The demonic practitioner was shocked at the sight of the swordmaster and realized that his friend might be in trouble. The brunette tried to lift Qianzhen up and asked the man to greet the swordmaster. Yue Qinlian's elder brother tried to scream again, but Huang Fu covered his mouth. Elder Taishan asked if the translation was ready and the blonde handed the man a scroll. By this time, Qianzhen had fallen asleep, and Mr. Feng guessed that more useful data might still be in the ruins. Tsuran confirmed that he wanted to go there to find something that could help him. The 9 states and 10 regions were only a small part of the existing lands on the planet. There was an area in the west that people were afraid to mention because of the demons that raged there. It took Bai Churan and Huang Fufeng several days to get deep into the wildlands. The demonic practitioner directed them deep into the forbidden land, closer to the soul-destroying river. The centenarian landed on the edge of the shore, releasing Elder Taishan to the ground. Patriarch Qingming looked around the unfamiliar waters contentedly, realizing that they had almost reached their destination. Mr. Feng got up from the ground and reminded his friend that the stone slab was on the other side. In addition, Huang Fu noticed that jumping over the river would not be easy, so he suggested giving Chiron a ride on the blade. Bai had no intention of refusing, but before that, they needed to deal with the troubles. The blonde heard evil creatures approaching them, having smelled their scent. It was foggy in the wildlands, so although Feng looked around, he could not notice the presence of outsiders. However, soon huge silhouettes began to be visible through the haze, and as soon as the monsters appeared on the riverbank, they screamed, ceasing to hide their presence. Evil creatures were attacking the cultivators, so the demonic cultivator took out a katana. At that moment, a splash was also heard behind the men, and several pairs of tentacles emerged from the water. The brunette looked around in panic, shouting that demonic creatures were everywhere. People were surrounded by giant monsters who were eager to devour their victims. However, Tsuren was ready to encounter something similar in the Forbidden Lands, so he remained collected. In order to save their lives, Patriarch Qingming used his life ki and struck the creatures with his lotus palm. The demons felt a burning flame of terrifying power that they could not resist. Thus, Mr. Bai continued to attack the evil creatures, lighting up the area around him. Soon, the demons could not withstand the pressure and their bodies disintegrated into small pieces right before the eyes of the cultivators. The water of the river turned bright red, and the land on the other side was scorched several meters deep. After there was no trace left of the monsters, Tsuren stopped using the technique. Mr. Huangfu was shocked by how easily the centenarian dealt with the demons. This caused Feng to once again note that Patriarch Qingming's strength had increased greatly. However, this was not something special for the centenarian, because he only used a tenth of his strength. Elder Taishan was delighted when he learned about this, because in front of him was a wonderful opponent. Tsuren heard that monsters were approaching them again, and Huangfu wanted to fight them. But Mr. Bai believed that this would only delay their journey, so he wanted to start flying towards the stone slab. After this, a new journey began over the river, overflowing with various evil creatures. Periodically, demons jumped out of the depths trying to grab hold of the cultivators, but the men could easily move without any fear. With the help of Mr. Feng's katana, Elder Taishan felt confident cutting the air with his blade, which could not be said about Bai. However, Patriarch Qingming liked to fly, and he wanted to quickly learn this skill on his own. Mr. Feng decided to ignore the Swordmaster's question regarding his Foundation Ascension stage, especially when he saw that the slab, which he had seen for the first time, had greatly increased in size. The cultivators dropped to the ground in front of the huge stone sculpture to take a closer look at the inscriptions. Elder Taishan examined the slab and stated that the inscriptions remained the same as last time. However, Huangfu decided it was worth flying over and checking out the additional inscriptions engraved on the side. The man rushed out of his seat, leaving the blonde waiting for him downstairs. For some time, Tsuren watched the flight of the demonic practitioner, but soon became distracted. Patriarch Qingming bent down and smashed the ground under his feet, trying to find the source of the noise. He managed to find a small monster, which the centenarian immediately pulled out of the sand. Mr. Bai threw the small creature at the stone message, causing the demon to squeak. A bump appeared on the head of the unknown beast, and it growled at its offender. This did not last long, as a claw jumped out of the ground and pulled the small animal away. By this time, Mr. Huangfu returned and reported that the additional characters had also increased proportionally. The Tsuren in turn said that his experiment with throwing the animal into the stove did not end in success. The cultivators were pondering what to do next, when suddenly the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. The stone slab also began to shake actively, and the symbol in the center began to burn brighter. Mr. Bai looked closely at the changes and realized that something was coming out from within. Rays of blue energy began to appear in front of the bright hieroglyphs, intertwining with each other. Mr. Huangfu jumped on his sword and asked Tsuren to jump after him. While the cultivators were flying away from the stone slab, the rays managed to transform into a seal. Suddenly, the men were surrounded by a strange energy from the slab, and its presence made Feng worry. The unknown force was so strong that the demonic cultivator was unable to resist. Huangfu fell to the ground, and a small number of stones fell on top of him. The guys quickly got back to their feet, and Mr. Bai noticed that they were being attacked by a slab. Suddenly, the first parts of an unknown creature appeared from the seal, breaking out of the stone slab. The cultivators watched as the bird's huge body flew overhead. The creature landed behind the men, allowing them to take a closer look at it. The beast looked like a three-headed bird, and on each head, instead of withers, a blue flame burned. The cultivators were very interested, and Tsuren wanted to check what the array was carrying. Mr. Huangfu agreed to keep the giant demon busy while Bai went to the stove. The demonic practitioner was full of enthusiasm after all, more than drinking. He only loved a good fight. The bird began to scream, and seals appeared in front of its beaks at the same second. After that, an oppressive force appeared over Elder Taishan, which he was prepared for this time. The energy pressed down with such force that the ground underfoot crumbled into small fragments. The brunette's body bent under the pressure, pushing him into the ground, but Huangfu was able to stay on his feet. Sparks began to sparkle in the demonic practitioner's eyes, and life ki began to surround his body. The man was able to straighten up and break someone else's attack with the help of his great shark strike. Elder Taishan was not a weakling, so his blow caused a large explosion. At this time, Tsuren was exploring a huge stone slab, climbing higher. The Qingming Patriarch had a special magical instrument with which he read the hieroglyphs. Using the same device, the blonde took several pictures of the stone slab to get more data. Moreover, Mr. Bai planned to use the spiritual stone to take the energy from the array as a sample. Patriarch Qingming was in the middle of extracting energy when he heard a deafening noise. Turning to the side where the battle was taking place, the centenarian saw bright flashes. The bird's blue energy was dominant, and his partner was suspiciously quiet. In addition, the giant beast was actively restoring its body. as if it had been dispelled by Feng's blow a second ago. Soon the demons' heads were fully restored and the creature screamed even louder than before. Mr. Huangfu realized with disappointment that he would not be able to resist the unknown creature. However, Swordmaster Qingming forbade Elder Taishang of the Heavenly Demon Sect to lose. The brunette screamed that the bird would not die, no matter how hard he tried, and ordered Xiran to quickly finish with the array. The long liver took pity on Mr. Huangfu and admitted that he had already done everything he wanted. Feng raised his katana and let chi energy surge around him, enhancing his abilities. The demonic practitioner's eyes glowed red as the man used the formless evil eye technique. At that moment, a huge silhouette of bloody smoke appeared above him and lightning began to shake the ground. The three-headed bird resisted and actively screamed, about to attack Huangfu with seals. The red silhouette of Mr. Feng used his katana to neutralize the beast. The two forces collided with each other, and a confrontation between the cultivator and the array began. At first, it seemed that their strengths were equal, since the blue color actively fought with the red. However, the situation soon changed, and the red rays began to prevail over the blue ones. The huge bird could no longer use the power of the seals, and the enemy's energy began to absorb it. This also affected the stone slab, on which more and more cracks began to appear. Ultimately, the statue could not withstand Mr. Huangfu's pressure and collapsed into a pile of stones. As soon as this happened, the demonic practitioner began to close the katana and hide the chi energy. Once the blade was sheathed, the battle was completely over with Elder Taishan's victory. Feng turned to the swordmaster, realizing that since the array was destroyed, the strange bird would not be resurrected. However, Elder Taishang was worried about the light spots that disappeared after the stone slab fell. Patriarch Qingming couldn't say exactly what it was, but he thought it might be a sign. The long liver was confident that the blue dots would definitely make changes in 9 states and 10 regions. On that note, Qiuran was going to go to Hehuan, and Feng was going to find some technique fans in the demon world. Meanwhile, the luminous points rushed at full speed and were soon scattered around the kingdoms. They sank into the ground, but most of them exploded with blue light on the ground. And only one point slipped into the ground and immediately made changes to the environment. This process was witnessed by a rabbit, who watched with interest the strange ripples of energy. Not much time passed when suddenly a small circle of soil separated from the rest of the massif. People from a nearby village noticed several bright blue rays in the sky. And immediately after this, there was a loud explosion, and huge pieces of stone scattered to the sides. The ground split as the dots disappeared and the old city rose out of the ground. The unknown object attracted the attention of many local small sects. Local cultivators soon began to hide information about the old city, trying to take possession of the ruins themselves. The spiritual practitioners were flying around the building when suddenly the gate opened in front of them. No one understood what was happening, because at the sight of the passage into the unknown, a black house was swirling. The cultivators began to panic, fearing the unknown, but the leader promised to check everything. The man used the demon eye technique to see what the darkness was hiding behind. The elder admitted that there was something inside that was blocking his signal. Because of this, the leader could not tell what was happening inside, so his followers wanted to see for themselves. However, they did not have time to do anything when suddenly a strange shockwave covered them. The cultivators did not have time to react in any way as the next moment their eyes glowed blue. The signal continued to appear in the air, subjugating more and more spiritual practitioners. One of the controlled people began to talk about killing the Green Emperor. After this, everyone present began to talk about the murder and the revival of the sacred dynasty. With this motto, the cultivators left the expanses of heaven, hiding in the absorbing darkness of the building. The sect leader was one of those who was controlled, so he flew after the others. The elderly man shouted that the emperor must be killed, and the sacred dynasty revived. The flying city was very noisy, and some strange ringing was constantly heard. The two guys realized that the cultivators had been taking control and decided that it could be dangerous. The guys were trying to figure out what to do after something strange happened around the city. Suddenly, the flying building was completely engulfed in black smoke and began to disappear. The guys didn't know what to do, so they decided to go to the sect and tell their leader about what happened. Thus, they went to the Skyforge Castle, hoping to find Lord Yue there. Inside the forge, work was in full swing to create weapons when Qianlian appeared inside. The workers took a break from their work to greet the sect leader. However, the man did not appreciate such treatment and ordered him to concentrate on work. The leader of the castle recalled that for him, the quality of magical tools is much more important than the courtesies of workers. The workers listened to Mr. Yue's speech and continued to do their work. The sect members admired Qianlian's toughness and considered him much better than Elder Qianren. The head of Yue was heading deeper into the castle, when suddenly a young man appeared in the room and wanted to talk to the leader. The man heard the young guy screaming and wanted to know what bad news he brought. A sect member reported how a small sect was discovered blocking the old city flying in the air last night. Mr. Yue frowned, but continued to listen, wanting to know more details. Then the young man said that the cultivators were taken under the control of the old city and disappeared along with it. The young man admitted that he and his younger brother survived only because they stayed away. Chenlian understood that the ruins were not of interest to their sect, but they also could not ignore the disappearances of a small sect. The sect leader ordered the guy to invite Elder Liu to take the disciples to the scene of the incident, and then send a letter to the righteous Taoist alliance. However, the man had a bad feeling, although he hoped that this time he was wrong. Bai Qiuran arrived at Xuanfa Academy, which had advanced technology, with a video containing an inscription slab and an energy stone. The main difference between the sect and all the others, who are trying to position themselves as high as possible, is their placement in the depression. Surrounded by mountains and complex, dense terrain, the academy is safe and secure. However, in the reception room, the man admitted that their dean did not have time for Tsuran's visit. Such an attitude towards oneself and neglect of an important matter greatly outraged the Qingming swordmaster. The blonde couldn't believe that the Xuanfa Academy student was telling him that the dean had no time for him. Mr. Bai remembered very well that the man was well versed in dowsing, but he asked him to send at least someone. Then the man said that everyone else was also busy with important research, which outraged the master even more. There was an awkward silence in the reception room, and the sect disciple did not know what he should do. In the end, the guy decided to admit to Suren that the dean simply did not want to see him. With some fear, the young man remembered that the head had said that Mr. Bai's visits never end well. The centenarian jumped up from his seat and shouted that he would not go against Chu Yuxuan's wishes. Elder Qingming raised the device above himself, promising to take it to scientists who would be interested in the immortal land array. However, Tsuren was not allowed to leave after he spoke about such rare luck. The blonde smiled when he heard the dean's voice because it meant that his trick had worked. The swordmasters were calling from all sides, and judging by the clouds of dust, they were quickly approaching, afraid to miss him. Many copies of the Dean of Xuanfu Academy appeared in the courtyard begging to give him the spiritual stone chamber. Mr. Chu tried to get the desired device, but Chiran was in no hurry to hand it over. With a smug smile, Patriarch Qingming reminded the dean that he had more important things to do. One of Yuxuan's copies laughed awkwardly and told Vila that there was no way they could refuse the swordmaster. The man even turned to the student to scold him for spreading nasty things. After that, Mr. Chu fawned over the centenarian in every possible way, wanting to take a closer look at the chamber of the spiritual stone. Dean Xuanfu's behavior reminded Chiran of how a dog asks its owner for a bone. Therefore, the elder took pity on Yuxuan and threw a small box to the man. Bai also showed the scientist a translation of the inscriptions from the slab, and expressed hope that the academy would be able to figure out the rest. Next, Patriarch Qingming took out a spiritual stone with energy that supported the operation of the array. The remaining copies of Mr. Chu immediately took away interesting items from the hands of the centenarian. The dean of the academy promised that he would gather the elders with the students and begin research immediately. At this moment, one of Xuanfu's disciples rushed to Yuxuan to tell the bad news. The boy handed the irritated Mr. Chu a note sent from the castle of the Heavenly Forge. The scientist opened the letter and began to read it, without hiding the contents from Mr. Bai's eyes. With every word read, the men's mood worsened, and it became clear that the news was truly terrible. At this time, in the Heavenly Demon sect, Huang Fu was asking the sect leader who among them had the best understanding of arrays and energy. Ling Yun thought for a while and admitted that they were usually busy training and fighting. Mr. Feng sighed heavily and began to tell the girl that they needed an expert. The brunette reported that they had found clues about the immortal land, and asked Ji to ask for help from other demonic sects. The girl realized that the matter was serious, so she wanted to go and send several letters at once. However, her attention was attracted by a small red bird that threw a small package out the window. Ling Yun recognized the message as an urgent letter, and opened it to read it with the master. The contents of the message shocked them, and the sect leader could not understand how something like this could happen. 3 hours later, a group sent by the Heavenly Forge sect arrived in the Qing region in the vicinity of the Siling Kingdom. Elder Liu saw the old city in the sky and stopped the city, ordering a message to be sent to the leader to change the location of the strange castle. In addition, the man ordered their research about the kingdom of the Eastern Hill to be sent to the sect. When this was done, Yunshin took out a small mechanical device from the storage. Elder Liu asked all nascent soul stage cultivators to take out their puppet. The man planned to get close to the old city, but the weaker members of the group had to do it with the help of puppets. The robots were developed by Xuanfa Academy together with the Forge. They were expensive, but great in combat. After all, the puppets were the main fighters of the Skyforge castle and were stronger than the nascent soul stage. Thus, the strongest cultivators, along with the robots, flew into the air, getting closer to the building. Elder Liu looked around the old city, which at first glance there was nothing special about. However, when Yunshin used the demonic gaze technique, he realized that things were not that simple. Instead of seeing what was happening inside, the elder watched the pitch darkness. No matter how hard the group leader tried, the entire space of the old city was shrouded in haze. Yuchin summoned the lamp, realizing that the guys had not lied when they said that the wave of black substance was obstructing the view.
Elder Liu used his strongest light dragon technique, causing fire to burst out of the lamp. Several fire dragons appeared above the cultivators in the old city. They growled loudly before leaving the lamp and taking off into free flight. Soon after, their bodies rushed towards the doors and walls of the old city. The bodies of the fire beasts passed through the wall, slowly disappearing into the darkness. The last dragon disappeared into the haze, but the cultivators still couldn't see any details. Elder Liu was upset when he realized that his idea did not work. However, a second after the animals disappeared, the gate leading to the building opened on its own. The people heard the ringing, and Yu Chen urged his fellows to be careful and remain vigilant. Just like last time, vibrating sound waves began to emanate from the flying city. They even reached the cultivators who stood far below, controlling the puppets. The leader among the weaker disciples of the sect called on his brothers to concentrate. In the sky, the situation was no better, and some cultivators were even injured. The gate was still open, but the human eye could only see impenetrable darkness. In addition, soon the people from the Heavenly Forge sect heard heartbreaking crying. A short amount of time passed before strange silhouettes began to appear on the threshold of the building. They resembled humans, but were completely black with white patterns all over their bodies. This was the first time Elder Liu had seen something like this and wasn't even sure that they were people. The unknown creatures had no eyes, but their heads turned towards sounds. An army of black silhouettes headed towards the group of cultivators, so Yu Chen ordered the others to conserve their energy. At this time, the man stepped forward and used the Dragonlight Wall technique to protect himself. Unknown creatures hit the fiery wall, but did not give up trying to break through the defense. Elder Liu admitted that he did not know how long he would be able to hold off the attack. In the end, many of the black silhouettes lost their powers and fell like stones to the ground. As this happened, a black haze began to disappear from their bodies, demonstrating their human nature. With a terrifying roar, the bodies of the former cultivators met the ground. However, the fall did not kill them, and people with still controlled consciousness began to get up. Elder Liu's assistant was horrified to recognize the attackers as the missing soldiers from the Eastern Hill Kingdom. Yu Chen sensibly estimated that he could only kill half of them, and was surprised that ordinary people showed such strength. In addition, the man remembered that there must be dozens of the strongest cultivators inside the old city. And while the soldiers, controlled by darkness, rose from the ground preparing to attack again, new opponents began to appear from the dark gates, people shrouded in black. Elder Liu called upon his companions to prepare for battle, and the cultivators drew their weapons. The next moment, the Skyforge sect group was attacked both from the ground and from the flying castle. The men rushed into battle, not knowing what awaited them, and whether they could resist their opponents. A terrifying battle began in the sky, and everything around was plunged into explosions and surges of life ki. The cultivators, along with the puppets, fought against the black silhouettes, but they knew defeat. Many robots were destroyed, and even Elder Liu had difficulty withstanding the pressure of new opponents. Yu Chen put all his strength into trying to protect the people entrusted to him. After a long time, the battle moved to the ground, and many bodies were scattered around. All the cultivators were severely injured and exhausted, as the darkness possessing their opponents could resist the true spirit. However, the most terrible thing was the fact that new black silhouettes continued to appear on the battlefield. Elder Liu knew that they did not have enough true spirit to break through. One of his comrades noticed a new wave of black bodies and shouted, warning of the approach of enemies. Yu Chen then decided to retreat and allowed his men to leave first. The cultivators left Elder Liu with a creaky heart, realizing that they were all running out of true spirit. The members of the Heavenly Forge sect ran as far away as possible while continuing to resist the overwhelming sound waves. Suddenly, the steps of some of the group began to slow down and the students began to fall behind their own. The cultivators running ahead realized that their younger brothers had stopped and looked back. However, instead of responding to the call of their elders, they began to recite the motto of the old city in unison. Elder Liu also noticed that his people had been taken control and it tore his heart. Moreover, he was now being attacked from all sides, and in his condition, Yu Chen could not afford to fight back. The man decided that they had to deliver information to the Alliance, even if it meant that only one would survive. Elder Liu was ready to sacrifice himself and ordered his brothers to flee while they could. The cultivators tried to save their lives, feeling that they had to complete the task. But no matter how fast they ran, the black swords were faster and began to block their path. The disciples of the Heavenly Forge sect were forced to stop as the weapons began to attack. The survivors looked at the wall of swords and realized that they were stuck in a hopeless situation.